So we are very excited. But without any further ado, let's take a look at tonight's schedule, what we've got lined up. eFootball coming in at 7 p.m. That's right now, just about. We've got two players, our finalists in the lobby live, ready to get started. Then moving into Dota at 7:50.
Yeah, look, I mean, eFootball, don't go anywhere if you want to go for that. But Dota 2, that one's going to be coming up at 7:50 p.m. So stick around if that's one of your favorite games as well. But of course, Rocket League will be rounding out our night. Important to note, that one's going to be a best of 7 as well. So that's going to be a bit of a long one. So make sure you tune in for that one. I'm a big fan of Rocket League, so I know I'm going to be definitely keeping my eyes on that last one.
Absolutely. But look, like we mentioned, right up first, eFootball. This is soccer simulation for those of you. If you can understand the real thing, you can understand this one. We have players live here tonight in the studio. And so while they're getting ready and the pressure's on, let's take a look. We had a chat with them earlier today and see where their mind's at. Let's introduce you to Zulu as one of our first players.
Yeah, and he's going up against JMK King. And so JMK King, he's you can see the logo on his jersey there, actually plays for the Direwolves. So already a professional player, been around the scene. He's actually been in the studio live for FIFA championships before, so he's very much used to this environment. Azilu, though, he's kind of getting back into the game, a little bit of competition, right? He's back in the day, played over in Canada, in fact. So he's got a lot of experience over there, but maybe shaking off a bit of the rust, but he's made it here to the finals, so he's definitely got something to prove. eFootball's coming out as the esport for football, right? Like, you're getting in there, and it's quite I'm going to say micro-intensive, which means, you know, you're basically pushing a lot of buttons at the same time, and you've got to be doing the right buttons when it really matters. So it's quite skill-intensive. There's, of course, a lot of, you know, the usual mind games that come with football and esports. But if you're not quite dexterous with the, you know, on the controller, then, well, you might not be out of luck.
And this is moving it to the next level because this is live in the studio. And so these players are not only going to have to be, you know, competing comfortably somewhere, they're going to have to adapt to the pressure. And moving into some of our larger international events this year, you know, at the Commonwealth Esports Championships, the Global Esports Federation, last major international event, 500 million views globally. And so that's the type of eyeballs that are going to be on these players when they're competing. The pressure cannot be higher. So it's great to have them get some experience tonight in that exact atmosphere. But let's get to know our players a little bit better, where their mindset is at for today, starting off with Aiden Young, Azilu.
How I'm feeling about today's matches, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm feeling like it's a 50-50 coin toss. It's a relatively new game, came out about 3-4 weeks ago. So I do believe I can take this one out. No specific strategies, just trying to play my own game, adapting to the situations that happen in game, I guess. To represent New Zealand at the Commonwealth, it would mean a lot. Ever since I've been a young kid, I've always wanted to represent New Zealand in something, whether it be sports or esports, and having the opportunity to do that would be awesome.
And that's you hear special from Aiden talking about how he's, you know, it's an opportunity to represent his country and what it could mean for him.
Yeah, I mean, in traditional esports, right, you usually represent the region rather than just New Zealand. You got to team up with the Aussies, and, you know, who wants to do that, right? If you can represent New Zealand, that's just really special. It's our home, so I think you can tell how much it means to him, and hopefully it shows on the field too.
Absolutely, you know, and this is one of those opportunities. But what about his competition? JM King, he's, you know, very, very high-ranked player in the FIFA world, very experienced in FIFA, one of the esports as well. And so, you know, I wonder how his mindset is coming into this with probably some more experience on the live stage. Let's get a look inside his mind.
Yeah, so feeling pretty good going into today's games. I come from a FIFA background and playing eFootball today, both football games, so I should be able to use the fundamentals there from FIFA to hopefully get the win. I think strategies going into this game, I'll probably look to keep a bit of possession. Obviously, if you have the ball, the opponent can't score. So I think that'll be the main thing to focus on. Obviously, representing New Zealand at the Commonwealth Games, it would be a great opportunity. You know, growing up as a kid playing football, you want to represent your country. So doing that through eFootball would be just as good, really.
I love to hear him talk about how, you know, the growing up as a dreamer is to represent New Zealand through football, and this is a way for him to do that. You know, maybe in an unconventional sense, but for these players, it means absolutely the same. And a lot of I think they both play football anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually quite a common thing here with things like FIFA and eFootball, is that fans of soccer, fans of football, they love jumping into the game itself. They want to actually play with the teams. And now you can actually put those skills to the test and get rewarded for it by representing your country just like the professional actual football teams do it themselves. So I think eFootball specifically, you can tell it really means a lot to these guys because they see these teams representing their country in the real world. Why can't they do it too?
I love the little tidbit he had about it as well. Strategy, keep possession. If you've got the ball, they can't score. How is transferable across across the mediums? But that is our players for tonight's match, and the tension is getting very, very high here in the studio as they prepare for their first match. But I want to welcome you into our new caster as well, who'll be helping us with the eFootball Airborne. Welcome to the show. You'll be helping us cast.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Airborne, man, look, it's always good to have someone so knowledgeable on the show, but you're not just all about the brains, right? You actually put it to the test as well because you've played esports in these environments before. I mean, I've seen you play in this studio itself. So, I mean, just from your point of view, what would the pressure be like for these guys?
I mean, from this point of view, from our point of view, it's quite easy to sort of take a look and see, we're sort of watching at home, we sort of might not be able to understand having that pressure of having someone next to you, sort of the environment that creates. But for them, this is the opportunity, as you said, to represent New Zealand. This is a level that neither of them have probably ever been to before. And so I can imagine that they're probably sitting there feeling that. So it'll be good to see how they go on.
Yeah, now they've actually been sitting there for probably quite a few minutes by now, and we're actually just getting ready to get the game going. So you can imagine that the pressure is, as it gets closer and closer to kickoff time, they're going to be feeling it a little more. I mean, you could just see JMK King though; he was quite all smiles. So, I mean, what is it like for you personally, Airborne, when you play in the hot seat? Are you all smiles? Are you talking to your opponent when you do this?
I mean, personally, I'm probably more on the opposite end. I kind of sit there sort of focusing on my own gameplay, sort of visualizing what's going to come up ahead. I'm not really a big talker, so I'm not really going to sit there and talk to my opponent, sort of get into his head. But you never know. I think Azilu is probably going to sit there, sort of chat to Josh, sort of try and get into his mindset, sort of understand where he's coming from. And I think it's going to be a great matchup.
And another thing I want to touch on, right, because eFootball is relatively new, especially compared to the more mainline games like FIFA. So as someone with that background too, what do you think, does this level the playing field a little bit more? That's what Azilu is coming in thinking. Maybe he's got a bit more of an even chance against JMK King because it's new?
Yeah, I definitely think there is, obviously, in terms of football, you got FIFA and eFootball, there is definitely this translation between what happens on the real life pitch and sort of the tactics and the knowledge that you can gain from that and push into these games. But it'd be interesting to see how they adjust in terms of the mechanics and the style of play between FIFA and eFootball. And I think Azilu is definitely going to have that advantage over Josh, who's probably a little bit more focused on FIFA. So he's going to sort of have to sort of unlearn all these mechanics and relearn something else. And it should be interesting.
So you think it might be a bit of a disadvantage? That's interesting indeed. I mean, because of course we've got JMK King coming in with a lot of experience, but I've got the call. Kickoff is about to start. So let's get into the very first match. In fact, kickoff has already begun. So let's jump right into it and see how they're going. Now, I believe JMK King, he won the coin toss, so he should be playing on the left-hand side.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see here. They both picked Bayern Munich, probably one of the best teams going around that you could pick in eFootball. They've definitely got the most balanced squad moving all around, and I think matching that up that takes away a little bit of the pressure as we see the ball go into Serge Gnabry here. Nice tackle from the defender in the box. And like I was saying, sort of that match-up between teams, that's another area where players can sort of differentiate, get into the box here. Again, nice interception from the defender. So it'll be interesting to see how they sort of match up in the formations and the play styles. We go again, Sane.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're waiting for
the ball back.
We're waiting for JMK King's strategy of getting possession, right? Yet to really get a hold of it is it should be actually, is it Azilu on the left-hand side? I'm not quite sure here at the moment. We'll get a confirmation on that. But like you said, both teams are playing the same team. So is this something that they're going to be able to do between the individual matches in this? Because this is a best of 5. Would they change their team between the games?
I'm not 100% sure if they would change their teams. I don't think there's necessarily a desire to change teams unless something's not really working out. I think because they are using the same teams, there will be this sort of cancelling out. So it'll be interesting to see how they feel going into this game, whether they need to change up not only the formation but the team here. As we see Goretzka's running through. Open goal. Can he finish? Our defender's done well there to tackle that ball.
Yeah, talk to me about the pressure that when you're on the defending side, they're in your box and ready to go up to those open goals. Are you sweating a little bit? Are you maybe just zoning on the focus, or is it really just the offender's game there?
I mean, the way football works is that these situations can come up quite often, so it's not necessarily something where you're going to look at it and start to panic. You know, this is something that you would have done countless amount of times, so you know sort of roughly what your opposition is trying to do, and it's just a matter of about executing that. As we see, there's a little bit of a midfield battle going on here. They're sort of, both players are sort of trying to build up, but I think defensively both of them are actually playing very well.
Yeah, they're actually seeming to win a few of these interceptions, but now we're getting a shot from JMK King. He might be able to bring it in here, gets it by a few defenders, but needs to get it by a few more and won't be able to do so.
Yeah, and that brings up half-time. Of course, these games are only 2.5-minute halves, so they are very, very quickly. In terms of that, that also would play a factor into how these players are going to approach these games. They know that if they go a goal down, if they go 2 goals down, the game's pretty quick, so they're probably not going to be able to come back into it. So that sort of plays into that pressure. And you know, when you're defending in that box, as we were saying before, if you know that you're possibly going to concede, you're going to probably play a little bit different, and they might bring out some mistakes from these guys.
Yeah, so that could put so much more money onto the very first goal. So that would really be perhaps even a deal seeker, especially in the second half here, as we're now entering that stage of the game. Like you said, very quick 2.5-minute halves. The players are able to get it up the field rather quickly, but the chance of interceptions is just a little bit risky, right? You want to be very careful with that. But then again, do you maybe play the last second? When the scores are even, are you waiting for that last second goal? No, it doesn't look like it. JMK King making a push up, gets a shot and gets it by the goalie. There it is, the first one on the board.
And a great little build-up play too, just playing that ball down that right-hand side, sort of waiting to get around the defender with a beautiful cross into the middle into Lewandowski, who's going to make absolutely no mistake in burying that behind the goalkeeper.
This now puts him on the front foot. JMK King with that 1 goal up. Get a little bit of a replay here, like you said. Gets a nice setup and just a quick, swift kick into the net. Gets it by all of them. I mean, there was a bit of a tussle there going on. You could imagine perhaps there could have been a defender nearby to make the interception, but no, not indeed. So gets that 1 up on the board. We'll see if there is the comeback potential. There's still quite some time in this half.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Azalu reacts here. He's got goal down. There's only about 20 in-game minutes left. And because these halves are so short, it's probably only about a minute or so that he's got to come back into this game. JMK King with that early goal, that's going to be putting a lot of pressure on Azalu as JMK King now runs down the right-hand side again, looking to try and beat that defender, but he's just going to keep possession, as you were saying before. If Azalu doesn't have the ball, he can't score, so Josh is doing exactly what he needs here.
Yeah, and so much more important when you are the one that is 1 goal up. And also important to know, there is overtime, just like a traditional football in the real world. But again, he's keeping possession and in the opponent's box now. Yeah, it does go to the goalie, but look at all the time that he's burned.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the point where you're just going to see Josh sort of hold possession of the ball. He doesn't want to give Azalu any opportunities, which he's just done there. See if he can counter, plays it through all nicely to Lewandowski, who's going to get, again, tackled by the defender. Great defending here from Josh.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he really needs to do, right? Keep possession of the ball. Never hand it over. Never even give Azalu a chance to take a shot at the net. And so he's doing exactly that. And he may even get another shot again, just to rub a little bit of salt in the wound there, get the 2-0 in the first game. I mean, it doesn't really matter how much you win by in the first game. Are you just trying to maybe, put some tilt into your opponent? Because, it works just like in the real world as well. You make your opponent off their game, it makes the rest of the series that much easier.
Yeah, exactly. I think possibly if he grabs a goal here, I think because it's the first game in the series, the scoreline won't matter too much. But if this was to happen later on in the series, you'd probably see Josh going for that second goal just to get that mental advantage here as it ends 1-0. Josh takes an early 1-0 lead into the series. Based on the stats there, with about 63% of the possession, I think he's executed his game plan really well in terms of being able to keep that ball off Azalu and make sure that he's not able to take it and score on the other end. I'm
curious here to wonder how much of the mental game played into this with JM King's just experience in that LAN environment and the pressure environments, being able to get that.
The region's greatest sporting rivalry continues in a brand new arena. Tonight, Australia and New Zealand will face off in the Mcrae Cup. Join with the Trailblazers. History favours the brave as esports takes its rightful place amongst the great sporting codes. Who will win the Mcrae Cup?
Morena, good morning and welcome everybody. My name is Jonathan Arcadian Jansen and I'm coming to you live from the LPL studios in the heart of the Sky Tower, New Zealand. I hope that you are as excited as I am today as we have some of the top esport athletes from across Australia and New Zealand competing, not only for national pride, but to represent their nation at the Commonwealth Esport Championships in Birmingham this August. This is an historic event today, as this will be the first ever international esports test match between the two countries. This is the Mcrae Cup. Now, for those of you who may not have been able to join us through this entire journey so far, let's take a quick look back and see how we got to this moment today and the significance of today's events.
So what is an EBLAC? It's our national esports squad. Now these teams will be representing or selected to be part of the EBLAC squad to represent New Zealand at international country representative events.
You know, growing up as a kid playing football, you want to represent your country, so doing that through eFootball would be just as good, really.
And he beat the reactions of Azilu here in the final moments of Game 5.
Oh, what a save there, but Neuber has dropped right to Leroy Sane.
The first EBLAC we are deciding tonight. JMK King.
It's an awesome opportunity to be able to say that I'm representing New Zealand. It's not something that everyone gets to say. I don't know, representing your country, representing your city. It's an amazing feeling just to be able to say, yeah, we are the best in New Zealand. We are the team that gets to represent New Zealand, and we're very proud of that.
This is a massive night for us because we're going to see New Zealand's top esport players definitively selected for the squad.
There's no changing the outcome. There's no changing fate. Underdogs will be your new EBLACs for Rocket League.
Incredibly close. So JMK King on the eFootball Championship, and then 5.5 Kiwis coming through in our weekend qualifier online through Dota 2. Fantastic, never dropped around during the entire series, and so very, very strong performance for 5.5 Kiwis. And then finally, you've all just seen it with Kenny Salmon, Scarf, and DX7 on underdogs taking it out for Rocket League on the New Zealand squad.
And there you have it. That has been the New Zealand story so far. In January earlier this year, the Global Esports Federation announced their partnership with the Commonwealth Games to bring esports into the space for the first time. Now, the fantastic journey so far has been from our open qualifiers in New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand both sprung into action and allowed the players to come through the ranks and find the best players for each nation. We then came through and the top teams competed at a televised event on Sky TV in New Zealand, where Australia found their team and we found the EBLACs. All of that is leading to today, where we have our final matches. These players are ready, prepared, and the winners of today's matches will go on to the Commonwealth Esports Championships in Birmingham, and so there couldn't be more on the line. But more importantly, potentially for the players, we will see who gets to lift the Mcrae Cup out of Australia and New Zealand for the very first time in esports history. Today's matches are going to be absolutely fantastic. You won't want to miss a thing. And so please let me introduce to you our casters who will be following through with you on the action today. Smite and Cthulhu, into you in the studio. How are you feeling?
Oh, Arcadian, what a day it is. The first test match between Australia and New Zealand. I could not be more excited. I'm Matt Smite Ross. Mr. Cthulhu is joining me as always. And man, Cthulhu doesn't get any better than this. Australia against New Zealand. I mean, we love it, right?
Oh yeah, we get all the juicier now action, really. The one and only rivalry really between Australia and New Zealand is now finally upon us. We finally got our all championship, I suppose, squad now going and rolling in. And look, I mean, New Zealand so far has been showing us some great amount of talent.
Oh, yeah, and you got to imagine that both of these teams, both of these countries have been working so hard to find their place in Birmingham later. But let's take a look at what today is going to be looking like. What games are we actually playing? First up, we've got Dota 2, and this is the women's division match to decide which women's team will be going to Birmingham. Later after that, we've got Dota 2 again, but this one is the open division. And then to wrap things up, Cthulhu, we're hitting the pitch and going to Rocket League for some good old-fashioned car-powered soccer.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely loving me some Rocket League, and look, quite excited to see what will be the end result of our NZ clash tonight.
You got a favourite, one you're looking forward to the most?
Oh, I'm quite keen for the whole 3 set.
Oh, that's a cop-out answer. I'll give you one. I'm looking forward to Rocket League. I love rocket-powered car soccer. It doesn't really get any better. It's such a good one. Make sure you tune into that one. But Cthulhu, we've got some matches first to get into. Like I said, Dota 2 Women's Division is going to be first. So let's just start taking a deep dive into that one in our first matchup. So for our first team, of course, it's going to be the E-Blacks. And the E-Blacks, well, we already heard a little bit about them so far, but here they are up on your screen. You've got Magic, Bubbles, The Fallen, Wildcard Stranger, and Lunarial. And they'll be rounding out the team for the E-Blacks. And, I mean, look at these guys. I mean, they look like absolute gamers to me.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, a team that actually came into the whole qualifiers as a kind of a group of almost friends, really, coming out from a very similar kind of community. Now, what used to be a roster called Sweetbix, now part of the E-Blacks, has shown us some great promise, and each one of those players has came from quite a variety of different games, so they bring in quite a good kind of mindset from each one of the different titles as well.
Doesn't get any more ANZ than that. Sweetbix, what a team name. But anyway, their opponents, of course, are going to be Team Australia. Now, they don't have a fancy name like the E-Blacks, but it's all right. We'll let them slide on this one. Team Australia up on your screen right now. You've got Jakino, Elin, Poding, Fu, and Rin. Now, these ones, I'm sure they also look like absolute gamers too. They've got a pretty star-studded roster too. Can New Zealand take it to them?
Honestly, I reckon New Zealand might just be able to take it to them. We've seen quite a number of times where we've had across multiple titles as well within Oceania, New Zealand-based women's team having quite a good advantage over Australian rosters, albeit given that we didn't have the definitive New Zealand versus Australia, but New Zealand representatives have been popping off rather frequently.
That's what I like to hear. That is exactly what I like to hear. So one more thing we've got to look at is, of course, the head-to-head matchup, because sometimes it's about the teams, sometimes it's about the stars. This one brought to you by TAB New Zealand. Our head-to-head matchup is going to be the captains. It's going to be Magic from the E-Blacks and Jakino from Team Australia. Now, Cthulhu, you've been around the esports world for quite some time. How important is a captain to their team?
Oh, a captain will be absolutely important. It's the person who will be leading the charge. It's the person who will be making the right calls as to where and how you push each one of the objectives. And, well, on the side of E-Blacks, Magic has had quite a fair bit of experience coming in initially from the Warcraft 3 lobbies, then switching over to Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and Age of Empires 3, and then rounding it all up with Dota 2. So plentiful of that strategic knowledge.
I mean, you're just throwing games at me from my childhood there. I mean, wow, that really takes them quite back. I mean, it really does mean that we've got some actual very experienced gamers. You know, they've been around the block. They know what esports is like. They've seen it grow just like we have, you and
Absolutely.
I. So I've definitely got a lot of hopes on these players. For you, do you have any expectations on this? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Are we looking at maybe a tight series, 2-1?
I mean, despite us hyping up New Zealand team, I reckon we still might have a full 3-mapper on our hands.
Oh,
but
really?
I'm still feeling the advantage towards E-Blacks.
Okay. That's okay. I just want to confirm that's no New Zealand bias coming in from you.
No, not at all. Not
all
at
right, good. Because you see, I get to play both sides, dual citizens. So
yes.
You know, if Australia starts winning, just don't worry, I'll be there with you guys. But regardless, this first match is going to be pretty good, right? Like, it's best of 3. You know, getting that first match lead is going to be important too. I mean, momentum again. Like, do you want to talk about that and how that affects the rest of the series?
Look, yeah, momentum absolutely is going to be key here. To be able to stay in the right mental state, to be able to keep up that sort of pressure onto your opponents is going to be absolutely key. But look, I reckon as long as it's the team's kind of personal confidence about their own plays, not rather even trying to counter play or try to play kind of a counter game against their opponents, as long as they have their confidence sorted, that's all that there is needed, really.
All right, it's all the mental game, all on the head. And let's see what's going on in some of those heads as well, because we talked to the captain of the E-Blacks to see how they're feeling before this monumentous match.
So how's your preparation been for today's match?
It's been pretty good. So we've been playing together for about the last 2 months since the team formed. Since for the last month or so, since we found out that we were going to be able to play, we've been scrimming 3 to 4 times a week. So yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Fantastic. And what does it mean for you and your team to be representing New Zealand in a match like this?
Oh, it's so exciting. It's the first time that, any of us have had a chance to represent New Zealand, and, especially to play together with women in Dota 2. It's an amazing opportunity, and we're so stoked that, we have the chance to do this.
Fantastic. And your confidence going into today's match, how are you feeling versus the Australian matchup?
I mean, personally speaking, we're pretty confident. I think my team's pretty confident as well. We know most, if not all, of the players on the Oz team, so, it's going to be pretty good banter and, good competition.
I mean, it's hard not to smile after an interview like that. I mean, she's all smiles, she's confident, she's good to head into the match and look for victory for New Zealand, which is something I'm keen to see. But, I mean, the fact is, she's right. All these players do know each other, right? That's what it is. In esports, Australia and New Zealand, we intermingle a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, knowing ins and outs of your opponents, whether it's friends or foes, it's always good to know. And, well, straight off her own words, Magic mentioned that 3 to 5 scrims a week. That is a hell of a lot of practice being brought in for the team. So, yeah, look, it's good to see that they have been putting in the work, they have been putting in the practice. So, definitely a very well-deserved spot as well for them. All now looking well and prepared in their rosters. And honestly, I'm quite keen. I'm quite keen to see what will the E-Blacks really be able to showcase us, given that, look, again, like I highlighted before, quite a plentiful experience from a number of those players coming from a variety of different disciplines.
Yeah, and as you guys can see, most of the team is actually live here in the studio playing the game as we speak. I mean, they're literally a few doors down from me. Maybe if I yell loud enough, they might hear me. I probably won't do that. Don't want to interrupt them, but you guys can see them right there. They're looking pretty confident. I'd say, looking pretty casual, actually. Like, they're relaxed, they're waiting.
I mean, no need to be tense either, really.
I'm keen for the match as well, but these guys, they've got their plan ready in, because the first step of any game of Dota 2 is, of course, the draft. And so, I mean, when you look at the draft, Cthulhu, what are you thinking here if you're the captain? Because I believe you've got some info on the coin toss as well.
Yes. So the E-Blacks actually won the coin toss, so they did pick Dire. And that definitely also came in with the fact that they can go in for the first ban. First ban being, though, Chaos Knight coming out. The hero that can be an absolute thorn in the side, given the right setup, given the right feed as well. So seeing him out of the equation straight off the bat does promise quite a fair bit of things. On the side of the Team Australia, Lena gone. So that's one of the, at least to my memory, one of the more stronger either mid laners or even the top laners that could be an absolute thorn in the side. But with her out of the equation, both her, as a matter of fact, and the Juggernaut as well, could be meaning quite an interesting lineup. And I believe that is a wonderful Mars that we get to see as a first pick as well.
Yeah, first pick always an important one, because it's, it's the first time you get an opportunity to pick the strongest available hero, and they're going to go for Mars. And now, this is also something they want to do to maybe not give any openings into their composition as well, because that's going to be very important. Team makeup, team composition. So the Mars, it doesn't give too much away. It's got good initiation, good damage, good dueling. It can really fill quite a lot of roles.
A pretty well kind of self-sufficient almost unit, really, that could do quite a lot of work, quite a lot of damage. On the side of Team Australia, though, I am quite keen to see that sort of duo that is being brought out. The Tinker is being brought out, as well as I believe that's Terrorblade. So keen how this kind of synergy come around. I would assume that the support plays will be picked closer down the line. But apart from that, it's so far looking pretty good on the side of eBlex, and I reckon just given the setup, given the idea as well, with the picks and the drafts as well, I'm feeling just as long as they are playing for their own comfort zone, I reckon this is where things might just get quite cruisy for them.
Yeah, because that is another thing, right? Are you playing for comfort? Are you playing for team composition over comfort? That's always something you've got to worry about. But the Medusa is what I've got my eyes on at the moment, right? Because eBlacks, they're known for running Medusa on the squad. So the fact that it's made it through the ban phase, they're able to pick it up nice and early before Australia is going to get any more opportunity to ban it away. Pretty good stuff. So they can secure that one in. I think they'll be pretty happy with that one. So they are going to, just for a second, head into that bonus time for the bans as they now continue here. And Kunkka is going to be the next one to throw up there.
Yeah, Kunkka, especially going into some of the big team battles, could be a rather strong hero to really play as. So with him out of the equation, things will get a little bit less dicey. On the side of the Australia, actually, a few what feels like a little bit more kind of niche bans, or more so kind of maybe for their own sanity's sake kind of bans coming around. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps, but just an update, by the way, guys, is that you may have noticed the missing image down there in the bans. That's Marcy, the newest hero on the block here.
Only a couple days ago, actually announced that she's been
added to the actual ladder.
Yeah, to the actual ladder. Yeah. So definitely would have been quite curious to see if she would have made it into the play. Obviously, maybe not for the first map, but overall, I mean, I'm rating so far the whole idea, and looking at the most latest ban on Team Australia, Leshrak as well. It's a hero that has quite a relatively versatile. Just the lineup of the skills as well that could be played really well into the solo plays, as a support, as the as a stun hero as well. So
I mean, tower pushing even.
Oh yeah, even the tower pushing, yeah, phenomenal. I mean, even the ultimate itself is absolutely phenomenal for those plays. So understandably so, would want to avoid it as much as possible. So things so far looking pretty neat, albeit still quite a fair few synergies left open.
There they are.
There we are, yeah, we finally do get to see Team Australia as well, joining us on the cameras as well, so.
Yeah, and you can see Giacchino as well, one of the players from our head-to-head matchup, brought to you by TAB New Zealand, and so Giacchino, captain of Team Australia too, so you've got to imagine this is her moment to shine, right, during the draft phase. We're already halfway through it, right, so as more and more of this comes out, we're getting a bigger idea of what these compositions are going to be looking like. You've got Phoenix and now Shadow Shaman now being picked up by both sides. So both pretty powerful supports in what they can do. Phoenix, though, really brings the damage and you got to deal with me in team fights.
Yeah, Phoenix is one of those heroes that you will have to focus no matter what when it comes down to the group fights. So yeah, curious to see how will this whole kind of pick will really play into the synergy of Team Australia, because so far it's looking to be actually a pretty even kind of fight, at least looking by the looks of the picks. Dragon Knight as well to be brought out by Team Australia on the side of eBlacks. So like you pointed out, the Shadow Shaman is coming out on top of it all. I believe that is the Ogre Shaman.
The Ogre Magi, yes. Yeah, no, he's popping out. Maybe for a few dice rolls and some multicast. Always love a little bit of that. Honestly, I'd love to see it just pop off for the eBlacks. But of course, on the flip side, right, you got Dragon Knight. Are you going to be sending fireballs into probably the tankest hero in the game, right? Like, this guy is so hard to kill. Dragon Knight, you can stick him in so many different places as well. It's very versatile as a pick. So I love the pick. It's great. It can scale so well into the late game too. So they do have that sort of almost late game insurance there. I mean, not just with the DK, but also the TB. So they've got some pretty good opportunities. Now they've got to find something like, can they survive till the end? Can they get their carry farmed up enough to take over the Medusa, right? Because that's going to be their main problem, right?
Yeah, Medusa
They want TB to just take over Medusa.
yeah, the Medusa is definitely going to be quite a thorn in the side of Team Australia. But I mean, we compare the lineup of E-Blacks. It still very much revolves around very heavy team play. They will need to make sure that their communication is all sorted, all done and dusted. On the side of Team Australia, quite a number of those picks, say if they even get remotely close to being fit, 3 of those heroes will be absolutely devastating.
Yeah,
to
like
play
what are you
against.
going to do?
Yeah, I mean, against Tinker, yeah, that absolute hero can absolutely destroy, even in the solo battle. And I mean, DK could get tanky as all heck, and so can be TB as well.
Yeah.
If you allow the ground for TB, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 deaths in the laning phase, right? Like you lose a small skirmish, or maybe you get a really awkward timing when you have to move lanes, right? Like anything like that, and TB suddenly you look at your blink, you blink, and suddenly his creep score has gone way up, and you're like, oh no, whoops-a-daisy. So yeah, you've always got to keep an eye on that Terrorblade, but Medusa is such a great carry to be able to pop off a little bit before that, before TB gets super powerful, and then hopefully the Medusa can take the game onto their back and just carry it to victory from there. But of course, these last few bans are going to be about like what are their team compositions looking like. You're getting some pretty scary mid lane looking mages getting banned out there with Queen of Pain and the Death Prophet. But to round it out over there on Australia, you've got Wind Ranger as well being taken out. So a lot of ability based heroes.
A lot of ability plus DPS as well. Is being taken out, which is quite a substantial pick as well. I do want to highlight the Razor ban as well, which could have been actually quite a good play for the team fights as well. But instead, we do get to see a Puck pick for E-Black. So that's a really interesting kind of roster that they have assembled to try to play for the synergy. And I reckon Puck could actually do quite a decent amount of good. But the only issue and the only kind of question mark I have for the E-Blacks roster here is the ability to tank some of the damage. Because already you look at Australia's pick, all pretty solid. That is, if they allow to essentially be fit, that is. So, whereas on the side of E-Blacks, they basically have to get tanky. They have to invest even in the items that would allow a little bit more survivability, and that could, in general, be a little bit of a big question mark. But on the other hand, though, for E-Blacks, they have a whole lot of good burst damage, which is a good thing to see.
Yeah, and a lot of good like point and click CC as well. Shadow Shaman alone brings so much of it, right? Like you can just find a target, lock him down. Like Terrorblade's a problem. Push a button, he's stunned, right? Obviously, BKB is going to be a thing later on, but
still, though,
you still have that early on to slow him down to make it not such a big deal. And I think that's a really good part about E-Blacks, right? Is that they can just take a hold of the game from the start, right? From the early game, propel it into mid-game. They've got a good composition for that. But for Team Australia, you mentioned maybe there's some weakness in the E-Blacks defense. Does Australia need more damage to take advantage of that?
Yeah, I think investing into a bit more, maybe a bit more of a stun kind of support play could be a decent idea. Maybe just a little bit more of a burst damage to just be able to keep up that sort of pressure. That Team Australia could very much keep on applying very, very frequently, including that the moment DK does get his ult, it could be a rather devastating kind of turnout once we do get to see the actual action start coming through. So quite keen to see what will be the end pick, as the bonus time is actually still ticking and they're still kind of
all of it,
trying to decide it all. Yeah, well, gotta make sure that you nail the pick, because otherwise it could basically mean win and loss really here. But so far, I gotta say the ban phase has been pretty curious to me.
Yeah, I feel like they may be looking for maybe one more thing to find a pick onto the Medusa. Is Pudge going to be the pick, though? You wanted some stuns to come in. It's not quite a stun, but it is a hook.
Yeah, well, actually, it's a better thing. Yeah, you got the hook, you got the ultimate of Pudge as well that pretty much locks in your target in one place. So Team Australia actually bring it in.
They look happy with it.
Yeah, they're happy with this. I would be, if I was a player of Team Australia, I would be happy with that pick as well. Whereas on the side of E-Blacks, now they have to be extra cautious, because the moment you get those ganks by Pudge plus one more, this could get deadly, because the ability that Pudge does bring over is the ability to hook out those just one or two players.
Fishing.
Yeah, go basically fishing. So anyone that is going for a little bit of a careless, even farm in the forest, it will be a little bit of a problem.
It's not even just Pudge though. You got Clockwork too. You
Yes.
gotta watch out for that rocket grab, and man, that thing is quick. That thing can just zoom out of nowhere and catch you unawares. So there is a lot of pick potential for Team Australia. I really like it. It can prey on the mistakes of the E-Blacks, maybe catch them out early, because remember, early is where E-Blacks kind of need to at least, if not thrive, at least survive.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I do realize that only now. I've been calling Clockwork Tinker for a while. But yeah, my bad.
I didn't even
That's
pick
my
up
bad
on it.
that one. Yeah, look, either way, though, I'm still keen to see how things will really work out because, yeah, again, on the side of Team Australia, it's more so just kind of, you go for the tanky build, you go for just the ability to, even if some of the hiccups are happening, you're still able to compensate with the sheer amount of, the sheer abundance of health. Whereas on the side of E-Blacks, it is very much of more so kind of leaning into that burst damage, into the ability to maybe isolate some of those into 1vx's, some of those battles, and from there on start gaining the lead via that. So it's a bit of a kind of a game of, you, on one hand, you have just the ability to even go solo into those 1v2s. On the other hand, it's the sheer amount of burst damage potential that is coming around. So quite interesting to see how those two different playstyles could really clash. And kind of from there on, look, it's all in their hands.
Well, Cthulhu, we gotta wait no longer because the very first match of the Mcrae Cup, the first Test Nation match between both these two countries, is now underway. Team Australia playing for the Radiant, the E-Blacks from New Zealand playing for the Dire. And what a beginning as we just see them go into each other's territory to drop down some vision, maybe look for a cheeky little first blood.
Yeah, get some first blood going, get the rune as well at the very beginning as well to get the gold flow rolling. The first blood could be actually huge here as well to kick things off, given that...
Pudge.
Yeah, look, maybe a quick cheeky Pudge hook to get things rolling underway. But it seems none of that is actually going to happen. Making sure that as long as they have the vision, that's all fine and dandy. Curious how the distribution of the lanes could really happen, because generally speaking, well, at least in the old meta, Pudge would be the one to go to middle, but I believe...
In the olden days. Or is he going middle here, you reckon?
I reckon that could be the shout. Albeit against puck, it will be a little bit problematic, given that you basically have a melee versus range. So initial kind of harass ability by a puck could be kind of good.
All right, well, it looks like we're not going to have any shenanigans around the runes, unfortunately, but I do want to just say that it does bring a little bit of a tear to my eye, seeing the Australian and New Zealand flags on the field of Dota in an actual match between the two countries. So I love the added little effect that Dota does, so you can just put that little flare onto it. But let's get into it. Some real Anzac action going on into the game. Finally, we get a little bit of first contact between the teams, and let's see how they handle through this laning phase.
Yeah, that's a really interesting combination. I am curious about the top lane here with Clockwork and DK as well. How will that really be able to pan out? Because again, the Medusa top lane plus the Ogre could be quite a problematic combo to really play around.
How do you even stop magic farming a hero? You've got two melee heroes, two very melee heroes, right, until Clockwork gets level 6, right, for his ultimate. It's going to be quite hard to catch up to Magic. She can honestly just sit right back, farm to her heart's content. Are they really going to rely on ganks here? As we do hit our very first pause of the game.
Yeah. Curious how will really all it will pan out, given that it could be actually a decent idea just to play a little bit more passive, kind of let the creeps to kind of move up to your tower and kind of farm them under the tower, given the circumstances that they found themselves in. So there are certain possibilities how all things really work out for them, given that, early farm should be in the hands of E-Blacks on both lanes. But right before we switched over back to the cameras, we did already see Phoenix actually getting tagged up a little bit more and more. So it's a good initial kind of poking damage that so far both Mars and the Shadow Shaman were able to find, whilst the Terrorblade kind of been left more or less untouched. So it's the idea so far, I'm assuming by E-Blacks, at least on the bottom lane, that they are going for the kind of for the fact that they need to shut down Phoenix. They need to eliminate that ability for that hero to be that absolute nuisance once those team battles do happen.
All right, back on into it, everyone. Another thing they're going to want to be shutting down is this Terrorblade who's now starting to move on up a little bit. As you can see, the creeps pushed out just a little bit. I got to say though, Cthulhu, I reckon the Mars and the Shadow Shaman, they got a bit more of a chance to fight back, right? They have some more initiation. If they want to jump on you, right? The Shadow Shaman, we talked about it before, literally points and clicks onto you to lock you down. So yeah, there's plenty of opportunity to shut down Terrorblade, but for Medusa, I mean, look at Magic. She's just getting free harass right now onto her opponents while continuing to get the CS. Like, there's no real threat for Magic right now. It should really be just her game to run from this point. At least in this lane.
Yeah, at least this lane. Bubbles is there to essentially be that extra nuisance, that extra burn damage as well. Certainly not going to be really helping Fu at all. On the other hand, the bottom lane is looking rather spicy. Mars is getting a little bit more aggressive now, having the 3rd level. Funnily enough, all the creep farm has been given away to Mars, whilst the Shadow Shaman is kind of there for the passive XP gain, which is not a bad idea, and as well kiting the creeps in the jungle as well should allow a good XP gain later down the line. And so far, I mean, so good, but 1k gold as well advantage for E-Blacks is looking rather promising. Oh lordy, oh no, Clockwork is not particularly having a fun time as well, being continuously pushed, but now with Bubbles having a minimal amount of mana as well, might force for a bit of a fallback for a brief moment, which means Medusa could be a little bit isolated.
Yeah, I mean, you would really hope so, and hope that they could pull something off to stop the Medusa, because Australia needs to find something for it. You can see right now, Magic on the Medusa is top of the CS and doing very well on denies at the same time. This little tuffle in the jungle shouldn't really amount to too much. Just a little bit of trolling from the supports here, just slapping each other. Oh, but the real battle's here, apparently. Metamorphosis already burned too, so low health bars and no one wants to commit. But oh no, they're going in for Shadow.
Fallen, that is a big play, and that is a good finisher as well. First blood off the back of the stun. Giacchino tried to find a finisher onto the Shadow Shaman, but unfortunately for her, that is not the case. But my goodness, yeah, that is a huge opener. That does grant the 4th level as well to the Mars as well.
Yeah, the extra level is also going to be so nice, and it also shows the kill potential of what Mars can do, right? If he gets a little bit of help, and importantly, the ability to hit a spear, hitting that is so important. But yeah, I was going to say before all that happened, right, is that in the mid lane, you've also got Pudge doing perfectly fine on the farming against the Puck. Like, it doesn't really seem to be a problem for him for her at all in the lane.
Matter of fact, Puck is actually might be a little bit struggling on the leveling game there. Given that we did see the level difference between Pudge and Puck already.
Yeah, it's a big CS difference too. Yeah, 17 to 25, 26.
Yeah, so far it's not particularly something that you would want to see, but it's good to see that 3 of the players of the E-Blacks are currently, well, someone in the top end. Finally, Puck does get on top of the last hit, so far so good. Apart from that, look, it's a bit of a stable game. Maybe I hope to just keep on poking Giacchino a little bit more. Oh, that's actually a big act up as well. Mars nearly prompted for that big swing. And I mean, so far it's a bit of a stable game, but Clockwork actually creeping up to the middle lane could have been a decent idea to go in for the play on middle to try to arc up at Puck, but
all right.
Actually, it seems like Pudge is actually getting a little bit more aggressive. Oh, the final taps surely would come around. No, Pudding does manage to avoid at the last moment, but that would have been actually kind of scary if Puck would have been able to score the final hit onto Pudge.
Yeah, I mean, getting the kill, especially because they just racked up a bunch of CS, they could push and shove the lane a whole lot more, sending Pudge back to the Death Chamber too. Lock it up, Ogre Magi here. This should just be a little bit of free damage here. Oh man, the body blocking into the cogs as well. They've locked him up, they've locked her up and thrown away the key.
That's not good. That's not good at all. Using out bubbles relatively early won't particularly help a whole lot, albeit goal difference still relatively in the hands of E-Blacks, albeit by a fairly small margin. And the health change did not really take a whole lot of toll. Mars is trying his best to keep the Shadow Shaman as far away as possible from that sort of harm. So far so good, but Giacchino definitely looking very eager to take the fight in the early stages, to try to get some sort of revenge onto what happened to Rin in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the harass on the Shadow Shaman because he's the one that will come in and lock you down first. If he's too low to do that, then that's going to be quite scary, right? So, yeah, the levels on the heroes too as well, right? You've got Mars who's pulling ahead, but never mind that because it's Fu in the top lane.
Yeah, the gank as well came around, not called out either, and Pudding and Fu will be the ones to absolutely farm up the top lane completely. Now that levels the playfield actually on the top lane. Now both Fu and Magic are both on even levels, whereas you look at the XP per minute, so far the thing is looking relatively stable. Pudge, as a matter of fact, courtesy of that frag, was able to find a really nice XP level as well. So looking pretty good. Lunario will have to be extra careful now that Pudge is getting a little bit bigger on the health pool.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty hard to kill as a hero later on. So focusing her in the mid lane may not be as easy as Puck would have liked to earlier on. But yeah, Mars I think is going to be the one to look out for. Wyckoff Stranger here. That level advantage, we talked about it in the laning phase, that can be the thing that snowballs ahead, but they do need to have this happen.
Puck just got called out as well, that he is missing, so this is big setup as well. I don't think there's any wards. This is the push. Rin is in a lot of trouble, silenced and finished very quickly. This is a great finisher straight off the bat. So bottom lane won't be feeling a whole lot comfortable. Pudge, meanwhile, does kind of dance around the rune and has been now finally called out. Lunario keeping now a very tight eye after the fact that Pudge basically had free real estate at the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so if you let your mid laner roam around, right? You've got to go get something done on the meantime. And here it comes, finding them in the trees. But I think they've managed to just, oh no, the Phoenix goes right on in.
Magic, you gotta help.
Yep, you got to get in there and help. Get that damage done. No, Magic's out of there.
Oh, no.
She's gone. Bubbles, though, she's been thrown to the wolves.
I don't know what was happening there, albeit understandably so. They saw that there was an opportunity. This does though open a window of opportunity though for Eblex on the bottom lane to try to farm things up, get the push going, maybe even take down T1. So should be a good start, although, well, that's the top tower fell as well. So not particularly the best kind of trade, given that now the scoreline in the frags department has gone to the side of Team Australia.
Yeah, pretty awkward losing the T1 in top lane. Eblex did force out their glyph from Australia, so they should be able to work on the tower without any worry about it becoming invincible anytime soon.
Still though.
But yeah, as you can see, it's taken so much longer. In fact, they may not, they should get it yet, there it goes. But yeah, that's gonna make Magic's farming a lot more annoying with that T1 down.
Even net worth, as pointed out to us, courtesy of production, looking to do some work around the jungle, and even interestingly enough, Magic completely abandoned top lane. Certainly looking to maybe get some free farm looking around the bottom jungle, trying to make it work there. On the hand of Team Australia though, free farm happening top jungle too, so we are looking at possibly organizing some sort of a team battle happening around the bottom/mid lane, and certainly idea of isolating Pudding and halting that XP progression could be big, and already maybe even the dusts could be coming around. No, instead it's just a full-on swing. The silence is there as well. In comes the push and the arena. It is a complete and thorough shutdown. Very nicely done by Eblex to even out the scoreline, and that will keep halting the progression of Pudge, which is going to be the key idea here, as well as that assisting the Pug. But no, Bubbles once again going down. That is not the kind of farm that you want to give away. And all of a sudden, Eblex forced to fall back as quickly as they can, given that, well, from one victory into another loss for them.
Yeah, so it does end up being a one-for-one trade, which is probably not exactly what they were looking for. The fight also happened on Australia's side of the river, so also probably just getting a little bit too greedy for the E-Blacks. So yeah, they've got to be careful with that sort of thing. That first kill was great, but I've got to say, it feels like some of the E-Blacks kills here have been a little overkill. They're throwing a lot into some of these single picks and maybe not having everything they want for the following fight. There's the glyph for the E-Blacks. They didn't use this on the T1, but they get to use it here. But is it going to be enough to keep the tower alive? I don't think so, with 3 heroes bearing down on it.
Oh, the big hook! In comes the big one as well, completely wraps it all up. Pudding absolutely shuts it all down, courtesy of herself, Fu, and Giacchino as well. Phenomenal group effort, and yeah, look, whilst net worth is starting to grow for both the Medusa and the Moires, on the side of the frags themselves, it is not looking great. So for now, for E-Blacks, they would want to try to reduce allowing those kind of deaths for their supports. Both the Ogre and the Shadow Shaman would preferably, they would want to just completely leave away from harm's way. But apart from that, the farm and the rest of the carries so far looking pretty good. A heavy lean, by the way, into that trio.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right, for E-Blacks, is that at least all of their gold, even if in total they have less, slightly, all their gold is going into the right places, right? You've got Mars and Medusa picking up the gold. And, you know, yeah, Pudge is, you know, poking their head into second place sometimes, but at the same time, like, it's Pudge, right? It's not a Terrorblade, it's not a Medusa, it's not going to carry the game. It's going to be really annoying. It's going to help you a lot in team fights.
It'll be a great initiator.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you hit the hook, right, you can see it's almost a free kill.
Yeah, whenever the free hook does come around, then yeah, it's basically free load to play around. Bubbles kind of taking a bit of a kind of precautions with her kind of set up, and her situation being only on level 5 won't really help a whole lot when it comes down to those isolation fights. Roshan,
really
interesting.
There are Australian pings going out around that surely they smell something is up, because E-Blacks have been gone on the map for a while, and here they are.
Again, yeah, it's a 1v3, nice solid push, plus as well the ability to kind of check around if there were any wards. Meanwhile, there is a hunt for magic. A full-on trio of destruction magic spotted and already captured. Yeah, no way you're coming out of this one alive. And a trade for one bottle laner for another. Not particularly the kind of result that you again want to see. Pudge, I believe, already hitting the 10th level, which is not particularly the great part either. But you look at the net worth. So far, it's E-Blacks that are in the lead. Or at least for the top
people
three.
that matter, yeah.
Yeah, for the people that matter. Yeah, unfortunately, the supports are having a rather rough time.
They matter, they just can do a lot more with a lot less.
Yeah. Whereas you look at the Team Australia all kind of bunched up together. No real split between any of them, but good to see that their carries as well trying to do some work. Bubbles trying to get some sort of action, but I think that was a little bit uncalled for. Overextension will be punished severely, and despite all the best efforts of her to try to stay alive, well, farmed up, basically scot-free.
Yeah, Australia, they're playing the pick game very well. They're finding their kills that are isolated or, you know, in hook range, and just finding them and picking them off. Now, can they do the same thing to Pudding? That's the question. They don't even get the stun on the Mars spear. How tanky is this Pudge? They're staying alive for a very long time. Pudding might actually make it through this. The ultimate's going out. The solar beam's coming in. They are saved. No, not quite. They do go down, but the reinforcements are here to win the war.
That is the strength of Pudge. Just that survivability is absolutely disgusting. Coming in here and allowing that rotation to perfectly come around. And I mean, you look at Terrorblade already starting to ramp up the momentum, starting to gain all those much needed items as well, getting that attack speed up as well, looking pretty solid. And from here on out, well, whilst the frag differential, the score differential is not as big as one could see, it's starting to get a little bit scary, because I mean, you look at Bubbles, who's been quite consistently trying to kind of go for some of those solo plays, but just keeps on being caught off guard and continuously farmed up. On the side of Team Australia, yeah, Rin was kind of a bit of a punching bag for E-Blacks. But apart from that, the gank game has been absolutely phenomenal from Team Australia.
Speaking of the gank game, now,
could be big.
With the smoke popped out by both sides, we're about to have a clash. It's a brawl as we've got everyone involved here in the jungle. The beams coming out. Where are the carries? It looks like E-Blacks are just out of there. They don't want any part of that.
The moment they saw the Phoenix, the moment they realized the problems and the issues, that's where just all the problems started compounding. The teleport should be fairly free here, yeah, and White Hole Stranger is able to TP back to the base, but that is not the kind of play to have happen. A bit of an internet issue happening, which is rather unfortunate, so a technical pause to come around. But that does give us a moment to kind of think it all out, talk it all out, because even for E-Blacks, this is going to be a good time to try to regain their mental composure, because it has been, I'm not gonna lie, a bit of a tilter.
Yeah, because a lot of their deaths have actually been, from what I'd say, is just like, being caught out of position, just standing in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And it's all things that you look at and you're like, man, I could have easily just not been killed there. I could have easily just been in the right place, not been hooked. But the big one I want to mention was when both teams got the gank on the carry, right? They smoked it to the opposite side. And that was initiated by E-Blacks, right? They got the first kill, but immediately Australia were like, okay, if there are 4 people over on that side of the map, let's go gank the person who's on the other side of the map. And they went down and found Magic sitting down and pretty far away from their tower, I might add, just all alone. And so, like, it's the easiest kill in the world, right? So it's at that point where you think, okay, E-Blacks, they're the ones making the play. They need to make sure that it's going to be safe. So Magic needs to make sure that there is no chance she can get just ganged up on like that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a bit of an odd kind of setup, whereas kind of for E-Blacks, their picks has been looking rather promising. It's unfortunately for them, that early feed that was given away to Team Australia has been already quite substantial enough to make it hurt, really, whenever some of those group fights do start happening. And I mean, the Pudge picks, even the Phoenix already, that ult already managed to show how impactful it was, basically putting fear of God into the players of E-Blacks.
Fear of pudding almost, right? Keeping pudding alive just long enough.
Pudding has been an absolute menace on the server, and it's actually kind of scary seeing how it ended up being Pudge versus Puck. And I mean, you put in a 1v1 Pudge versus Puck, I am betting all my money on Pudge. I'm sorry.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, looking at it, looked like Pudding didn't really have a problem during laning. Picked up plenty of CS. Was in the lead most of the time too. There was, the time where she couldn't react to the Puck roaming and getting their own kill. So that is one of the downsides, right? It's like you can dominate lane. You got to make sure that your lane opponent isn't jumping off somewhere else and helping their team.
Yeah. Look, it was definitely a little bit of just a unfortunate rundown. And I mean, if you look at Linearial, actually, just only hit me. Only one of the artifacts has been assembled there for the Puck, in hopes and dreams of finding some sort of just a bit of an extra oomph, I suppose, to the play. Null Talisman should be able to help as well in certain occasions, but so far, basically for E-Blacks, they have to play a very passive game. They can't allow any more farm to be conducted on them. I mean, Pudding already on the 12th level is not looking particularly great. Terrorblade has actually already peeked out on the gold. Hero level as well. You look, yes, whilst Mars was able to farm up into level 12 as well, the rest of the team not particularly looking too pretty. Finally, though, maybe Magic will be able to procure some more swinging power here, but I mean, you look at the setups. The sheer CC control that Team Australia might just be able to procure could be big. Whereas on the side of E-Blacks, whilst yes, they do have plenty of utility, plenty of abilities to be able to pull that crowd control, it's just looking like it just keeps on being overpowered over and over again. Again, the dust's coming around to try to conceal the move. Maybe a poke towards Roshan starts to become a little bit more viable, albeit given that the recent patch came around, I believe now Roshan actually targets all of the wards inside his area, so it's borderline impossible to keep a clear kind of image as to what is happening there, but certainly it's just about enough to keep on prodding at Wykel Stranger as well. The ult popped as well, but it's the level 10 DK versus the level 12 Mars, but the information and everything is coming around. This is not great at all. Trying to isolate it and trying to run away. The tankiness is certainly there, but against a full stack of Team Australia, it is near impossible.
Giacchino is getting some great ultimates off too, right? Just full beams on targets who she knows can't run out of them. And if they do, they'll, face even worse consequences, so they don't. Just look at the graphs themselves. Most of the bars don't even show up on the E-Black side, right? So it's all going well for Australia. And remember, this is a game based on the draft that we said E-Blacks, they needed to take from the start. because you've been talking about Terrorblade. We've been hearing whispers of him. But that net worth is starting to climb.
Yeah, net worth ramping up is certainly not something that you would want to see. Another hook as well. Bubbles being time and time again just isolated, not even being allowed that sort of ground to play. And that is great here right now for Team Australia, that is. It's great that they have been kind of nailing the sort of coordination, which gives them a whole lot of promise. I mean, the scoreline now looking 14-6, almost more than a double of the points that eBlacks were able to acquire. And it's, look, a tragic so far setup, but only map 1, so that even if they do go down to map 1, they still have one more chance to really try to pull a comeback here. But this sort of pick so far proven to be very consistent for Team Australia.
Yeah, I mean, eBlacks certainly not out of this one just yet. They've definitely got plenty more opportunities to pull it back here, but Australia have been in the driver's seat for the last 10 minutes, and it kicks off with another hook, another full beam, along with a bit of a swoop too from Giacchino, and that's two kills. Right away off the bat. They do get one back onto Australia. Do they get a little more though?
Yeah, they might just be able to. Magical as well, already farming up some damage. That attack speed has been great, and that's where Medusa just absolutely comes in big. The isolation as well could be possibly nearly the full team wipe, but no, the TB does fall back at the right time, and this is the perfect opportunity now for eBlacks to start getting the Roshan farm going. A perfect play really there, trading out just bubbles for a 4 stack of Team Australia to get them running back into the swing of things. Now, even though it is a 17-10, this is a much nicer setup. Roshan should be relatively quickly farmed this Rin. I highly doubt the TB will go for the play. The Puck's orb there as well to try to scout out any sort of approaches. Bubbles at this point, I feel, is going to be basically on the ward duty, on the slight initial support duty, and then, well, basically the punching bag.
Can you imagine? No steals. That's not going to happen. Be a bit silly.
Would have been quite funny if that turned out to be the case.
illusion just walks on in, one auto. But anyway, looking at what eBlacks just did, that was a massive turnaround on the fight, and it all came down to once Australia had done their initiation, they didn't have anything left to deal with the Medusa, so Magic just got the free fire on them, not even from a really great position either. It was sort of like almost a half flank, so really good stuff there. But the smokes come out again here for Australia. Like I said, this team, Australia, they've been the ones that want to control the game so far, and they've been doing so for the last 10 minutes, but they fumbled on the last one. Can they fumble? Or can they avoid the fumble this time?
Oh, yeah, the push is coming around. Yeah, the Shadow Shaman not particularly having a fun time, trying to maybe play for Hex
Magic,
as well,
no.
But that is not good. Magic taking a lot of damage, though, but is still able to output the damage, and the split shot is coming in quite big. Giacchino on a double kill. The burn is there as well. Bubbles not particularly feeling healthy either, and so far an attempt to fall back is there. Magic back into the swing of things, but that revive drained so quickly, Smite. Not particularly what you would want to see from eBlacks.
Yeah, and this is a fight that Australia missed the hook on. They even took a long time to not even kill Magic. Magic actually got to do damage for most of that, yet it's still a fight. They handily won. They got all the other ultimates perfectly done. They got a very great pick straight off the bat as well, so started off 4v5 even after missing the hook. So Australia, again, they didn't fumble this time. That's what the last few fights have been looking like. The last one before that, though, yeah, that was the only time they fumbled a little bit, and it looks like they learned their lesson from that one. Can they keep making fights like that, though? That's the real question. But the other question, I guess, is going to be, when does this Terrorblade take over the Medusa? That net worth starting to creep up. And he's also going to start getting more powerful the later that clock gets.
Exactly. I mean, in tandem with the Manta style, Terrorblade is going to be an absolute pain in the side of just eBlacks, period. Just whenever there is going to be any sort of group fight, that Terrorblade in just sheer numbers will be annoying to deal with. And on the side of eBlacks, well, who do you have to really deal with that? There's not a whole lot of that big crowd control. Yes, Puck with the orb could be big, but that's only one orb, and it has to basically deal a massive amount of damage. Unfortunately, that is not the case here. And, I mean, Bubbles didn't really have a whole lot of time in the team fights either, nor did the Shadow Shaman as well. So, yeah, so far it is looking a little bit dire here for Team E-Blacks. And I mean, you look at the general kind of net worth of the whole team, 3K up over the New Zealand representatives.
Yeah, all things considered, I'd say 3K is pretty small at the stage. It's nice for Australia to hold the lead, and a lot of that just comes down to Magic has been farming her absolute heart out, and so has kept the comp nice and even. But yeah, that's not so
That is not great. Yeah, that 21-10 scoreline now is going to get even more and more kind of impactful as we go further into the game. 25th minute is soon to be upon us. Magic trying to farm up a storm, but I mean, yeah, 18th level is going to be great and all, but I mean, against the sheer amount of just burst and stun that so far Team Australia has been bringing in, on top of Terrorblade's just pure annoyance, and DK's now upgraded ult as well. This is going to be a problem. Problem at all, and the courier, the hunt for the courier is certainly there, and yeah, there's the finisher. That's the courier as well out of the equation, so a lot of inconvenience starting to ramp up now.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, like, just in terms of matches you can lose, this is one of the more tilting ways to lose, right? Because you've got Pudge running around with the hooks, you've got the Clockwork catching you out with the cogs, and then things like catching out the courier as well, just the small things like that. It means E-Blacks are going to have the mental fortitude to come back, even within this game, right? You know, because they still can. They're not out of this at all yet. But I feel like that window for the Medusa is slowly slipping away, even for the Mars as well. You know, he's no Terrorblade in late game.
Bit of a rough item lineup there for Bubbles. I just only now noticed. Poor Ogre player just didn't particularly have a whole lot of great time really being able to accumulate any sort of gold gain. And in comes the hook, but unfortunately that was only, well, first of all, that was one of the creeps that ended up hitting, and that was the illusion of the Medusa. Would have been actually quite funny if that was the real Medusa as well. That would have ended up being hooked, because I still think that Pudge would have still been able to overpower the ranged hero. But apart from that, we are looking at the tower game, and
there's no one here to stop this at all.
Yeah, no one to stop this pretty quick drain. No glyph either, meaning, well, quick burn of T2, now almost to T3, and already Pudding is there, tanking up, soaking out all the damage, awaiting for the creeps to also start coming in again. And yeah, it doesn't even, matter really. Rin with the copies of the TB is just continuing to put up the numbers, and already in comes the group fight. Actually, an attempt to isolate is coming around, but is it enough to kill the Terrorblade? Just barely, but the Phoenix ult is coming around. No chance yet to burn it down. Yes, there is. Magic is the hero of the play, but a triple for Pudding. It is just the sheer tanking ability. Pudge is just too big to play. And that trade-off, that was far from being ideal, as E-Blacks lit in that fight, but it all turned into a nightmare.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Magic could start cleaning things up, but then Pudding, she just came in and ate everyone. It was crazy. They all just disappeared. The hook dodge, Magic. You do not want to be hit by that at this point.
Yeah. Wedged between a Clockwork and Pudge. That is going to be the last thing that Magic would have wanted. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, you could say, as well.
Stuck between a Pudge, and a Clockwork.
Pudge and a hard place.
No, I don't think any of that's going to be good.
Yeah.
Either way, though, very crucial that she dodged that hook. Could have lost the tower entirely, which, again, would have been devastating. But even alone, before that fight, Australia just walked up the bottom lane and said, okay, hello, we're going to take this tower now, please. And you can see no one on E-Blacks was in position to do anything, even react on the other side of the map.
I find it absolutely amusing that even the moment that scouting ability comes around, Fallen X already tries to fall back, but unfortunately that push, well, won't be just about enough to try to avoid, and yeah, that play, my lord, it has been just absolutely, positively just so in control of Team Australia. As much as we tried to, preach on E-Blacks being the dominant force, at least within map 1, things don't look too particularly great. Glyph to be activated to try to fend off the attackers as much as possible, but at this stage it's a bit of a kind of a battle on the back foot of it all.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the last fight they can realistically win, so they're waiting for the Shadow Shaman just respawning now, and now they can go in for a proper 5v5, jumping in. The Colosseum is set. Magic inside the Colosseum, but still alive somehow. They've managed to get 2 kills so far already. Magic actually getting out, but the hook brings her right back in to the jaws of death. And that might be a way for them to come back in. Team Australia might actually pull out a win on this fight yet.
Yeah, Team Australia only losing 2 of their players instead of the 3 that eBlacks have lost. Well, an attempt to buy back even came in from Magic, trying to make a play. Buyback status coming in. Yeah, look, relatively all good for, well, for only a few players, actually, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone should be able to buy back at this point. Even Australia's dominance hasn't been enough to like start winning team fights and killing people again as they come back in yet. So, and players should have enough gold at this point if they need to.
Magic panic there.
Go for a buyback, huh?
Magic panic there for a brief moment, given that she bought back into the play. So she drained her buyback, which is quite huge, given that when the next group fight does come around, she will be out for quite a fair while.
Yeah, that is quite devastating, honestly. The ability, especially if it's a base defense for Medusa to just come back into the fight straight away, would have been massive. Could have been game saving. Are they really going to check this out again? They're just going for it.
No.
Now, I like ballsy plays when you are behind like this. So eBlacks, this is the type of play that could pull it off, but you do need to make sure it's all good. But looking at the mini-map, Cthulhu, I think they might be able to pull it off. It's going to take a while to kill this Roshan, though.
Yeah, they'll need to go very, very fast right now. The double damage should be able to assist, but neither Bubbles nor Fallen X is there to join the farm of the Roshan. Won't particularly help a whole lot, but that should be just about enough to steal away. And there it is. In comes the call, but is the initiation going to be there? It seems
there you
not.
go. There's your buyback. Magic just gets the Aegis.
Yeah, getting the Aegis as well in. On the side of Terrorblade, though, I do want to highlight real quick, the Eye of Skadi has been just picked up, has recently rather been picked up. So the slow in those fights is going to be rather devastating. Plus, I mean, obviously the increase in the damage as well. Plus, with Rin's ability to switch over to the range damage, will be basically devastating on top of all of the copies that the TB can generate. So quite a dangerous time here.
Yeah, everyone's going to be too cold to move.
Yeah, too cold to move. But I mean, again, quick score check. 30-15 smite.
Yeah.
Scoreline not particularly looking rather promising on top of the 6k gold gain as well.
Yeah, the frags from the teamfight wins are now starting to really add up here. Australia getting the numbers on their side, but even eBlacks with a pretty good fight from before. You saw it only took one mistake, Magic getting hooked there, to really just throw it all away, basically. They could have held off the defense a little bit longer and maybe held off a few more frags, maybe started winning team fights on their own. But yeah, right now, eBlacks, I want to say they're playing base defense, but I mean, hey, they just snuck a Roshan out of under Australia's nose. So they're making plays that can bring them back into this game. I mean, hey, what does the next team fight look like when Magic has an Aegis of the Immortal, right? Especially if this is an Aegis that could have been on the Terrorblade.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the Terrorblade with the Aegis would be quite a devastating thing. Speaking actually of Eye of Skadi, Medusa also decided to pick up that very item plus the BKB as well. So far, I mean, so good, at least on the side of the carries. Bubbles also finally managed to get to level 14, so it's all looking relatively good, and maybe the late game is where the eBlacks were really aiming at, but again, with the sheer lack of the towers as well, and the fact that it's basically rent-free for the Team Australia in the top jungle, might be a bit of a question mark, albeit, well, we say that both teams have been kind of farming the opposite team's jungle, so...
Yeah, but the other thing that Australia wants to farm is that last T3 tower.
Yes.
They want to get it down, they want to get some racks out and get the Suppies out, but yeah, right now they need to win that fight. And those hooks, the constant threat that putting is just behind a wall, behind a tree, just out of your view in the fog of war. Could be throwing those hooks. Like, anyone standing there, they've got to be making sure that their tanks are body blocking, and even then, it's like, you pull in a tank by itself, even they might die. Even that might just lose you the team fight. So positioning is just going to be so careful. E-Blacks, they can't make a mistake even inside their own base. Australia, though, they don't want to commit to it. They are going to move away from the top lane.
Absolutely. Well, so far, so good. Slow approach towards yet another play. The copies of Medusa will be a rather big nuisance as well, farming up the creeps and stealing them away from Clockwork. That could have been the idea to, you know, get the gold running, get a couple more of the items as well. But I mean, as it stands, level 23 for Magic, basically the whole responsibility of being the biggest damage dealer is now going to be upon her. Aegis ending in 1 minute as well could be kind of the sign of that, well, E-Blacks might want to start trying to isolate, but I mean, how can you isolate when Team Australia are playing this closely to each other?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to find a pick on your own. Fighting a team fight as well is definitely not guaranteed, even with the Aegis, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they did even just not go for a fight until that Aegis does run out, but again, it might not be their choice. Australia might just force the pick onto the fight. Oh, cheeky little Pudge. I see what you're trying to do there. Wait for the illusion to disappear and then throw the hook through it. I like the plan there. But yeah, the fact that Aegis is basically going to run out, unless the fight starts now, they're not going to have it for the next one, which could just be the window that Australia are waiting for. They can be looking at the timer too. They know that, all right, we'll just hang out until there's no Aegis, and yeah, we might not have one, but hey, we're winning team fights anyway. So Australia have got the right idea. If they want to wait it up, they've been timing it out, and it should just be going out. There it goes right now. Aegis gone. No more advantage for that. But Magic, I mean, what's the play here? Are you going to leave? Is there going to be a 4v5 at the base and TP in later? That's the question, because they must have a hunch or some pretty good knowledge that all of Australia is here in the bottom lane, and now they're making their push.
Yeah, push comes to shove. Curious if we are going to see any sort of big plays as well. Already the fight has happened. Already in comes the Phoenix. The Pudge is dominating, and it's a complete fall. I say that though, Pudding is actually starting to tank quite a fair bit of damage. BKB does start kicking in, and right now it's Mars and the rest of the team. Magic is on a double.
Oh,
this is the full isolation as well. This is big. This is a double, maybe a triple even. The Terrablader Rin trying to find some sort of a solution, but too much tankiness, too much damage, and Mars about to start making a play. No, yes, and there's the stun even as well. Full isolation, you are not going anywhere. Full team wipe, and that is exactly the opening that E-Blacks were looking for.
And I was worried because the fight looked very quick and started very quickly by Team Australia. E-Blacks, though, it's all concentration on their face right now. They can't take too much excitement in that victory. Don't want to get ahead of themselves because it is still a long, long path to victory here. Even in game 1 Cthulhu, they're still more than 10 kills behind. They still have many more towers to destroy to get to the same place Australia have in their base. They are still far from victory. So yeah, it might feel good to win that fight here, but it's good to see that they are concentrating here for the rest of the game. They've got some good death chamber windows at the moment, still 30 seconds on most people. So they've got a bit of free reign, get control of the map, get some control of their life in this game back so they can get the towers, get the wards, find out what their next step is.
Yeah, perfect opportunity to get some sort of revenge on the towers as well. But yeah, whilst the push was good and the two T2 towers have fallen, and on top of it all, the jungle being farmed out quite nicely, the battle is far from being over yet. Yes, it was a phenomenal good play for isolation and good burn of the initial BKB. Good isolation as well of Clockwork. Can they actually shut him down with this? Would be great, and given that he was one of the 2 initiators, and yeah, perfect play, not allowing Clockwork to get out of the base even. Phenomenal play so far. 32-21. The squad starting to get I say a little bit closer, but at least it's far away from that whole coefficient where kind of the Team Australia was leading by almost 2 times the amount of points that E-Blacks had. So far so good, albeit Still got to play careful. This is where this is going to be a big, impactful matchup. You look at the buybacks. Make it 3 of the heroes on the side of E-Blacks don't have the buyback. So if they do fall, only 2 players will be able to hold off the initial onslaught, which is far from ideal.
Yeah, they did have to invest quite a lot into that Team 5 victory. It was in their base, it was do or die, so it did make sense. But on the flip side though, Australia, Clockwork does not have their buyback, and their VAC's still dead. So E-Blacks do have the time to move in, set up. They definitely want to have some control around the Roshan pit, because that's going to be a target next. And even if it's not, you know Australia have been going up to top lane. They've been going, if not top lane, rotating through that part of the jungle that E-Blacks are in right now, over to mid lane. So drop some wards here, get as much control, clear your opponent's wards, of course, and then prepare for maybe a Roshan battle, because I think that's probably E-Blacks' best chance, but some of their base defense fights have been very good too.
Yeah.
He's almost back.
Yeah, he's almost back, and Rin will have perfect indication of when that's going to happen. The cool thing is that whilst, yes, Team Australia has been farming up the frags and the points, E-Blacks have been the ones leading in those Roshan kills, which is quite good, which did give them kind of the chance, the opportunity to pull a comeback. But this Terrorblade copy should have been able to spot, but under the guise of the dust. Maybe instead of the Roshan, this is going to be the farm for the play. Oh, this is big. This is a play for BKB as well, and actually the DK gets absolutely isolated, but because it's all magical damage, it is not looking good. Bobbles is about to fall due to burn, and she does. The punch as well, making a play. It's all falling apart all of a sudden. The absolute fall of at least one of their supports and the free real estate onto the Roshan won't be particularly a pleasant feeling for E-Blacks here.
Disaster strikes, and that choke point was just Jakino's playground, shooting the beam out across absolutely everyone. Everyone outside the choke point, they just couldn't move through. And Australia didn't need to push through, they just demolished the front line and then said, okay, who's next? And you got to believe that Magic, she was already out of there, right? Magic needs to keep her life alive for sure to make sure that any Team 5 wins can be brought back with her immense damage. However, this next fight is going to be rough, right? They will have their 5th back, but of course their 2nd still dead for 60 seconds. No buyback. This could be a fight that Australia forces with only a few buybacks, perhaps not even very many at all for E-Blacks left. Yeah, Magic needs to get back there now.
Yeah, look, it may have been a decent idea to play for the backline play, but oh no, Magic caught out and spotted out on that rotation, hexed as well. No chances to deal damage until the half HP mark, and now fallen as well. This is not great at all, and now Rin gets basically free farm here now that the play is there. But unfortunately, actually for Magic, he's actually able to fall back. It was instead rather than Mars that did have to force a buyback as well, and the barracks have fallen on the bottom lane. So all of a sudden, well, things start to get a little bit more dire. In comes the push, in comes the Mars lockdown as well. Rin trying to fight for her life, but Pudding now jumps into the arena as well. There's the Phoenix ult as well, in hopes of fighting some sort of damage, but this is all very rapidly starting to decline against E-Blacks. That's 2 people fall. Buyback starting to come in. This is the last chance to get some sort of redemption here for the New Zealand representatives.
Buyback and Glyph at the same time, just to make sure they get out. They might be able to fight it, but Australia want more. They go for the hook. They're the ones trying to get more fight. Shadow Shaman locked down onto the Pudding. Will it go down eventually? I don't think so. Oh no, eventually it will, but it took a damn long time, because that is one tanky punch.
One near team wipe traded off for basically a full team wipe plus a set of buybacks as well. Now that if the next fight happens, you look at the buybacks, nobody will be able to bring that out. E-Blacks, it's all or nothing at this point.
Yeah, E-Blacks, if they can find a way to force some more buybacks, you know, pressure Australia, so they have to spend those buybacks, they can put themselves on an even footing. But they do need to be somewhat quick. There's about 40-ish seconds for them to force this.
Smite, did I just see Rin buy another Chrysalis? Could this be a Silver Edge in the making as well for her? Because if that's the case, that is basically GG, because Terrorblade is now going to be absolutely disgusting with the sheer amount of crit damage that is going to be coming in.
Yeah, and that is what happens when it gets to, looking at my watch, a late game o'clock here in Dota. Terrorblade becomes a bit of a menace. But have they forced out the buybacks, Cthulhu? I don't think they're going to be able to do it. It looks like Australia are just going to sit back and they're going to let the racks go down. They're okay with the Mega Creeps coming on in nice and early, as long as they get to keep that buyback and keep that second life in any further fights around their base, maybe their opponent's base.
Well, Magic doesn't seem to be wanting to really fall back anytime soon. The full team fight is about to happen, and again, yeah, look, that decision to not fall back anytime sooner is going to be quite a costly one. Yeah, Scotty as well coming into the play. Fallen-X, what? Oh, Fallen-X actually a ballsy play! Actually able to fall back via the TP, oh my goodness. And absolutely just, close play there.
It's like the opposite of threading the needle, right? You're right next to the hook, just on the tail end of the beam.
Fire.
Very scary stuff. Oh man, and eBlacks, they are pushing their limits here, right? They are staying around, getting a little bit of extra, I mean, I'm gonna call it trash damage in the base, right? Because they're destroying structures, sure, but they're not destroying the racks, they're not destroying towers, they're destroying random buildings in the enemy base to make it a little bit faster when they push later. And so it's like, oh yeah, I can get behind trying to play a little risky, but make sure it's worth it. But for now, they did get a lot out of that, right? They got out alive, which is the very important thing. They got the racks down. Unfortunately, they didn't force out any of those buybacks from Team Australia. But hey, look, if it ends up being a trade for the racks, I think they're okay with that.
I'm curious now that we once again see Team Australia once again leading by a relatively high margin in the gold plus the points department. At which point do we get to see the Divine Rapier being born? Just for the memes of it, just for the hell.
I don't think they're that ahead. Remember, Divine Rapier can buying it can lose you the game too.
Oh yeah. It is very much of a dual-edged sword, but I mean,
everyone's got full item builds anyway.
Gotta get it for the lulz.
You know, just
casually throw away what was it? How much extra damage? 350 extra attack damage.
It is so much damage, that item. It's ridiculous. No wonder it drops on death. But for the eBlacks, they don't want to drop on death. They still have a few more fights around their base to defend. You can see there is still a few structures hodgepodge around the place, so they do have a bit of infrastructure to work with here in their base defenses. Their buybacks should be coming up somewhat soon for the eBlacks, I believe. For Team Australia, we know that theirs are still pretty much all up, so they can go for these fights up in front of eBlacks' base. They can go and start diving again. But as you can see, even getting hooks on people is pretty bad. Unless they can force Magic to throw out the BKB and possibly even a few more of her cooldowns, she seems to be able to slither away out of any fight, battered and bruised, but definitely alive. So as long as she's still doing that, it seems like survival's an option. But for Team Australia, I think they need to put the nail in the coffin on Magic on this Medusa to really secure the game-winning team fight, where they can force out the buybacks, or even just win a fight without the buybacks even up. So it's going to be about the next push, of course. Roshan's still, I believe, miles away. So yeah, still a little while away from that. I mean, it could be an option if they want to be patient, but for now, I think Australia know they've got the advantage, Cthulhu, but I don't think they want to push their luck. They've seen what the eBlacks can do.
Yeah, looking at the graphs as well, interestingly enough, whilst we were kind of, talking about the points differential and everything, the win probability is still relatively even. I mean, 55 to 45%. Still looking promising for both ends. eBlacks, though, will need to put in a little bit of extra effort to come in. I mean, looking at the builds as well, Dragonite actually bringing out quite a solid one. Very flexible whilst at it as well, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite just a flexible hero in general as well.
Yeah.
Able to get in there and do a whole lot. But I mean, another big one, of course, is that Blink Dagger, the initiation, if you can. Also, as shown off there by Pudding too. Man, Blink hooks would also be something I'd expect Pudding to do. It's just cruel. But Yeah, you can see how E-Blacks are playing. I think they were here the last, 30 seconds ago.
Interesting to see the dynamic of Ogre Magi of Bubbles actually switch things around, introducing a little bit more kind of the ability to either get away or try to survive for as long as possible, plus just then be as supportive as possible to your teammates, bringing out the mana boost as well. So, I mean, so far, not the best, not the worst kind of setup. On the side of Puck of Lunarial, it's all looking to try to, again, add that a little bit of mobility, whereas on the side of Team Australia, it's all about the tankiness. Majority of them having that BKB, having, well, for Pudge as well, it's also the Aghanim Scepter as well. So it's all about that tankiness, all about being able to soak up the damage, whereas you look at Medusa, it's all-rounder. You have the lifesteal, you have the ability to copy yourself, the MKB plus BKB plus the Eye of Skadi. So it's all about that, being able to be that solo tank, to be able to also just completely obliterate anyone who decides to go against you one-on-one.
Yeah, and the good news is it's actually still quite hard for Terrorblade to jump on the Medusa and just kill her. Like, I'm sure Terrorblade would love to just eliminate the enemy carry, but unfortunately it's a little bit harder to do that against Medusa right now. Smoke being popped here by the E-Blacks. I think they just want to go and check on Roshan, see how he's doing, see if he's come back after going out to get some milk, but I believe this should also get them a good amount of scouting. Yeah, see the way they're going? They don't want to get caught out in the same team fight they ran into last time, but they're going to be wondering, all right, what is Team Australia's next step? They're currently above us, so we might have a fight on our hands, Cthulhu.
Yeah, in comes the push, Pudding again, popping that BKB at the first side of the problems. Lunarial not really having a whole lot of survivability, actually able to fall back, but that distracts Pudding just about enough for the actual meaningful fight to happen. Fu not particularly having a fun time the most, really being able to get isolated. Rin is next, needs to be focus fired here between Medusa and the Mars as well. In comes next the Clockwork as well, in hopes and prayers to be shut down by E-Blacks here, and this is a perfect wipe. Only Pudding was able to run away from that, but that again generates a perfect timing here. The moment Roshan respawns, this is going to be basically free farm, but you look at Pudding, that is a lot of health, 4.7k HP.
It's a fast Pudge too.
That is a fast one. Jeez.
Why is Pudding so fast? That's great. Oh, yeah, the phase. But, yeah, what a great team fight for the E-Blacks. I was watching Magic for most of that because you saw the start of the fight. Pudding was run off all on her lonesome, right? Trying to get a 1v1 pick-off kill just to start the fight. But, unfortunately, the fight had already started. Oh, that hook onto Roche. Almost cheeky. But, yeah, the fight had already started, and Magic, basically without the threat of Pudge, and also a great Mars Coliseum separating Magic from everyone else. Yeah. It just meant that Magic could just sit back and free fire, and free fire she did. She did almost get burst down, but it was to about 15% health.
The beautiful thing about what Magic's been bringing out is that Satanic is actually helping a whole lot. The lifesteal plus Unholy Rage does help a whole heap to stay alive, and even though technically Medusa's health pool is looking twice as small as Pudge, uh-oh, that's a problem. Is that enough items? Hello, Satanic dropped. That is not great. Satanic being dropped is not great at all, and that might prove to be a little bit problematic, but thankfully re-picked back up. But that is basically sacrificing one of your main slots for the ability to revive amidst the whole group fight. But if your Medusa does go down amidst the fight, by the time you respawn, well, basically you are risking majority of your team to be also wiped clean.
Yeah, and it's not like Aegis is like instant back into the fight, right? It takes a few seconds of dying. So like if you would have done better with the Satanic beforehand, yeah, it's a tough call to make, but they made it indeed. Aegis still very powerful item anyway, but E-Blacks, I mean, they've started taking the gold lead occasionally now throughout the game and are really showing their stuff here. Smoke popped by Australia. They're looking for maybe a pick. They know Roshan's not an option, so what can they find here? Sneaking throughout the jungle. They know if Pudding can spot something ahead, that hook can be game-changing and can even win the first game of the series here and now. But it can all come down to that. But I don't know, E-Blacks have some kind of Pudge sense going on because they've gone completely the other way up the river.
I like how we switched around the dynamic. At the very start, it was very conventional, you know, yep, 2 top, 2 bottom, 1 middle. It's all fine, all dandy. The moment we crossed over to the 40 minutes is just group fights after group fights, just hunting parties against each other.
All right, I think we got, they're TPing back for the base defense here because Australia have just rushed on in. Are they going to be able to stop them? Are we going to see the fight really, truly begin? No, they've just been forced away, hurried away, and E-Blacks have been... Oh, wait, actually, can they catch them out? No, through the BKB, not a chance.
Yeah, can't really do much. It's playing for that exact counterplay against the BKB, but I think at this point, really, that's the last problem for the E-Blacks to play against the BKB, although Pudding has been able to prove that Budge with the BKB is basically impossible to really kill and absolutely destroy. So there are a few opportunities that could be taken here, and the late game certainly has been favoring E-Blacks a little bit more than Team Australia.
What a tight match for the first one, Cthulhu. I mean, we've seen it go both ways. E-Blacks arguably
first matchup as well.
Arguably in control at the stage of the game, right? You know, you got to be worried about your base sometimes. You see, they did have to TP just straight back to it before. Australia will know that's going to be a small time on a cooldown here, but this is what E-Blacks really want. They really want this tower down in the bottom lane so they can get a bit of that pressure here on the lane that's furthest away from Roshan, right? Like,
oh, Pudding nearly being able to hook in Magic, and that would have been absolutely tragic. But Magic right now wants to flex the Aegis. Because, well, having the ability to reincarnate or to revive is certainly great, but in comes that second hook. There's the big play, and we're playing under the Destroy Tower as well. In comes the Phoenix ult as well. No, Mars does go down. Wycool Stranger can't really stay around. The Fallen X will be possibly followed through as well. The burn damage could be big, but no, the dusts have been popped. The Invis is there. The TP is happening. No, is it enough? It is enough to fall away. How does she do it is completely beyond me. I'm full on fall away. Perfect poke damage, but unfortunately with Mars gone, it wasn't the Aegis that was drained. So maybe later down the line when they do go into those group fights, maybe it is worth noting that instead of Medusa, it should be maybe the Mars taking the Aegis.
yeah, I mean...
Just purely out of speculation. I may be absolutely talking some absolutely silly theory, but...
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually quite a surprise, right, that Australia didn't even manage to pop the Aegis in that fight, right? Because Magic, you saw it. They were hooked right behind the wall. They even had to just simply walk on out. They, you know, she thought she had a safe spot in the corner, but had to slither on out, pop a few more cooldowns to survive. But survive she did. So all things considered, that should have been a pretty awful fight for E-Blacks, but they only lose one person. They can hold off any serious threat from Australia for the time being, and maybe even just keep that buyback alive. There's no reason to use it. They should be fine.
Oh, man. The tension so far has been rising, and it's only our first map out of the best of 3 as well. So we do get quite a fair bit of action coming in here.
Yeah, it's a long one, isn't it?
Already in just 4 minutes shy away from an hour-long first matchup.
And the thing is, Cthulhu, I'm not even sure Australia can crack a good team fight against the E-Blacks right now, at least not on their base. And
well, as long as they can at least target basically both Bubbles and the Fallen Eggs, this could be a good idea. But yeah, given the sheer state of all the other carries, this is so far starting to become a much more closer game. So whilst the early game and the mid game has been a little bit on the downfall of E-Blacks, they are now in the late game, and this is where all of them will be thriving. Yes, the punch hooks are all great and all, but Team Australia would have hoped to end it all much earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they were not that far away from winning, Team Australia. They just needed to push out a few more buybacks, couldn't quite get it. And now, E-Blacks, they've been fighting back. There's the smoke pop, they're starting to move in. Are they going to go hunting for a solo kill? Australia, somewhat spread out here. And I only use that term very loosely, but they're moving away from the smoke. Their own spider senses are tingling, and they get away. Oh, if they can catch the TB here. Oh, if they can catch...
Oh, that could be big.
It might get it. There it is. Around the corner. Will the TB survive? They pop the BKB, but how much longer can that really last? Meanwhile, there's a big solar beam and a Colosseum dropped. TB survived up in the background as well. And now E-Blacks, can they hold on? They've already dropped one player as well. It's a long death timer, and Pudding hooks their victim right on in to try and secure that kill, but can't quite get all the rest of the damage, but dropping it onto Puck, that's where the damage will stick, and then the rest of the E-Blacks will fall. Buybacks all around, Cthulhu.
Absolutely, it is. It's all so far been a devastating play, but thankfully full buybacks coming in. This is the final stretch possibly here for Team Australia to make that play, to make it work. And if so, well, things might get a little bit dire. The Terrorblade so far has been big. The disarm as well into Medusa, which held Magic off from being able to fire anything back at the opponent. Certainly worked in perfectly well, but yeah, that is one hell of a way to make it work and make it play. And so far, yeah, look, you look at the Fallen X, you look at Bubbles, things just been unfortunate there for them. A bit of a quieter game on the side of the rest of the team. The carries have been trying to make a play. Fu isolated, trying to make a play. No, the Bubble is also there to try to just dish back some sort of punishment or at least reflect some damage. But this is great so far. Another reattempt at the group fight coming around. Do we get to see the shutdown of the DK or not? But Medusa's on full upgrade as well. Now it's time to go hunting. Now it's time to make that play. And finally the DK is shut down amidst the whole chaos.
But they need to force these buybacks. They don't have any of their own available, so they do need to be careful. But a 5v3 fight in the opponent's base, they will have to work on a T3, or dare I say it, the towers in front of the Ancient as well. Roshan not really an option, so they have to push down and just maybe actually... No, I mean, they can check it, but that's far too long to wait. Yeah, forcing buybacks, I don't know if E-Blacks can do it, even 5v3, but it surely at some point needs to become their only option. Are they still hunting the Phoenix up there? I think he may be out of there. She may be out of there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a combo for the Storm. One could even say Lineario just trying to get the final bits of it all. Just hoping to procure all the necessities before the next group fight. Medusa, yeah, as well pointed out, fight for the production, nearly 50k net worth as well. It would be a huge, huge boon for E-Blacks, but on the other hand, Giant Spring and Alchemist's armor being brought out by Rin and Bubbles respectively, as Bubbles trying to get a little bit more tankiness in her, trying to stay alive in those fights for a brief moment longer. Not Bubbles, pardon me, Magic trying to get a bit of a check going. So far, once again, preparing for another group fight. Mars is isolated, and as soon as he's found, it could be an issue, but thankfully Mars does get to fall back. So far, so good. Do we get to see E-Blacks once again being able to pull off a team wipe and then go for the killing blow, because already the plans are being set in stone here for Team Australia?
Yeah, I mean, Australia, they want to take advantage of what they had just before, right? Which is all E-Blacks on cooldown for their buybacks. So they have this short window where if they can maybe win another fight somewhat soon, then they can just go and win the game from that. But they are so extremely cautious about it. They know what it means, but surely each time they lose the fight, they notice that E-Blacks can't really get too much as long as Australia don't lose the fight too hard. As long as they have, you know, maybe 2 or 3 members still alive, they can still pull out a victory here. Roshan getting closer and closer, they're coming on back up, so that should be the target of next and maybe even final fight here in this first match of the Mcrae Cup. E-Blacks, they've been looking pretty good in a few of the last fights, but they haven't got too much out of it. They need to win a big fight, Cthulhu, and it might need to be soon. We're past the 1 hour mark.
1 hour mark indeed, yeah, all past. Force Boots and Ex Machina being brought out. That is a
Why did it get so big?
That is a big one. Holy. But the Roshan now being taken on by Team Australia, but in comes the push. That is a huge punch coming around. Going in for all the swings, the arena's coming around. This is the battle for all the battles, and right now you look at Pudge, he is just far too tanky, continuing to just drain all the attention onto him, but being bursted down. It's all great magic. Finds that phenomenal play, and Lunarily instead actually finds the finishing blow. This is great. TB goes down as well. Only trading your support with your carries is great.
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
matter of fact, I believe that's 3 carries.
I don't think we're done, Cthulhu. I think we're still going.
Oh, we're still going in, yeah. Budge still being used as a punching bag here. Pudding not particularly having a fun time, but Magic is just having the absolute, well, just absolutely thriving here on just continuing to right-click onto her opponents. But Phoenix Bleed here is absolutely going big, and no, instead the whole play turned into a nightmare. All courtesy of Pudding scoring an ultra kill.
Yeah, and Pudding, definitely the star of the show in that team fight. But with all the buybacks down, that's got to be the win, Cthulhu. That's got to be Team Australia taking game 1 of the Mcrae Cup here against the E-Blacks.
My lord. Well, that was a little bit of a back and forth game, but yeah, at the end of it all, Team Australia coming out victorious here, and look, quite happy about that sort of result. GG, well played, and look, gotta say, yeah, props to them. They kind of had a bit of a slowdown in the kind of mid to late game, but then the late game and the final few battles certainly worked out quite well for them. On the side of E-Blacks, yeah, look, a little bit of a sour feeling kind of for them, given that initially on paper, on theory, look, their lineup looked pretty decent, pretty solid, but in reality, at the conclusion of it all, unfortunately, the tankiness was just a little bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, some spectacular play from Australia, of course, but the E-Blacks showed some real fight there. All focused looks on Team New Zealand. Australia all smiles from that victory, Cthulhu. But to find out how the rest of the series is going to go in this best of 3, we're going to have to go to some breaks, to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with more games.
Morning, Ricky.
Morning. Where are you?
I'm a voiceover. You're in an ad for fibre.
Okay. Random.
Ask me about fibre.
What's that?
Glad you asked. It's a tiny cable right under your feet that connects New Zealand to fast, reliable broadband. Let's go.
I thought you said it was a tiny cable.
It is. This is a metaphor. We can do anything in an ad.
What's that?
That's New Zealand's internet.
Is that it?
It's all we need right now.
New Zealand's internet tickles.
But as the country's needs grow... Yes, whoa. Our country's fibre network is capable of delivering way, way more when we need it. It's bigger than any of us can imagine.
What's up with the enormous words?
Still an ad.
Oh, okay.
Now, as he lose, kind of maybe settled a little bit, understands where he is and what's going on. Do you think he can have a better chance at coming back in the second game, Airborne?
I think that first game showed us that it's really close between these two. There was a lot of midfield battles that were going on, sort of 50-50 balls that were really going either way. There wasn't really someone who sort of took control of that game, and I think with the first game in the series, there's a little bit of nerves that come into that. So it'll be interesting to see how both of them actually settled it down. Now that Josh is up 1-0, how he settles down into the series and plays to that advantage. And then on the other hand, how does Azailu come back? He's obviously they're matching with the same team, so these might have to see him change something here to try and come back into the series.
Yeah, and another thing that we did notice, right, is that Azailu did have the advantage pretty early on, right? Like he was putting the pressure on the JMK King. Did something change? Did he slip? And then JMK King just, because he did have, like you said, more possession, 63%. Did something change for JMK King to just suddenly, was he just warming up?
Yeah, I think that little bit at the start, I think that's probably where the sort of mismatch comes between Azailu's experience in eFootball and then Josh's adaptation from FIFA into eFootball, but because Josh has done this before and done this quite a lot, that adaptation and him translating and sort of adapting to the way eFootball plays, it's sort of natural to see him come back into that game later on. So Zylu's probably looking back at that first game going, why didn't I score in that first sort of half an hour? Why didn't I put my pressure and convert that into a goal? And I think if he'd done that, probably be 1-0 to him, or we'd be saying something different.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that it was smiles all around, right? Like, the players don't seem to be feeling much pressure. I mean, JMK King goes one game up.
Nervous laughter, though, sitting there just taking down the game.
I don't know. He looked pretty happy. It looked like they were laughing between each other. But I mean, that can be something you do, right? Is mask the pain a little bit with a bit of laughter there. But let's get into game number 2, Airborne, because it's Zylu's game to come back now. It's on him to start taking the lead.
Yeah, and we said they're still going Bayern versus Bayern, so he hasn't obviously made that change and tried to go with something else. As we said, cross early, and is defended nicely by the defenders. Yeah, so like I was saying, because they're...
Welcome back, esports fans, to the Mcrae Cup, the test match between Australia and New Zealand to decide who's going to represent us at the Commonwealth Esports Championship. Matt Spyros, Cthulhu. We've already had game 1, Cthulhu, of the women's division for Dota 2, and Team Australia, well, they managed to get it done, but it took them over an hour to do it, to get one game.
Yeah, went into a bit of a late game there for themselves, but it was still a very solid effort from them. From the very early game to the mid game, it was basically their run. They were there dominating in the points, in the frag points, in even just by a slight margin in the goal department. And look, generally speaking, their ability to completely isolate and completely take away any sort of ability to ramp up any momentum for the support players basically meant that when those group fights have started, well, there wasn't a whole lot of support for the carries on the side of eBlacks. So it was a really good shutdown play. But on the side of eBlacks, they did lean a little bit more into the late game once they realized that things didn't look particularly too favorable going into the mid game. Tried to buff up a little bit more and nearly looked like they could really do it. But at the end of it all, unfortunately, just things did not really align in their favor.
But it was a good fight from the
It
eBlacks, right? We had lots of good moments in that game, right? I mean, so many fights where the Coliseum was a big factor, right? And the question you ask is, where's Magic in that Coliseum? Is Magic on the inside and the outside? Sometimes it doesn't matter, though, because there's Pudding who's hooking you back in.
Yeah, Pudding was basically the MVP of that whole Team Australia lineup. Despite the fact that Rin was also an absolute thorn in the side and an absolute tank, really, going into some of the fights. Pudding was the one that was basically there anchoring down the whole team and being able to just keep them in the run without them being blown away by literally anything that eBlacks were throwing at them. And I mean, yeah, you look at those plays. Pudding both and Rin took a while to die in a number of those fights. And yes, whilst the Tinker at the end was starting to get isolated here and there, but by that point it didn't really matter. I mean, you put on middle a Puck versus a Pudge. And at the end of it all, Pudge just came out with twice the amount of HP as Puck. And as Medusa as well, despite the fact that Medusa was trying to, you know, ramp up at least some sort of a lifesteal with the Satanic as well. Just the rest of it all fell apart.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that Magic, you know, even when she's not firing down on the Pudge, because, I mean, yeah, Pudge is like almost impossible to kill, she is getting some pretty good damage on the rest of the team, which is great, but Pudge is still a big problem, right? Yeah. And you don't have to carry chipping that health bar away. What hope does anyone else have to kill the Pudge, right? So, yeah, Pudding is just going to get free reign to go and find some squishies in the back line, mess them around a little bit, and then come back to Magic later.
Not to say, though, that it was all Pudding's show, though, because the Phoenix play from Team Australia has been phenomenal in the early game. It was basically the reason why they were able to pull off the ganks, especially once the ult was found by the Phoenix. It was near impossible to, you know, get that early momentum rolling, because the moment Phoenix swoops in, starts the burn damage, starts the ultimate, you kind of being posed with a bit of a question mark. Well, do you focus either the DK or the Pudge, or do you focus the Phoenix? And both of those variations basically spell doom for you. So you tried to run away, and well, kind of a bit of a surprise, well, they're able to hook you back in.
I mean, that is something that Phoenix as a hero is so good at. Is you pick an area, you can even sit really far back to be safe, and say, all right, this choke point, this Roche pit, this tower, this is going to be our fight, and if you fight here, you're going to lose. And so they got to make that decision. And also remember that it's Giacchino playing the Phoenix too. So quite possibly the player making all the calls of, yes, take this fight now, we're going in, or hey, back off. So a lot of really great decisions there for Team Australia.
You make actually a really good point here, Smite, as well, given that Giacchino being that, I suppose, the support for that team, or rather the damage support, whereas on the side of E-Blacks, Magic was playing the carry. So Magic, yes, also being able to make the calls as to, hey, we're swinging. The moment she goes down, that's basically your first line of support and the most important line of support completely going down. Well, I say support, but it's the front line basically going down for E-Blacks. Whereas on the side of Giacchino, if she goes down, look, yeah, fair enough, that's your burn damage gone, that's maybe your Phoenix, but you still have 3 carries ready to absolutely demolish the enemy team. And so with her, she can still, even if she dies, she can still keep on making those calls. She's the one that's able to be the initiator for those fights as well, in tandem with the Pudge. So that sort of play for those duo kind of ability setups has been kind of the big name in the game for Team Australia. Now, with them being in the lead with the map points as well, this is great situation for them, because now they get to play into even more pressure, because now for the roster of E-Blacks, not only it's the pressure on them, oh wait, we just lost our map 1, if we lose this one out as well, that's it, that's GG basically. That plus the sheer element of tilt that was happening for them starting from the very beginning of map 1.
E-Blacks up on your screen right now. Once more, team captain Magic there on the left. Will she get the Medusa again is going to be the question, I think. But, you know, like you said, the rest of the team definitely falling in there as well to support the captain too. So, you know, a captain is only as good as the rest of the team, of course.
Absolutely.
And that's always how things go. But that's got to be my question, is what does it look like in draft? For Team Australia, though, we've already talked about Giacchino playing that Phoenix, and that was such a great role for them. Pudding as well was the punch show, for sure.
Rin as well. Can't forget Rin and Fu as well. The Terrorblade and the DK players.
Oh, the DK was so good.
DK was just so good. Even though we didn't get to really talk a whole lot about DK, DK was there always still as yet another kind of tanky hero that was able to just be that super soaker for whatever that was thrown at them by a team of E-Blacks as well. So it's just, yeah, it's been an absolutely just a slammer of a performance from Team Australia. As much as we wanted to see, obviously, the New Zealand representatives to be the ones in the lead, and we were the ones hyping them up. And unfortunately for them, maybe they got a little bit too technical about their approach in the picks.
Oh God, Australia looks so happy here, jumping over to their playing cameras. I mean, why wouldn't you be, right?
Exactly.
You just fought a very hard-fought victory, and it feels good. A sense of relief to at least get that, and you know, you don't feel the disappointment of just missing out, which maybe it's not disappointment, but it's definitely a little bit solemn here in the E-Blacks corner. And, you know, of course it would be, right? You worked hard for over an hour and almost managed to find ways back into that game. I'm hoping that they can see the hope in that, right? The good stuff in that game, because there was a lot of good stuff. We saw it coming out, and plenty of chances that say, yeah, E-Blacks could totally take either of the next 2 games.
Absolutely. Now, Smite, you fancy yourself as a fairly frequent Dota enjoyer, do you? Yes. So now, in your professional, absolutely fully justified opinion, as a replacement, say for Park, on middle contention, who would you bring out here, given that you're allowed to pick, for now, anyone? Because I reckon here for E-Blacks, they will want to lock in at least a mid laner in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few bans that were thrown out that, you know, in game one where you think, okay, if there's going to be other things banned, maybe that's going to be freed up. So, you know, even the Lina might have trouble against the Pudge, but the roaming is great. Maybe you can't stop him farming.
Damage as well.
You can't stop Pudge having such a huge health bar, sure, whatever. You can still click on the enemy squishy and delete them with your ability because, you know, you only really need levels for that. So at the very least, that's an option. Death Prophet as well is another good one. That was also banned out, though, by the E-Blacks. So I imagine it's also going to be on their radar. Just as a heads up, guys, we are getting the next game ready. It is just getting the players sorted into the lobby. It'll be moments away.
What if, okay, I'll throw in a bit of a curveball, and I mean, I would imagine that the chat will also roast me for that suggestion. What if a cheeky PA, Phantom Assassin, to come out? Because technically, theoretically, if E-Blacks don't ban out Pudge, flat out, as a response from that first game, if the Pudge makes a return, getting PA with the evasion rate could be a decent idea. Plus, say, add a Battleroom or for the play for those ganks, for the quick ganks as well. Maybe some stun play could be big, because that's the one thing that I reckon was a little bit missing. Given that both of the supports of E-Blacks in the first game were relatively quickly shut down, there wasn't a whole heap of that stun play coming in. So not a whole lot of that disabled minus, and it tends to Hex and whatnot, but that was all taken kind of at a face value still.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like the Shadow Shaman had much to do late game, even though, like, we're talking about, oh yeah, it's real easy, just point and click on them, but that's fine in lane phase. But when you're in a 5v5 team fight where even the Pudge looking at you wrong can get you killed, right? I'm pretty sure we saw the Shadow Shaman chased down by pudding multiple times. So, yeah, when you can't sit there and just chain lock someone down with your channel as Shadow Shaman, like, yeah, you can drop the flame wards. Yeah, you can maybe throw out a Hex if you're close enough, but not being able to do the extremely long lockdown is quite a pain, right? So, yeah, I mean, Pudge is going to be quite annoying, but we don't have to wait too much longer to find out if Pudge is going to be in the game again. Remember, there were a lot of bans in the last game, and also, as a heads up, we've swapped sides. So now we've got Australia choosing Dire and E-Blacks into the lush fields of the Radiant. So that's also going to change how we're going to be looking at picks here as well. So first bans now coming out, and I don't know, are you thinking like maybe, are we going to see a Medusa ban? Maybe?
Ooh, yeah, that's actually coming in quickly.
Yeah, did you see that? First phase as well.
First phase. Well, yeah, on the side of Australia, yeah, they've fully experienced how powerful Medusa can be. On the side of E-Black, straight away, Phoenix, gone. Completely not being allowed to play anymore, given how much of a thorn in the side it was. I would be actually, on the side of the Theory Craft for picks, Undying actually comes to mind. That could be a a niche-ish pick, given that I don't think he was kind of meta in the recent days, but something as a kind of a half idea could be relatively decent. But again, well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see, because there's still, whilst all the bans do come around, there's still plenty of heroes to really play around. Interestingly enough, Chaos Knight gets taken out, I believe, second time in a row by E-Blacks.
Yep, was banned very early in the last game,
very first ban,
not really surprising there. Of course, remember, guys, that this is a very important time. Like, this is almost as important as the game itself here in draft. So players have got to be extremely focused. You can see Smiles are almost gone from Australia, right? Replaced with focus, right? Like, you know, it doesn't mean they're sad. I'm sure they're not sad. They just got a pretty good win. But Dawnbreaker being teased here as the first pick. Interesting. There are a few options, especially now that things like Phoenix and Medusa are thrown into the first ban phase. But Dawnbreaker is going to be the option of choice. E-Blacks are going to stick with the Mars. I don't think there was anything wrong with the Mars. I think Mars was a very good pick last game, and plenty of team fights had great Colosseums. So
there's the Lina pick.
But there's the Lina. Yeah. That was banned, I believe, phase 2, maybe even phase 3 of the last game. So they're looking at picking it up early so they don't lose it.
Yeah. So Lena actually, yeah, could be a great thing, but again, they once again might fall to a bit of a problem of the lack of the health pool. Because I mean, you look at Dawnbreaker. Her ultimate is great for just being able to quickly relocate, get into the fight straight off the bat. With the Solar Guardian ability as well, quite great. And on top of that, the Trent Protector as well coming in. So I'm assuming that is going to be the bottom lane. Bottom of the... Actually, no. Maybe bottom lane presence.
Yeah, it depends what they're doing with the Dawnbreaker, I guess. But, yeah, there's... Like you said, the global possibilities of Dawnbreaker are huge, and it's kind of like the hook from Pudding, right? And probably more like the rocket grab from Clockwork in the last game, right? Where
true.
they can just punish anyone that's out of position. Yeah. Oh, you think you've got a 1v1 here, well away from everyone else? Too bad, Dawnbreaker's here. Yeah. Or anything like that, right? So heaps of opportunities for them.
Curious to see that Evla's continuing down the line of just banning all of those kind of comfort picks that were brought out in the first round by Team Australia. The DK now being banned out. Phantom Assassin now. Oh, not Phantom Assassin.
Phantom Lancer.
Phantom Lancer, yeah, pardon me. Now also banned out, given that how annoyingly powerful that hero can be. Almost kind of on the same level of annoyance as somebody like a TB.
Yeah, TB, like...
TB-esque.
Some players are, yeah, they've got preferences on basically how many illusions you want to fight. I mean, PL puts out a lot of illusions, so maybe if you're not really too bothered with that, or maybe you even prefer them to pick something like TB, then you're happy to leave that up. Of course, this is Australia banning the Phantom Lancer, so they're saying, all right, we've taken away your Medusa. What else can you do? Yeah. What else can you bring out?
PL with the Desolator could have been absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been an option, but we didn't see it in game 1, of course, and we won't see it here in game number 2.
Good.
Good.
Luna and Conker, meanwhile, are being banned out on both ends. So once again, those kind of suppose the crowd control heroes once again going out of the equation. Conker would have been actually quite useful for E-Blacks, I reckon. Once the battle could have happened, but I suppose it's for the sake of their own sanity. They just don't want to allow Team Australia to do that very same thing. So.
Yeah, I'd like the Conker with the Mars, but it's also good to take away from your opponents when you're playing Mars, because you generally want the inside of the Colosseum to be at least sort of safe for you.
Yeah.
So you know it's a pretty easy target for the Conker Ultimate, but of course. Throwing him out of the ban in the bans is a good way to take that away. Terrorblade ban as well. So both TB and PL are now off the board. So pretty interesting options. We're gonna have to see a different type of carry here, at least. Well, actually from both teams because Medusa's gone too. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see Australia and New Zealand change it up here.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely keen for a bit of a kind of a reshuffle of the heroes. Smite. Could be definitely quite keen. Interesting choice here, really. Quite keen to see how will that hero really be able to play out. As I'm just trying to remember all the names as.
Oh, you mean Snapfire?
Yeah, Snapfire.
Yeah. No, so Snapfire could be really good with the Mars as well. You know, makes the initiation.
Yeah, the CC play better. With Snapfire is actually kind of huge.
Yeah. So like. There is a good amount they can do with that. Snapfire has now been in the game for a while, so plenty of people are now used to it. Is Weaver going to be the option? I've seen the carry Weaver before Cthulhu. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's won some games and it's lost some games. Let me just say that. But Weaver's one of those ones where it does keep your opponent a little bit guessing. You're like, what are they going to do? Are they going to put it in support like usual? Is that what we're gonna see? I guess we'll find out.
But maybe jungle, bit of a cheeky jungle play.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty hard to pull off, probably at this level. But I mean, hey, yeah, if you really want to, you can probably go hang out in the jungle for a little bit. But yeah, you've got your pretty solid core. You've got a decent amount of damage, good kill potential there. You're probably looking at like maybe a little bit more lockdown and team fight potential for Team Australia here, right? They need some either AoE damage or some very high single target damage or abilities to catch people out. Because, yeah, I mean, they still got 2 more slots, so there's definitely the opportunity for that. And then, again, like, what's the Weaver doing? That's what we got to figure out before it comes out. But I like it. I always like seeing the Weaver pop out on drafts. It makes it interesting.
Yeah, we could do quite a fair bit of work. Curious, yeah, what would be kind of the next few choices for both sides, because the pick time is starting to run down and the bonus time is being leaned into by the E-Blacks. So curious, what will they be able to bring around? Because there's still quite a fair few roles and opportunities still being open, albeit I'm assuming that now it's more so going to start leaning into maybe the support plays, unless the Spitfire becomes the Snapfire becomes the kind of the semi-support.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely looking for more damage. They definitely want to pick up the carry. I mean, it could be a leaner carry instead of mid, but I really doubt that. So Jakiro as well. That's great. I mean, does up a huge amount of AoE damage. Now, E-Blacks are the team that have the damage for a team fight for sure. Both single target and AoE now with what they've got. Jakiro as well, again, works so well with the Colosseum from Mars. So a great little combination to pick up there. They've got the damage, they've got the tools. I think they just need what they need to survive throughout laning, which is just going to be working that one out. Of course, it's hard to pick against your opponents when you don't know who's going where. That Weaver really throws a spanner in the works, of course. So maybe they're still working that out, playing mostly safely in terms of picks. But yeah, for now, I'm seeing plenty of damage available for E-Blacks. I think they just need someone that can right-click for some of that damage now too.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get to see that final set of bans starting to come around. Ember Spirit is the final one to be banned out on the side of E-Blacks. On the side of Team Australia, Ursa gone for now, which feels
yeah, that's it. Are you expecting them to pick up Ursa? That would be a rather interesting one.
No, as in Ursa got banned out.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I mean, like, as Australia, Australia expecting that?
I mean, that would have been a decent choice. I mean,
there's a single target for sure.
Yeah. All right, we did get a confirmation. Marcy has been the 4th pick for Team Australia. So we finally do get to see Marcy come into the play, one of the most recent, I believe, additions to the pool play. So quite keen to see how will Marcy be able to perform now.
It's another one of those ones where it's like they're very support type hero, but you can definitely play them in somewhat of a damage role. So again, keeping us a little bit guessing in what it's going to be, right? So they do have the potential for that. But Marcy, yeah, very cool to see it come out here in competitive play here. Team Australia grabbing that one up too. So yeah, really awesome. But their last pick, what's it going to round out as here? Where are all the pieces going to fall is the question that I want to answer. So you've got Dawnbreaker, could probably fill a bit of a damage role. I predict the Weaver is going to be looking more at support, but I could easily fall short on that, yes, I'd say. It could pretty much go either way. They should definitely have some bonus time still remaining. Yeah, plenty there for Team Australia. So they want to think about this pick here because it is going to round out their composition. They know E-Blacks have their own last pick to respond to whatever they pick here. So all this bonus time does matter.
Yeah, all this bonus time does matter indeed. Well, the pick time just about to come to the conclusion, but look, honestly, I'm keen to see what could be done here, because after Australia's rather solid pick last map, this has definitely turned a bit of a, well, taken a bit of a different turn for the events for them, albeit again, it could be still a relatively tanky one, but the gameplay certainly will feel rather nice and fresh, so does for E-Blacks. But again, concern for me is how will they fare in the health department, because that has been an issue last map. Going into this one, look, I may be not as educated as you are, Smite, but I'm personally having still a few concerns here for the New Zealand representatives.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Mars, who's not exactly the most tanky anyway, yeah, they don't look like much of a shield wall there. One thing I will say, though, on the note of health, is that Pudge has totally slipped through pretty much everything.
True.
And so Australia,
that would be funny if they get to repick him.
It is available for the last pick. So the question is that how they really round out the comp? I didn't really think so. I didn't really expect the Weaver to be playing much of a damage role. Would have been a surprise, but Sniper would be good. It brings exactly what they're looking for, just plenty of damage, point and click, hard to miss. just make sure he stays safe as the sniper. Little dwarf guy, he's a bit squishy.
Bit squishy, but can be absolutely annoying to deal with, especially when the range of his attacks does get extended to the point where he is able to outrange majority of the heroes, unless they start, you know, investing into a bit more of that range in the items department. But even then, it'd still be a little bit of a problematic play.
Yeah, so just a reminder to everyone at home that the 4th pick that looks like a bit of a black square at the moment, that's actually Marcy. So new, hot off the presses in the competitive ladder.
Ooh.
Not quite there yet, but yes. Oh, that's okay. In case anyone missed it, which I almost did, Faceless Void is going to be the 5th pick. I can sort of see why maybe the Ursa ban came out. If Faceless Void is the kind of thing that the E-Black's going to be picking here, ton of damage. Yeah. Obviously, one of the highest damage guys in the game, but he's got to get there.
Yeah.
Faceless Void has to get there to the late game. He will be bonking everyone at that point, but whoever ends up playing this Faceless Void, she's going to have to, again, be diligent in the farming, make it there. A lot like the Terrorblade, you say, all right, sit back, farm, stay safe, of course. But of course, the question is, you know, what happens when the sniper on the other side starts farming up too? Are you going to be able to keep up with that?
Yeah, Magic has been confirmed is going to be playing the Faceless Void. So back in it again as the carry player, Magic definitely has proven herself that being the big player. And I mean, for Faceless Void, you could go for a whole lot of different items, especially in the late game as well. I mean, ranging from something like maybe a Mjolnir to Desolator to just Drain. Even after the dome falls down, you're basically leaving your opponents in just absolute disarray. And maybe add even something like a Battle Fury on top of it all.
Yeah, and not to mention the Dome as well, right?
Oh, yes.
This is now, you know, you're giving a carry a team fight winning ultimate. What were we just saying about putting Magic on a carry? Now that Magic can really make the big decisions on when you can go in, when the fight can really start, having the Faceless ultimate is perfect for that. You put down a good one, you've got a few free kills yourself there. You can set up the fight how you want. Oh, man, Sniper's being... I mean, actually, if you catch him with the ultimate, then he's pretty much gone anyway. But anyone that's in the way, Dawnbreaker's in the way, pop down the ultimate. You know, get around, go to the back, find your kill. And so, yeah, Faceless Void, Magic as the shot caller as well, should be looking pretty good. Again, you know, it's still the carry shot caller kind of thing going on, but at least now we've got some big decision-making here on that carry too.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I'm very much excited for this lineup. Both ends now finally feeling relatively well-balanced, albeit this time Team Australia are bringing in, I suppose you could call it the novelty. Whereas on the side of E-Blacks, it's all tried and true kind of lineup. Some of the more OG characters, you could say, from Dota 2 times. Yeah, the moment I saw Faceless Void, oh lordy.
You don't see it a lot, do you?
You don't see it a lot, but when you see it being employed at the full strength, that hero could be an absolutely dangerous one, especially if you overbuff it and pretty much feed it all the damage, all the XP. Same could be said though on the side of Team Australia. I'm loving the sheer amount of the initiation potential that they have, which could be good, could be great.
Yeah, E-Black's the similar sort of idea. They've got plenty of initiation that they can pull off as well. And so, yes.
One issue.
What's one issue?
Faceless Void. We were hyping that hero up. If Team Australia keeps on hanging around the E-Blacks' jungle, Void, at the moment he's spotted, could be in the early stages farmed up a little bit here as the first blood.
Yeah, you need to never be caught out in the jungle farming. And that is, it happened a little bit in the first game with Australia finding Magic, like I think maybe once or twice, but yeah, on Faceless Void, you definitely don't want it to be happening, like arguably even more. You're much easier to kill. You can drop your ultimate if you need to get it out in a pinch, but that said, that's a huge ultimate to throw out just to get out alive because you got caught out.
Well, here we go. There's all of our lineups. Sniper versus Lina on middle. And we do have a Dawnbreaker, the Dawnbreaker versus and the Marcy against the Jakira and Void as well. So, looking all nice and solid on everything. Jakiro, arguably in the early stages, will have a little bit more of a reach to try to keep on harassing abilities-wise, but the early dives are coming around already, forcing Magic to get a little bit more creative with some of those approaches.
Yeah, Marcy can be very polarizing in lane, right? If she gets a really good flip on you, then suddenly you're way mispositioned. Marcy can throw out body blocking, especially if there's someone big like Dawnbreaker or Jakiro around. Then yeah, you can block them up even more. So you got to watch out. It is very telegraphed though, because Marcy literally has to run up to you to do it. So just making sure you're not caught out in like an auto attack animation. You should be pretty good here. The mid matchup though, of course, is great. Oh wait, hang on though, Jakiro. Oh no, Bubbles in trouble.
Bubbles,
no
no
health bar, might be able to make it away. And looks like, yeah, they don't want to follow. Australia don't want to dive, not at level 2. Level 3 even.
Bubbles having a bit of a PTSD moment there from the first matchup after she got farmed up on a rather frequent basis.
Yeah, it was a rough laning phase.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a rough laning phase. Definitely, whilst we usually don't really talk about the support players a whole lot, Bubbles' role is very much important here. Being able to support to allow the Void here to just get all the needed XP in the early stages would be good, would be big.
Shikuchi, nice block. So just to block them off. Stop the CS too. Oh man, look at that. Just getting it free behind the vines. Feels bad, man, but that's okay. That sort of thing happens. But yeah, you're always going to be careful against the Mars and lane, right? So many trees to stun you off. So many opportunities for a fight. Speaking of which, we may... No, it's just going to be harassed down in here. I don't expect to see Marcy committing. Maybe go for a bit of a flip, but...
Marcy just casually just rolled up, just punched the Void once and just got to... Oh yeah, okay, my time to go away.
That's my job, right?
That's
harass. Just get the opponent's health bars low. Although, speaking of low, I mean, Dawnbreaker health bar getting kind of low, even low on mana as well, so the opportunity to fight back isn't really there. And so Magic may just be getting a bit of a free farming lane here. You can see they can't really stand and fight. Jakiro just does so much harass from range, of course, too, which is extra annoying for both Dawnbreaker and Marcy. So yeah, again, it's another case of someone should probably come and stop Magic. Currently top of the CS as well. We're early, of course. But, Magic, yeah, you cannot let the Faceless Void just farm all game. No.
Yeah, it needs to be stopped at the early stages, and I would imagine that Team Australia fully understand that, given just the sheer amount of landslide that they were given in the previous matchup. But now, fresh mindset, fresh matchup. Although, saying that Team Australia already have one up on E-Black, so one more chance.
Magic's courier got killed.
Uh-oh.
That is that's just annoying at this stage of the game. You're farming so well, and you lose your courier. Oh no!
As well, and the courier. Surely Marcy gets a little bit tagged up here, given that the stun is coming around as well, but would have been big. Unfortunately, for E-Blacks, that's not the case just yet. But so far, I mean, I'm feeling that the Jakiro pick has been quite good, but that was a very interesting swing, actually. Jakiro nearly getting stunned, but instead Marcy getting farmed up. This could be big. And surely that's a fresh blood, and sure indeed it will be. Dawnbreaker as well could be farmed up. In comes the blink, but no, a little bit too tanky there, but good start.
I think that's a case of Elin just getting a little bit too fancy, right? Like, she really wanted to go in there and do some kind of creative fling where you jump off a creep and then get into the position to flip them behind you, but it didn't quite work out. If anything, it sort of lines Elin and Fu up for the Jakiro damage, so it just made things much, much worse. Speaking of much, much worse, though, things might be looking pretty bad. No, that's a good double stun. Snapfire will get out nice and healthy. So all good for there. But yeah, no, that kill down in bottom lane, initiated by Team Australia, but E-Blacks capitalized on it totally well and clean.
Yeah, so far, so good. Snapfire getting a little bit too aggressive, too out in the open. We're forced to start popping some of those consumable items, get the healing going, and fall back a little bit further on. Pudding so far, being the mid laner, so far just feeling pretty confident. I mean, you look at even the last hit so far, leading pretty well. 42 for her, and getting that farm damage done. Fourth level for both the Jakiro and the Void on the bottom lane, which so far signals for the early initial advantage. But you look at how now Bubbles plays around. It's a very careful play around the courier, knowing full well that Marcy will be able and will be very much keen to farm it up. So Ellen certainly doing it quite nicely.
Yeah, Ellen's shown that she wants to go in like pretty much any opportunity that she can, at least from what we've seen so far in early laning. Getting the flip onto the creep, I guess that works out. That's kind of nice. I don't think the Dawnbreaker got the CS, but that's fine. It's just funny. But yeah, there shouldn't be too much fighting down there. But again, that's going to be quite scary. Maybe even a sniper roam. But do you really want the sniper to be roaming to deal with magic? So it might just be a case of like, okay, just deal with it the best you can, and we'll handle that problem when we get to it in about 20 minutes. Because yeah, at this stage, it is Magic just farming however much she wants down there on the Faceless Void. Mid lane's doing pretty well, but those denies are starting to stack up too for putting on that sniper. Oh, hang on.
Oh, there's the big gank as well. In comes the full-on swing, and Lunarial does try to make it work, but right now Fu actually stays alive rather nicely. Marcy as well coming in rather big. The alternate came in, but no actual success. It feels rather awkward there from eBlack's execution, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Marcy just went the all-in option. Elin just started flipping people back into the tower range, where it's just a little bit too dangerous to be sticking around. And yeah, it did force the eBlacks to back off a little bit. They didn't get quite enough damage to really secure anything, but regardless, it didn't really result in anything. I believe the Dawnbreaker is still going to be there farming, or at least trying to get farm, trying to soak up some experience against the Faceless Void. Yeah, not leaving lane yet. So unfortunately, it doesn't mean they can do anything against Magic. Again, Magic just gets to sit there, farm, and there's zero contest.
Indeed it is. A bit of a curious kind of setup where so far kind of Void been left to his own kind of devices, trying to just get some sort of solo farm going on the creeps. Maybe Jakiro kind of on the sidelines, maybe around the jungle, trying to maybe get some harass going. But actually a good stack of creeps, I believe, just been done in the jungle. So far so good. Missing top has been also called out, and in comes, I believe, the gank coming into the bottom lane, which will be rather problematic since only Weaver has been left in the top.
Yeah, and oh, hang on, that's a bit of a low health bar. Bubbles, not so cautious anymore. We'll have to back out. Elin was keen to go and see if they could find the flip, but no success. But you can see why Bubbles should be so scared and hanging back by her tower right now. It's a scary place to be, that bottom lane.
It's good to see though that so far it's a much more careful play from Bubbles. She doesn't overextend a little bit any further than she needs to, and the fact that Magic is also there to be that kind of supposed to protect her has actually worked out pretty well overall for the bottom lane. Because if you remember back at the first matchup, Bubbles has been isolated in the very first initial phases of the game rather quickly and been farmed up on a number of times. So seeing her still being alive without being killed at all, it's a good start here for eBlacks.
Currently not really any protection on this T1 tower. And speaking of protection, there's a big lack of it down in the bottom lane for two people. Make that actually three, as we had 3 total deaths there, but eBlacks taking the advantage and Magic being the sole survivor. And that's exactly the kind of result you want. I guess you didn't want the other death, but having Magic survive to get the farm afterwards as well is also perfect. Glyph burned by the eBlacks, forcing Australia to burn that one and still lose the T1 tower. eBlacks taking a lot of control in the top lane.
Yeah, good. So far, set of plays, set of swings coming around. Lunarial farming himself up nicely. on the middle, but you look at the items so far, a little bit of a very scarce kind of setup, but maybe later down the line we could see something rolling. Good XP per minute as well going in between the Lina and the Void. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit of an interesting overextend by the Mars of Warkle Stranger, but sniper shot coming in just to kind of force the Lina out of that position and maybe drain a few more bits off the bottle as well.
I will never not laugh when I see the flip. It's such a satisfying animation to see, even if it's very, very simple. However, it's also a very good move throughout this laning phase. I mean, it's kept them out of trouble a few times. However, it hasn't really been the kill potential that maybe they were looking for onto Magic. TP scroll activated, and it looks like Fu has been caught completely off guard by the Mars Coliseum, shut down, and even reinforcements have been harried away by her own teammates.
Interesting, yeah, well, with now Dawnbreaker being farmed up rather nicely. 4-1 scoreline, that's a nice early advantage points-wise for E-Blacks. Starting things off pretty well. Pretty sure that's the first time we do see them well and truly in kind of in the lead, albeit only by three frags. But even still, that's a good early start. Good return to form by E-Blacks.
Yeah, it's good that they're taking control and holding it down in the bottom lane, so Magic can do her thing. But top lane's starting to pop off now as well, including getting their own tower down. They can even start roaming if they really need to. Start focusing on this mid because, yeah, we talk about how well the E-Blacks are going. Look at Pudding on the net worth. And the it's XP per minute at the moment, but it looks the same on net worth too. Pudding is just steamrolling ahead, right? Taking control of mid lane, but control of the jungle is what this battle is going to be fought over. But very quickly, it's won by Team Australia. The only question is how many survivors are there going to be? Will Mars be able to make it out of there alive? I think so. Warkle Strange is going to get a few stuns, a few slams, maybe buy a little bit of time, but that's all.
Yeah, good gank up by Team Australia, right as I was saying that things were looking rather prominent. For E-Blacks, Team Australia decided to say, no. Yes, we did lose out on those initial few engagements, but once we start our gank game back up, this is where that absolute killing machine that Team Australia can be now restarts back up. So now comes the more sort of a question, well, maybe now it's the idea of double warding some of those key positions, key flank plays, because that has been the bane of the existence of E-Blacks, I believe, back in matchup number 1. And albeit a whole lot of things changed ever since then, still there's a few things that still feel left unchecked.
All right, where are we going here? E-Blacks, the smoke has been popped. Maybe just looking to scout out a little bit of info, like making sure there's no Roshan play being made, but they can see most people on their map on the enemy side, so really just sneaking into position, and this is what it was all for. Finding Rin all alone, pinned against the Coliseum wall, a show for us all.
Don't even need to use the dome either to face this void, just keep on just bonking away, courtesy of that arena. Good job though so far for E-Blacks being able to keep on isolating and those isolation plays have been very great so far. Lina though of Veneria has to be very cautious about this. The 3-player setup on mid could be rather dangerous. Matter of fact, that's a 4-player setup, so you have to be very careful. Back away, don't try to, well, take on, because that is the bait that is currently being casted by Team Australia.
Yeah, all things considered as well, this mid lane, while Pudding is taking control and all things character-based, or hero-based, I guess, is that the Lina has actually been pushing, and it has actually been getting some solid tower damage. Of course, a lot of that comes from the teamwork, but look, the T1 Radiant tower, completely full health in mid lane, so it's not like Pudding has got any actual map pressure out of this mid lane, just gold, which is, you know, fine for a sniper, I suppose, but at some point you do need to kill those towers, and I believe they should be looking at getting that mid lane T1 down for Team Australia. E-Black should be knocking it down rather soon, or at least demanding Australia's attention in the mid lane constantly. Although, actually, the tower has been, of course, regenerating. So they're actually able to heal it back up slowly, but surely.
Slowly but surely, yeah, that's basically going to be the key idea here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Curious how will the rest really be played out. So far, I mean, an attempt to maybe apply some pressure onto Mercy. That was a perfect throwaway, but no, the arena is there to just keep on forcing any sort of play is going to be great, although no actual follow-up.
That's a rage arena. That's like, hey, you flipped me, I'll put you in an arena.
Yeah, have some of that.
Exactly. A little bit of tit for tat.
And that's one way to maybe divert some sort of attention onto Marcy whilst the actual play is looking to come around. Again, sniper shot coming in. It feels like it's just more so a bit of a tickle damage, but in reality, it's that continuous pressure from Pudding that's going to be absolutely impossible to completely ignore, meaning that later stages, whilst yes, Pudding won't be at the forefront like she was on Pudge, as a sniper, it is going to be extremely annoying to deal with her.
Yeah, at least the pathway to stopping it is very different this time, right? It's not just Pudge, kill it, maybe. No, it's get on the sniper, kill it, stop Pudding doing any damage at all. At the very least, make Pudding run away so Pudding can't do any damage. Yeah, there's a few things they can do. They have some gap closes. I mean, you throw a Snapfire in there, then they can get there. Or a Faceless just wrecks the rest of your team. The Magic can also win it that way. For now, though, of course, yeah, Pudding's going to be able to start farming incredibly safely pretty soon, if not even now, just on top of all the other things you were mentioning too. So, yeah, Australia have some very scary carries that, give them a little bit of gold, give them a little bit of time to farm. They can definitely become a problem, and I don't see anyone stopping Pudding at the moment unless E-Blacks really turn the gas on and start pushing objectives really hard. They got that top tower. They could get that mid lane tower somewhat soon. They've been having victories in the bottom lane, at least they were. Where's the next point of entry for the E-Blacks?
Oh, good question. Smite. Feel like maybe trying to isolate that sniper, if there's vision on that, would be a good shout. But apart from that, it seems like it's a bit of a kind of a calm down moment where both teams just get a little bit more of a freer farm. Just make sure that they, getting their gold rolling, get their earnings check sorted. And I mean, you look at the net worth. So far, I mean, Pudding is leading pretty well, all things considered. But then both Lena and the Void of E-Blacks are starting to get a little bit closer and closer. So far, so good. The only concern that I have again, you look at the supports, and it's the supports that so far are having a bit of a problem. Magic completely burning down. That's Fu completely out of the equation. Oh, Marsa's having a bit of a problem, but I say that burst damage is huge, and as it stands, Trent protected, tried to protect, well, the teammates, but unfortunately not much came off it. Mars actually about to be bursted down as well. That's Void gone as well. Magic did not have a whole lot of chances, and last moment tried to fall back. No, there's the finisher Pudding. That is exactly where the sniper comes in huge. It's those finishers.
Yeah, you're running away like this for super long. Oh, good double stun. Oh, good double stun. Could turn into some kills. They got keen and turned it around, but they realized Pudding is still there, so they'll have to back off. Bit close, a bit cheeky, but yeah, I mean, good first kill by E-Blacks with that Chronosphere, but I mean, again, that's a lot to use on one person. And as you can see, the rest of the fight kind of crumbled.
Yeah, a lot to use. Yeah, a lot of damage as well pumped out there once again, Pudding. Whilst being kind of on the sidelines, it was her that pumping out the most amount of damage out of that whole team fight, and that was great to watch as well. Because whilst yes, the initial fight, initial damage has been great from E-Blacks, the fadeaway, the runaway, has not been as clean as they probably would have wanted.
Yeah, and Sniper's going to make that horrible, as we just saw.
Sniper's going to be a pain.
Yeah, no running away from that hero. So now we're seeing that Australia can indeed fight when they show up, and they have been showing up. They've been catching E-Blacks down, maybe a little bit like 1 second too late to save all their comrades, but at the same time, Team Australia, this is sort of what we saw in game 1, right? Where New Zealand was showing some pretty good signs. Not as good as this game in the early game. However, Australia have come back extremely quickly, and now they've got the control, it seems, and they're demanding the threats. Meanwhile, though, it is still like game 1, where E-Blacks are sitting there with like, well, we do have Lena, and we do have Faceless Void. These, you know, we can rely on at least one of them to start putting out a lot of damage. Whereas for Team Australia, it's like if Pudding goes down, will Australia really have enough to deal with the rest? Because Pudding is definitely eating up a lot of the gold and a lot of the experience, obviously being a mid laner. So is it a bit much of a focus? Of course, with Pudding being a sniper, it's a lot harder to jump all, you know, the whole marathon all the way into the back line.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. Sniper is definitely one of those heroes that's just absolutely annoying to deal with, and something that will require quite a very, I suppose, consistent approach to just trying to very methodically keep him out of the equation. Because without Sniper, theoretically, Team Australia could really suffer quite a fair bit of issues. But I gotta also point out that Trent Protector that has been played by Giacchino has been very, very tanky, and actually able to survive quite a fair few plays. But you say that Pudding as well. Believe that's a Mjolnir already assembled for her.
Oh boy.
And if that's the case, that is a big uh-oh. Because not only that's a singular damage, that's now a damage that can spread to the whole team.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Speaking of single target, flip-flop, how do you do? And that should be a pretty easy kill there for Team Australia to pick up. There is a bit of damage being thrown back, but surely they don't make out of this one. There might even be another flip. Actually, Lunariel might actually be able to do this and make it out alive on top of getting the kill. They've managed to do it. E-Blacks are starting to turn it around. The Colosseum's been dropped down while Snapfire rains down the artillery. The Trent Protector trying to block the choke point, and now Dawnbreaker has arrived with that global presence, finding Mars in the background.
And the
they
Weaver as
might
well.
even be able to get one last swing, but it wasn't enough. Stunned in the tower range, and that's plenty of damage from E-Blacks to drop Dawnbreaker to half. Do they have the power to finish? I don't think so, but they can make them run.
Yeah, make them run indeed, but jeez, the Dawnbreaker is now feeling tanky once again. The sheer ability to outlive just the absolute hail of damage that has been thrown at her. Being able to also run away definitely does make things nice and comfortable. It does keep the scoreline nice and pretty as well. Lena, I have to give the kudos to the Lena of E-Blacks. That has been a pretty good way of pulling back. Oh no, Magic tried to pull a bit of a getaway, but Rin did not get caught in the dome. That's, well played.
Look at Australia's faces. Every time it swaps to the camera, they're all smiling like, yes, we got the kill and the Chronosphere.
Yeah, that is a big one, because that is going to have a lot of a cooldown as well from Void. So, not particularly the kind of result that you would have want to see. But yeah, to get back to my point previously, Lunariel, that was a pretty good getaway play in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah, by the skin of her teeth too. It was like 1 pixel on the health bar, but they did make it out. So she can be pretty stoked with that one in terms of escape. But yeah, maybe if some more dangerous members of the enemy team had shown up to go for the gank, a little bit more single target damage would have had it.
Oh, speaking of,
what? Where did he go? He's just gone. No more Mars to speak of. Oh, sorry, not Mars.
Marcy.
Both
sides of them.
Just the health bar disappeared.
Yeah, the health bar was rather rapidly gone. But speaking of the health bars being rapidly gone, that's the T1 tower in middle, also completely being demolished. I believe we yet to see any sort of approach. Actually, I say that maybe the T1 at the top has fallen as well.
The Australian one has.
The Australian one, yeah. That's what I was talking about. So at least a decent, I suppose, trade of the towers, but still a very neck and neck kind of play. I mean, after we last time looked at the graph as well, the graph was actually still saying that the win probability was heavily but previously in the hands of Team Australia. I think it was something like 60-40. Now it actually equalized up, 49-51. So even Steven game. So far so good. And looking at the items as well, E-Blacks are slowly but surely accumulating all the necessary things. I believe, yeah, Mjolnir has been acquired, but interestingly enough, both Sniper and Weaver already got Mjolnir as well, respectively.
Yeah, as well as a few flying couriers picked up as well, just for some good feelings and speedy delivery, of course. But yeah, what I want to see now though is where does Australia take this from here? They've shown they're a great 5-person team when they roam around as a squad. All 5 of them, if they find someone, obviously that's going to be really good, but they don't have the pudge this time. Yeah, we talked about maybe Dawnbreaker being kind of like a catch you out if you're misplaced, but you sort of need someone else to already be there. And so, yeah, Australia, it's like, are they going to be searching around looking for those picks once again? Are they going to march up to the towers to start sieging them down? They've got the sniper. They certainly have the range and the damage to take these towers down if they need to, and just force the E-Blacks to come onto them. But I imagine on the minds of Australia is, where is Magic? Where is she farming? And is her Chronosphere on cooldown? Because not only is Magic a great late game carry, it's just such a massive team fight ultimate that you can have. Oh, hiding in the bushes here. Magic may be looking for a sneaky kill onto Rin, jumping in, Chronosphere activated, and let's see if Magic has the time to get the kill rooted up, and the life is saved. I don't think Magic's going to be able to catch up to this one, Cthulhu.
Bit of a tilted there for Magic, given that she had Rin dead to rights, but courtesy of the Trent Protector, things did not particularly go according her way. Neither did the stun of Linearial. But so far, I mean, so good, but putting back to middle, back to being able to farm up an absolute storm. Fu on a Dawnbreaker. We got to see quite a fair few of her plays previously on matchup number 1, but do we get to see this kind of play come out from her in matchup number 2? Main question for me here is, with the sheer amount of momentum that Team Australia was able to, acquire back in matchup 1, do we get to see the same kind of momentum proceed here, or whether it is now the time to come back for the E-Blacks?
Even the momentum that Australia had when they did start getting it, it was halted pretty well by the E-Blacks, right? And it was also, it hit the brick wall where a lot of games really do, which is fighting inside your enemy's base. And so they couldn't quite crack that fight where they could beat down a few buybacks just to wear the E-Blacks down. They never really got clean enough team fights like that. So yeah, the question is what happens if they get into that position again? Can they crack that shell there, or will the E-Blacks turn it around with another great Colosseum? Because they do have that option again, right? Those Colosseums were great in the base defenses. We are still a little away from that, though. We have a few jungle kerfuffles still to go on, Cthulhu, before I think we reach there. But, of course, Australia, while behind in kills, slightly ahead in that gold. And a lot of that, in fact, almost all of that is going to be on Pudding there. So, again, it's like, how well will Pudding do?
Speaking of...
The question is, I can't even finish that sentence by the time they die. And Fu taken out, not Dawnbreaker, not so tanky anymore.
Yeah, ramping up the gank play so far in the mid game for E-Blacks has finally started paying the dividends. Meanwhile, instead, Team Australia is starting to farm up a stop onto the Roshan, and that is going to be the Aegis taken in their own control. So next fight, later down the line, this could be very dangerous, and as well as that, Marcy now starting to become a little bit more of that very powerful kind of support, with her abilities being able to, I believe, also get the stun after that combo.
Yeah, and Aegis is going to go to Aegis is going to Rin, right, on the Weaver, which is again, Weaver's just such an annoying hero to kill already.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you talked before that Weaver could be played as that sort of a carry.
Yeah. You did end up going carry, by the way. So again, throwing that Aegis onto the other carry. I mean, that also kind of speaks to how confident they are that Pudding can stay safe, that Pudding won't die. Because, I mean, Weaver, you can argue, can survive without an Aegis, right? Can say, all right, you know what, someone else can have it and I'll handle myself. But they're saying, no, Pudding is able to take care of herself. So give it to the Weaver, give it to Rin, and she can, again, be basically just not even an option to target. Like, why would you ever target a Weaver with an Aegis? Like, are you really going to catch them in time? Maybe with enough stuns, but you're going to have to stun them like straight back up after. Who knows? You know, it's rough.
Nina bringing in the Satanic as well. Could be big onto bringing in the survivability, but oh, this is a lot of damage all of a sudden. Lunarial falls very quickly, but Magic coming in with the Chronosphere. Actually unable to fit in any sort of big damage. Maybe this time trying to get reach onto Illan as well. Rin as well, completely out-damaging Magic, and now, yes, whilst the arena was there, it's there more so for the fallback, and you can see the sheer amount of damage being outputted by the sniper. An attempt to fall back, but no mercy, back into the swing. It was all basically now prophesized that Team Australia had the upper ground there in that fight, but my goodness. It started off pretty well.
It started off okay, yeah. But for eBlacks, the main thing I saw was that Chronosphere dropped on one person, right? And it wasn't dropped on Pudding. So Pudding, even with Magic standing inside the Chronosphere, on the far side too, Pudding could still easily reach you, reach Magic and start putting on the damage and saying, okay, no, you can't sit here and just hit my teammate for free. Get out. And so Magic had to retreat, was on the retreat for basically the entire fight after dropping the ultimate, which didn't really stun anyone else. It didn't stun anyone else. It stunned Pudding for like half a second after she walked into it. But the rest of it, though, means that Faceless just wasn't being Faceless in that fight. Yeah, it's not late game yet, but you know, if that happens again later on, not so confident there.
Yeah. Sheer attack speed, I just realized, of Pudding's sniper is kind of nuts at this point, where whilst yes, the scoreline starting to look very even, the egg is in the hands of Weaver, the 7k gold advantage starting to slowly but surely compound here once again for Team Australia. Whilst the start game was looking very dominant for eBlacks so far, a bit of a slack kind of been on their end. Magic, whilst she tried to make a play with the Chronosphere, half of those weren't as magical as the name suggests.
No, unfortunately not. You need a little bit more fairy dust, I guess. But, of course, it's not just about that. Maybe a big one later on. Oh no, they have found their target. And down will go Lunarial. There goes the Lena. A big chunk of the gold and the damage for the eBlacks. Down for almost 80 seconds with not a buyback in sight, Cthulhu.
Ay. Not particularly the situation that New Zealand representatives would have wanted to see. Once again, Team Australia just showing that they have that ability to keep on isolating one by one their opponents. I mean, they've done it before to Bubbles last matchup. This time it seems like it's Lunarial that is copying the short end of the stick. This time, just unfortunate turnout over unfortunate turnout. But I mean, on the other hand, for eBlacks, they still keeping up a relatively stable kind of form of income, albeit now with the, I suppose, the ganking phase of the matchup that has been happening between the two teams. It is going to be a little bit difficult to get some sort of consistency running. And I mean, look at this already. Only 2 of the players on the side of eBlacks are currently around the top lane. And the moment they get pincered here, this is going to be it. Complete cutoff.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy pincer. I mean, good luck running away from the Weaver as well.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, maybe they find the portal out. Of course, you don't want to be looking around for them in the trees as well. So, judging by that distance, they should be able to TP out there in the top left of the map. But at the moment, it looks like they managed to go through some unwatered territory, I think, is the idea. So, they should, yeah, you can see they've already TP'd out. Should be all good. No worries, mate, for the eBlacks. And now they know that Team Australia have sent a whole lot of people to the top lane. eBlacks should have free reign in other parts of the map, bottom side, even the mid tower. I think T1 is still just barely hanging alive. So, you know, maybe that could have been the focus, but instead they get a little bit of wards down, and that's kind of about it.
Well, so far so good. Lena Lunarial trying to just get the last bits off the Satanic going for her. She could be rather big. As well as that, just playing for that extra survivability could be very workable here, but again, it'll need to be very much of a team effort. 22nd level, whereas the next closest one, I believe, is going to be Mars. of White Coal Stranger. Look at the win probability. All of a sudden, that took a very big dip from 51 to 49 to 35 against 65%. Team Australia, despite the initial much slower start, this time looking just very, very dominant, and already Lunarial going a little bit too far. In comes the lightning strike as well, and it's all for nothing. Rin is just on a whole new level. The sniper as well, the Fallen X gone. Possibly, and Rin is on a mega kill as well, completely stomping over E-Blacks.
And it feels like maybe Australia have started to break New Zealand here, because the E-Blacks, you can see them going in for almost consolation kills at this point at the end of that fight, you know, jumping in. Yeah, maybe you're kind of donezo anyway and trying to maybe pick something up, but at the same time, getting caught out like that is just making it harder and harder to come back here. Yeah, you did manage to pick up one kill during that, but that's fine. Like, for Team Australia, they're like, all right, cool, we still have our sniper up, we still have our weaver up, we are all good. We're just going to continue farming and continue pushing, keeping you locked into your own side of the map. Because for Team Australia, now that they've managed to do that, they can start looking at Roshan. They can start dropping the wards around the area. They can start preparing for the next one. They should at least have control of the area to make sure they can get that knowledge on that. Knowledge, of course, is key. They'll see it now. But I imagine this is the brick wall I was talking about before with Team Australia, right? They should be hitting that point where they can't really win super hard team fights that are inside their opponent's base. So the help of another Aegis should be looking like it's on the cards here for Team Australia. Otherwise, they'll just be hunting around throughout the jungle, maybe looking for, I mean, they'd love to find magic, farming alone, because one Chronosphere, if it's magic alone, that's not going to save her.
Yeah, relying on just the Chronosphere won't particularly do a whole lot of good, but items-wise, at least we are looking at a pretty decent setup, albeit not completely all perfect and all set up, but in comes already another initiator, a stun coming around, trying to bait out some sort of maybe a Chronosphere as well. It does come around this time, but look at the sheer amount of reheal as well. The survivability is big. Rin is able to keep on dishing the punishment back up, and I mean, the moment it started dipping, back up it goes, and so far it is not looking good. The response play has been absolutely crucial here from Team Australia. And right now, it's once again a fallback and a backpedal out of that.
Yeah, although they did leave Australia hurting a little bit on some of their heroes, but at the end of the day, they can sit in the lanes, they can continue pushing, they can continue getting kills apparently, as Rin picks up Lunarial. Oh no, the Weaver getting the Lena. That's a pain. That fight Cthulhu that we just saw in the top lane, Chronosphere dropped on Rin. They wanted to kill the Weaver, and you can see, okay, if that's E-Black's plan, great. You know, killing the Weaver straight away, awesome, before the Weaver can just scurry away and she can get to safety. Unfortunately, if you don't do that, Weaver's, again, almost impossible to kill after that, you know? You don't have the burst to kill, cool. Your Shikuchi's always going to be there to get you out to safety, keep you away. The speed boost is insane. So if you don't kill within the Chronosphere, I really don't see Rin dying any more fights after this.
Yeah, I mean, given that the fact that Rin is already sporting items like the Daedalus and the Dragon Lance as well.
Probably an Aegis soon.
And an Aegis soon, yeah. This is all looking very, very dangerous.
Oh, buyback by Lunarial.
And the Swift Blink as well on top of it all, plus the I believe there was an aim for the Eye of Skadi, I think. But regardless of that, yeah, Rin, there it is. There's the Aegis as well, I believe, coming about. And yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie, Team Australia is starting to look even more scary now. If before it was kind of like, you know, we'll get a taster of like, yeah, we'll just go for the chunky play, for just a big health pool. This time, it's the borderline inability to be killed, plus the sheer amount of burst damage that is going to be coming out from basically all 5 of the heroes.
Question is it time for me to announce my Australian half of my ancestry and maybe claim the bias there? But no, we've got one more fight to go through. Can New Zealand survive against this onslaught? It doesn't look like it, as the Mars will fall The rest of New Zealand scurries away. Rin is just picking up kill after kill again. They do eventually pick one up onto Australia, but is it enough? There's still a buyback available. It looks like the fight wasn't too involved. Oh, hang on. The Colosseum has dropped, speared into the wall, and that should be a kill very shortly. Staying alive. Oh my gosh, so long, but eventually does fall. But the rest of the E-Blacks, their health bars have dropped to nothing, and Australia walks out the victors once they get rid of this last one.
Ay, 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 ay. Another upsetting result. Only being able to claim 2 frags out of that, but even so, Marcy stayed alive for so long. And I mean, you look at Dawnbreak, you look at the Weaver, the 2 biggest impact players out of that Team Australia lineup. And how do you deal with them at this point when they're able to basically survive everything, plus being able to out-heal the sheer amount of damage that is being outputted into them?
I mean, you saw what E-Blacks wanted to do. They were trying to take out Rin. I mean, Rin does a ton of damage, but again, you need to kill it really quickly, otherwise it's Weaver. So she's going to get away. Now, no buybacks available except for one on Magic if they did want to engage a 3v3 to save the tower. I think, yeah, E-Blacks are just going to let this one go, maybe try and buy a little time, maybe even save the tower. No, it's going to go down. But the question is, can they save the racks? They may lose the range racks here. Yeah, these death chambers are way too long. They're not going for the buyback. This should be the range racks, but sorry, actually that was the melee racks, of course. That's the range racks, died way quicker. And so now both of them down, Megas and bot lane.
Ooh. Slowly but surely, the impending doom feels like it's coming closer and closer here for E-Blacks. From starting off so well in the early stage of the game to now being basically resorted to just defending the base. Look at just the sheer amount of presence that so far Team Australia are bringing in. And so far it's just basically free roam for them, whereas E-Blacks kind of have to deal with a bit of a damage control there for themselves, albeit not all is lost just yet. I mean, the lineup so far has been decently good, but yeah, they need to make sure that they're ensuring that the focus fire is there, not really splitting their forces too far apart, because otherwise this is where the issues will start compounding even further. Already a push towards the top lane. Is this where we might be seeing second to last, or maybe even the last group fight before it all crumbles, or is this where we find at least some sort of solace here for E-Blacks?
Yeah, this is where teams are truly tested. You're down, backs against the wall, one loss here and you lose the series. You lose your shot at Birmingham here. But for Team Australia, they themselves are one step away from some of the biggest glory you can get here in esports for your country. Going to the Commonwealth, going to the Commonwealth esports competition just to play for your country and represent it. All they have to do is to kick down New Zealand one more time. The Aegis, 50 seconds left. They want to be able to use it in the next team fight if possible. But as we've seen, I don't think Rin has even had to use it so far. That's how dominating Australia are right now. So for E-Blacks to come back and have a fighting chance in this, they at least are in the best position for that. In their base, buybacks available, they can go for the defenses, and hey, there's not even a Roshan up, because of course not.
Yeah, shame that the Aegis will go to waste, as it doesn't look like there is any sort of hint at the actual push with the utilization of the said piece of utility. But understandably so, for Team Australia, they don't have to force a whole lot of things. They're just waiting essentially for the New Zealand representatives of E-Blacks to basically make that mistake for them. Kind of from there on, the rest could be theirs for the taking. So apart from that, I mean, whilst yes, Lunaria trying to just farm up at least some last bits of the utility. Black King Bar in her hands for now a fair while. It almost feels like they have been kind of aiming to keep on applying pressure through the gank, through the roam, but Team Australia kind of ended up doing it slightly just better, Phil. Or at least they invested a little bit more into the ability to have that sort of life sustainability before actually resorting to the ganks. And then the ganks came kind of almost naturally from them. Whereas eBlacks kind of almost tried to, you could call it a little bit, force it? Or
Yeah, there has been a little bit of forcing, but that's mostly in I'd say the later stages here for eBlacks, is that they are getting maybe perhaps a little bit desperate, right? Some teams, they play a lot safer when they're in this position, but some teams, and I also like this option, is they play riskier, right? Because they know their backs are against the wall. Doing nothing is probably not going to do too much for them. So I understand making the risky plays for sure, but I don't think eBlacks, they're on that precipice where they're just not quite out, despite what that gold might say. They still have plenty of opportunities to win team fights at their base, like they did in Game 1, with the power of buybacks. Of course, Australia also have the option to just simply outfarm them, drain them out of resources, but at the same time, you can see in bottom lane, right? There's 2 people out there farming there, maybe even looking to snag a kill even. I'm not even sure what they're looking for over there, but at least they're getting experience, they're getting farm, and it's not even inside their own base. So eBlacks, it feels like they might have room to breathe.
Yeah, they might have the room to breathe, but it also may end up being a little bit too minuscule. An attempt to try to isolate Dawnbreaker. Look at this. The stuns are coming around. The bashes are there. Is it enough? No. The BKB comes around, and in comes the absolute just fighting party. And yeah, look, not the kind of result that you wanted to see. A fallback. Lena will try to run away from it all, but yeah, you were talking about, you know, completely draining all of the resources. With 30k, you could do a lot of work and say, for some ungodly known reason, you falter at one of the group fights. There you go. You have the gold to basically going for the buys for those quick adjustments in the items department, and then readjust your play. Whereas on the side of eBlacks, basically being granted one more chance, and basically that is about it. At least in the department of just being able to, you know, readjust their sort of engagement, because at this point, quite a fair bit of resources have been dedicated to just try to make at least one shape or the other of the roam game work.
I can certainly see Australia just chilling out, waiting for Roshan to come out,
toying with their prey,
and then just going in with the extra Aegis. It's the 3rd Roshan, so they'll have a few extra goodies too. So even a little bit more power to move in. But yeah, you're right. I mean, 30k gold, that's not insignificant. That's quite a lot of a lead for Australia to have right now. And so they could be looking to use it, but like you can see on the map, like they're not. They're looking for Magic though. Question is, well, I mean, Magic's not TPing out just yet. Wanting to stay around, this is so tense. Do they find Magic? Finding Magic there would be devastating, because you'd almost definitely force a buyback.
You look at the player camera. Jakino was just, whilst looking around the trees, she was very much keen to see, where's Magic? Give me Magic, give me her, give me that frag. But instead, well, finding nothing, basically just resorts them to, well, back to the lanes, back to farming up the creeps, and back to getting the final bits of our own utility. But I mean, you look at Sniper, basically for the majority of it all, as far as I can see, the items are all relatively all wrapped up and finished. Interestingly enough, the refresher orb starting to come out a whole lot more frequently now from both ends of the teams.
A few extra buttons to push during a lot of these fights, and one of those fights might begin soon. I'd say that, except the thing is, Australia do Roshan so damn quickly that by the time the eBlacks even maybe sniff it out, they can't go in to stop it. It's already dead. So there it goes, the Aegis, the Cheese, now on 2 members. The Cheese going over to putting on Sniper. So, hey, if you want to change your idea from focusing Rin to now focusing putting the Sniper, well, too bad. Putting's got the Cheese now too. It's even more annoying. So, this is quite a task for eBlacks to go up against. But at the same time, again, they have the buyback advantage when they're fighting in their own base. But I mean, I say fighting in their own base, half the time they're not even in their own base.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, already in comes the push. Rin, under the guise of the Invis, is looking to dish out some damage. The Glyph is actually coming around to try to make the rotation. It's a full 5-person play, with even the Dawnbreaker making a rotation, albeit not as healthy as one would have wanted. And obviously will try to avoid as much damage as possible from the tower. But already early plays, Bubbles gone, no chances whatsoever. Marcy is just on an absolute ripper of a performance, and the barracks are looking to go down here as well.
Oh, actually going to go in with the Coliseum. Goes for a stun, but surely this is it's not cutting off the retreat. It's going in for the kill. Magic in the backlines. Doesn't have the Chronosphere to drop down just yet. They're looking for their very first kill of this fight. BKB's activated, so the carries will stay alive a little bit longer, but Magic too far forward will get a kill, but will be quickly traded in return. No buyback available for Magic either. Very bad here. Pudding's still alive and on a killing spree, and now ripping apart the Kiwi base.
Yeah, Elin and Rin as well, being able to just be the duo, and yeah, GG's already being called here. Yeah, look, it was a valiant effort here from Eblax, but unfortunately for them, Team Australia just looked far too good, and yeah, just like that, well played.
Team Australia going to Birmingham, taking down the Kiwis.
They're stoked about this.
Hugs all around, big smiles, as they should be. They got the 2-0 done, 2 clean games. New Zealand, of course, I mean, you can't help but feel a little bit disappointed, of course, for the Kiwis, but you better believe that they'll be back. This is a strong squad of gamers. And they put on a good show today, game 1 in particular as well. But it did fall apart there as Australia took solid control. Cthulhu 2-0, and they're going to be the representatives in Birmingham.
There we go. Yeah, look, valiant effort, but massive congratulations to Team Australia. That was, yeah, a phenomenal turnout for them, especially map 2 certainly worked out quite well. On the side of, yeah, Eblax, just unfortunate. It definitely felt like a little bit like the tilt factor kind of came into the play here as well for them, especially after the conclusion of map 1, where they did look like they were about to pull a big comeback, but unfortunately just things did not align there.
Yeah, who's to say, but we will find out very shortly, of course. But before we do, let's take a look at what we have seen so far and what's coming up later. Of course, we just saw the 2-0 by Team Australia, but later on, in fact, coming up next is going to be the Open Division for Dota 2, so everyone's getting involved with that one. And then in the evening, we're going to have Rocket League later on. But man, what a series for Australia to come in and just make their mark. I mean, the hooks in Game 1 by Pudding's Pudge were out of this world, and it's just such a contrast to what we saw in Game 2 on Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, even on Sniper, Pudding was still outputting a hefty amount of damage. And whilst, yes, at the forefront, it was Rin playing the Weaver, it was still a huge performance from just Team Australia carries in general.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, New Zealand did fight back in a lot of these fights here. This one-base defense was actually quite good. A few buybacks, actually, wasn't even full buybacks. And even here, fighting in front of their opponent's base and still picking up kills, cheeky little blink daggers, still finding their moments for sure. And New Zealand, yeah, again, especially in Game 1, the E-Blacks felt like they had a real shot in Game 1. But Game 2, of course, it was just really Australia taking control. I think, yeah, they took a lot from the draft, but...
Now, but like, even on the draft phase, it felt like E-Blacks could have had a really good, you know, advantage over their opponents. Just unfortunate for them that it did come down to just mid-game just being completely overpowered by Team Australia, and kind of a play for the momentum did not particularly really pay off there for the New Zealand representative. So maybe next time, well, we get to see them come back in full force. Maybe, well, at least this should have been a good learning phase as well for E-Blacks as well.
Yeah, E-Blacks had a good start in Game 2 as well. Like, I mean, I almost forgot about that, to be honest. It was quite a short-lived moment, but yeah, they had a good solid control of the early game, but pretty quickly, and it was around about this moment, I believe, as well, yeah, Australia just absolutely started taking control, right? They started coming in and stomping over pretty much all the fights.
Yeah, well, that does conclude the run, though, for E-Blacks, and look, rather unfortunate result there for them, but look, still a very solid, very valiant effort from them. So good to see that they've still managed to put up a great show.
All right, well, guys, good series brought to you by TAB New Zealand, and of course the E-Blacks uniform by Virus Apparel. But of course, speaking of the uniform, we have one of the members of the E-Blacks after that 0-2 loss. We're going to find out how the team was feeling.
Hey team, I'm here with Rangzi, or Magic, from the E-Blacks team captain, after an unfortunate loss there to the Australian team. Very great display, and they fought very hard. Magic, what are your just initial thoughts coming out of that game? How are you feeling?
I mean, obviously pretty sad, but you know, I think they fought very well, and I think it was well deserved on their part. I think they just played better and they outplayed us. So, you know, congratulations to them. I'm honestly happy. Like, I'm happy with how we played. We tried our best. It's just unfortunate.
It is. And I mean, are you proud of your performance and how you played?
I think I did well in the first game. I think the second game I whiffed a lot of my ultis. I feel like we in general could have played a lot faster. We let them reach their item timings, and by the end of it, it didn't matter. We couldn't even kill one just because they were too far ahead by then. Yeah.
And so this has been obviously a big experience and journey all the way through until today's matches. Obviously not the way we wanted it to go, but are there any thoughts you have around the journey so far? Are you grateful for the experience, what this means for Dota in New Zealand?
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like New Zealand, we really don't get many experiences, not when it comes to Dota. I mean, I don't even think in esports in general, New Zealand's not really involved in many big things. So I think, you know, this whole thing, getting involved with the Commonwealth Games for us, it's huge. You know, even if we didn't make it, you know, I'm very grateful and the team's very grateful that we got to experience this, and hopefully, you know, other upcoming young gamers, hopefully this kind of tournament and events keeps continuing happening and they can experience it as well.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see, you know, humble and gracious in your defeat. Unfortunately, not the result we wanted for today, but it was a great performance, and we're very proud of you from the New Zealand side of things. And then congratulations again to the Team Australia, who will be representing Australia at the Commonwealth Esports Championships in Birmingham coming up in August. That is the women's Dota team competition completed for the regional organisers, and now we will be heading through for a quick ad break, and we'll be back shortly with the Dota 10 men's team in 30 minutes. And so stick around. We'll be right back after this small break. Thank you.
It really comes down to the individuals and their skill level. You're not going to see of that sort of domination of certain players like Lewandowski coming up against smaller centre backs. He's going to be coming up against guys that are equally being able to sort of defend him well, as we see a little bit of a mistake there, but it falls nicely to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, little mistakes like that can absolutely throw a series away if that goes just a little bit the wrong way. You know, you get a free shot on the goal, free goal, just putting you one goal up, and we saw, you know, there was only one goal in the first game between both halves, so that actually, just an early goal can be so wildly different here in swinging the favour, especially if it's JMK King to pick it up. That just puts Azilu even more on the back foot. A shot, it actually goes into the net there.
That's a brilliant shot there from Lewandowski. I didn't think he'd quite shoot there because the defender's cut off, Azilu's cut off that angle really well. But this is just the power of Lewandowski, to be honest. It's left foot, just nice finish into that bottom corner.
Just threading the needle there. And we're talking about early goals, right? And there it is with JMK King picking that one up nice and early. I mean, he's just going to go back to his old game plan of keeping possession. I mean, that's such an easy game plan to follow through, right? I mean, is it as simple as just doing that, passing back and forth between the players? Is it much easier once you get to that stage?
I think once you get that one goal advantage, it does become a lot easier, because now Azilu can't just sit back and be patient and wait for Josh to make a mistake. Now he has to go at Josh and force Josh to make mistakes. And this is where Josh might look to try and punish him and put another goal on the board. And if he does that, I think it's game over. But speaking of punishment, nice little shot there, but just going wide.
Are those the type of plays, though, that you're going to be looking to make when you are starting to get on the real back foot? I mean, you're just talking about it, right? He's got to make the plays. He's got to be the one making the initiative, and here it is. It goes to the goalie, though, so unfortunately, he's going to have to work all that much harder to get it all the way back down there. For now, JMK King is going to be the one to start putting the pressure on once more.
Yeah, Yeah, but as we see here, story of the first game's carrying over into the second there. A little bit more of a midfield battle, still going the way of both players, not really one sort of dominating each other. Even though Josh is on the scoreboard, I think Azalu can take that sort of, he can calm himself down and know that he's not out of this game because it is very even and it could change just with the flick of a switch.
Yeah, I mean, that is good news, right? Is that at least it's not 2-0, right? You can always come back. One goal is all it takes. One from pretty far midfield. Oh, the defender just barely getting there in time. But is it still the pressure cooker on? He is still going to have to get that defense rolling again. JMK King pushing it up to the box once more. He's got such a strong strike here. He's playing footsies around the defenders. Can he get it by them all? No. Looks like we're going to shut that one down right there.
Yeah, and as we go into the second half, I think Azalu, he's got to change something going forward. Even though that ball is sort of bouncing around between the two in the midfield, Josh is notably a lot stronger going forward than Azalu has been so far. So he needs to come up with that game plan and try and find a way through Josh's defense, which to this point has been very, very stable.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, apart from maybe a little earlier on in both games, in fact, but after that first maybe minutes of real-world time, right, Josh just comes straight back in. JMK King takes control and just never seems to be in an awkward position, right? Maybe it comes a little close to the net, but it always seems more like risky plays are coming out from Azalu. Long shots, long chances of trying to just claw his way back into this one because, again, that clock is ticking. You're in the second half now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just as we're speaking, as another goal goes in, great finish there from Lewandowski. I thought the keeper grabbed a hand onto it, but all he's done is push it onto the post, and it's still managed to find its way through. And I think that might be game over there. I think Josh is taking this 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so hard to come back from that one. I mean, it's still literally not a single goal for Azalu, so it's going to be so hard to come back, like you mentioned. 2 goals in the second half, and that's just to even things up. Again, this just makes JMK King's plan all that much easier.
Yeah, and I think now this is where he can sort of start playing. He might not try and go for that third goal. I think the game here, possibly barring something special happening from Azalu, is over, and I think Josh has sort of got to, this is where he's got to use his experience. He's got to sort of kill off this next game that's coming up. He's sort of I think that's what he's going to try and do. He's going to sort of look to try and say to Azalu, look, when we go into this third game, you haven't scored in the first 2. Yeah, well, I've scored 3 goals, so I'm going to try and use that advantage and try and put that even more pressure onto you because you can't make a mistake anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It's been basically that since the very first goal. Everything's been on Azalu to come back, and it just hasn't managed to pull it out. There's been some opportunities, some long shots, but nothing seemed as solid as what JMK King's been able to bring out. Yeah, a little bit of pressure from the corner here, but again, it's just not enough, right? The game's already kind of done. So with that, JMK King, I mean, going up 2-0 is going to be massive in the series alone. So he's basically forcing Azalu to come back in a reverse sweep. He's got to win 3 games in a row after not scoring a single goal.
Yeah, exactly. But like football, 2-0 lead, that is what they consider to be the most dangerous. So will that 2-0 series lead, hoping that the score stays 2-0, will that 2-0 series lead for Josh prove to be his undoing? I don't think so, given the way these 2 games are gone. I think Azalu might be able to pick up one, especially if he can grab a goal late here. If he grabs a goal late, that plays into Josh's mind, knowing that he's going to that third game, and Azalu has proven to score. But I think if it stays 2-0, then it might be more of the same in these first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, we're really just waiting for Azalu to show us something different, right? Yeah, it's been something. It's been a little bit, but it just hasn't been enough. And so JMK King, like we've been saying, he's scored out these first 2. So I feel like even one single goal, if it's JMK King that gets it first, then, I mean, that could just shut it out right there and then. Yeah, there's always the chance of coming back when we get to game 3 and you're down a goal, but at that point, it's just feeling like game 1, it's just feeling like game 2. We feel it, the viewers probably feel it, and you've got to imagine Azalu's feeling it too. But I mean, hey, he's not quite letting it get to him. You can see him still laughing there on the camera.
Yeah, and it's good to see both these guys enjoying it. Oh, as the ball's come off the post, and there's the goal from Azalu. We were just talking about it. Can he grab one? And he has managed to grab one. little bit scrappy, but a great ball in from that free kick that comes off the post, and he's the first one to pounce. And is that the goal that changes the series?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a comeback from this, then that would be quite the story. I mean, imagine moving on to the next stage of the competition and saying this is how you made it there from a long shot like that. Oh, the goalie takes it straight to the face, but unfortunately that should do it there. No magical miracle comeback for this individual game yet, but hey, there's signs of life.
2-0 up for there for Azilu. You know, it's a huge mental advantage, sorry, for JMK King sitting there next to him, knowing that he has to win the next game, otherwise this whole thing's over.
Yeah, I mean, not just win the next game, but win the next 3 in a row. I mean, Airborne, talk to us about a little bit of your competitive experience. Have you ever been in a position like this where you've got to come back and reverse sweep? And I guess the important question, did you do it?
In FIFA, we don't necessarily play best of 5. Best of 5, that's a little bit of an endurance type series. Typically, we've played best of 3, and there has been situations where I have gone down in that first game. And yes, sometimes I do come back. Yes, sometimes I don't. It comes down to your ability to be in that situation and be clinical as we get back into the third game here.
Yeah, straight back into it. So again, I think it's going to be all about this first goal, but the signs of life that Azilu gave us before, it shows that yes, one goal is not just a 100% secure for JMK King, although I'm putting my money on if he gets that first goal, that he's going to just take the rest of the series right then and there.
Yeah, I think given the way the first couple of games have gone, Azilu, he's not necessarily shown that ability to come back immediately after conceding. Josh, when he goes up 1-0, he's done a very, very good job of being able to control these games. And I think that's where his experience from FIFA comes through. That ability to control the game and control the series. Like he said before, if you don't have the ball, you can't score. And Josh is doing a very good job of keeping the ball off Azilu.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be the game plan as well, even if it's just a little bit of mind games here, knowing that, again, it is kind of on Azilu to make this next game. JMK King, he's got room to play around if he wants to. He can try and tilt his opponent. He can maybe try and rub it in a little bit here in the third game, because look, if you make a mistake, all right, you still got 2 more to pick up a win. JMK King, he only needs to get that 1 more game to take the whole series and move into becoming the next stage of becoming an E-Black.
Yeah, and I will say it has been interesting that Azilu, throughout these 3 games, he's stuck with Bayern Munich, so he's being prepared to sort of match JMK King, and maybe that's probably the one decision that he might look back on and sort of regret. Will have changing another team been able to get him back into these series? He might have scored a goal in the last game, but Josh has just been able to control these games.
Pretty massive, and it's just right from the start. I mean, he said it in the interview, just keep possession. He hasn't been able to keep 100% possession, so hey, Azilu still has that going for him, but at the same time, much greater than 50% seems to be working out well in his favor. And again, getting another opportunity for the striking player to make a shot, but the defense, it's already there, and it's going to be able to just go back and forth again, draining that clock, no matter who's got a goal.
Yeah, exactly, because these games are so fast, probably one goal here is going to decide it. But so far it has been a lot more of an even game. I think Azilu has definitely sort of shown us a little bit more in attacking now that he's got that confidence from that first ball. And if he grabs one here, it's going to be game over, possibly. Although Josh does a very good job of clearing that ball eventually.
All right, so we're going to hit that half time, and for all we know, this could be the last half time of the entire series. It could end right here. It could just take one single goal by JMK King, but of course we always know that the miraculous fairy tale comeback is always on the table, and he's not quite sitting on a big fat 0 goals total in the series, so Azilu shows that he can do it. He just needs that one in, and if it could be the first, I mean, that would change everything.
Yeah, exactly, and we're talking about comebacks. There was a great comeback this morning in the football with Real Madrid coming back from basically 4-3 down against Man City in the dying minutes of the game. So it has happened before, and that's the beauty of football. Game's never over until it's over. So this will be interesting to see here how Azilu comes through.
Yeah, so just a reminder, everyone, we've been saying it a few times, but this is potentially the last game, potentially the last half. All it takes is JMK King to win it here. he has been the favorite coming into this one. He's got that professional experience, that LAN experience. And right now, he's showing that dominance. Again, signs of life from Azilu, but it's been far from enough for him to take it out here. So, in the dying moments of the second half, we're already halfway through the second half. Again, up against the defense, can Azilu find a way to get that one more goal, or will JMK just take the series here and now?
I will see these last sort of 5 minutes, we're seeing great signs from Azilu. He's sort of been all over Josh. He's putting the ball into the box and creating pressure. It was just unlucky to sort of have the defenders block that last chance and then made a little bit of an error passing the ball into the defender, which is probably why he hasn't been able to score too many goals. But like saying that, he has shown a lot of signs of life after that goal. And Josh is now sort of, he's not able to execute his game plan as well. He's sort of, Azilu's the one who's actually controlling this game and controlling the possession of the ball. So he's probably taken a little bit of a page out of Josh's book here, and he's doing very well at it.
But the thing is, he's got to be the one to make the play, right? JMK King can play around a little bit, but possession's only going to be 90% of the game. And yes, at a 0-0, we will be going into overtime if something doesn't change in these dying moments of the second half. And it could be a very intense one. And it could even be, again, the beginning of that beautiful story, the beautiful comeback for Azilu. But he'd have to do it in overtime as we tick over the 80-minute mark. So now we've got to see, will JMK King just take it out here? He's got the possession now. He's bringing it up the field. He's looking. He's got a pretty clear shot, playing games around the defenders, but can't get it by all of them. There's quite a solid wall there now. And now Azilu, he's got to make the play. He's got to find the time to get that one goal.
Yeah, this is the kind of time where heroes are made and heroes are lost. Azilu, he's making that ball do the work and putting pressure on Josh's defense, but he's still not been able to crack that, and he looks like it's going to head over into that extra time like we've been talking about before, which this is really anybody's game.
All right, just to actually update everyone, turns out it's actually 1-1 so far in this series, so we're not actually as close to the end as we may have thought. So, with that said, that actually changes quite a lot there, Airborne, because, I mean, now it's now back to a best of 3, like you were mentioning, but yeah, so, yeah, that's going to change quite a lot, in fact, indeed, in the series. Probably a reason that Azilu was smiling a little bit more after that second game, but, I mean, look, moving into the overtime for sure, we're probably going to be getting a look at that soon. But, I mean, hey, look, we've still got 3 potential games to go here, Airborne.
Yeah, and it's been interesting now that we've gone into extra time. We're seeing actually both players making their first substitutions of the series. So it'll be interesting to see whether they've made the same subs and whether these subs are actually going to have a big impact on the game. And everyone knows that in extra time, everyone's tired. You've been running around for about 90 minutes. The subs potentially could have a big impact, and it'll be interesting to see whose subs are going to make the best impact.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, that's where, again, the strategy is going to come involved with both players picking the same team. Then, yeah, the differences in those subs will make a huge difference. Again, the overtime going to be very tight here, but again, with a little less pressure on Azilu than perhaps we may have thought before. That's going to be a lot more important for him to really start making the strike. He could take the lead here. He could take the lead in the series and then put JMK King on the back burner.
Yeah, now we know that these halves are very quick and that the series is tied 1-1. Both players now are going to be under a lot of pressure, because whoever wins this game puts themselves one series win closer to winning the entire best-of-5 series, as we see Josh go through. And it's a great goal there from Lewandowski. I thought the defender had managed to squeeze himself in front, but Lewandowski wraps that big left boot around him, puts it into the back of the net, and that's actually that's going to be a big mental advantage going into this second half of extra time. Now he's got that 1-goal advantage.
Yes, and so just for clear up on the confusion with the player teams, I think JMK King started off on continuing into overtime.
Yeah, we got that second half, so it's not quite over just yet. So moving on, we'll get your clarification in a moment, Arcadian. Don't worry. Overtime does not last forever, as some fans might feel. But as we now find out, with that 1-goal lead, Airborne, you said it could mean everything. I mean, how likely is it even that goal is even going to be overtaken here in just such quick overtimes?
I mean, anything can really happen. I think both players now, because of the tiredness, they're sort of, you're going to see a lot more mistakes start creeping in. And I think if players are able to calm themselves and be able to take that chance when it arrives, because there will be a chance here, as saying this, just as the defender manages to clear that. But I mean, what happens after this? We're going straight into penalties, I believe. And anything can happen in penalties. Oh no, sorry, actually, it's only 1-1-0.
Yeah, no, with 1 up, we don't have to go to penalties just yet. Maybe we'll save that for game 4, maybe even game 5. But there it is there. I mean, taking it up 2-1 now in the series. So
to Azilu. So yeah, just for the confusion for those of you at home, because Josh or JMK King started off on the home side for the same team, he was red shirt. Next game he changed to white shirt, then red.
That's what it was.
This following game he'll be on the white team again. So just for those of you following, easier to know who the player cams are to keep on to this. But it is now 2-1 to Azilu in the series, which is a fantastic, comeback for him so far, especially from the first score. I mean, what do you think, Matt, he needs to do to really close this out now?
I mean, look, maybe with the whole narrative changing now, Azilu, I mean, he could just take a page right out of what JMK King said. He's the one in the lead. Everything that we were saying about JMK King before, it now applies to Azilu. He can just ride the easy train to the rest of the series. Yeah, it's not quite as solid a lead as a 2-0 as what we thought it might have been, but, moving into this one, you've got a game to play around. You can be a little more risky.
Yeah, and as you see here, Zulu is in the red, JMK King is in the white. We'll just clarify that for everyone so that we're all on the same page.
I'd like being on the same page.
Yeah, this game, now that Azilu's up 2-1, sort of throws out all the predictions that we've had going along. We're keeping everyone on their toes, and I think definitely the way this game's going to go, I think Azilu, Josh now, I believe, is going through. Takes a shot, and that's a great finish there from the attacker, Serge Gnabry. Took his time. You saw him there pause just before the shot, just to sort of settle himself and place it nicely around the goalie.
JMK King taking that 1-goal lead. We're going a little bit back to what happened in game 1 there, although a much quicker lead indeed. So still plenty of time for Azilu to come back into this one and catch up, maybe even overtake. But I mean, looking at the way the possession's going right now and the position of the ball, JMK King might want to make that an early 2-0.
Yeah, and it's definitely now the biggest thing for Josh was he had to grab that early goal. He's 2-1 down in the series, and grabbing that early goal now puts the pressure all the way back onto Azilu. So now Josh is able to go back to that game plan he's been talking about since the beginning, keeping that ball off Azilu, keeping it so that he can't score and he can keep that 1-0 lead. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of time left in this game. So Azilu's definitely not going to have to rush and do anything crazy yet. He should be able to ride this patient possession out from Josh and come back into the game soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very important for him as well. It being such an early goal, like we said, there's plenty of time for Azilu to come back into this one. He's, in fact, making an attempt at it right now. Plenty of defense, but it does not matter.
That's a great finish there from Leroy Sani again. Looked like the defender had him covered, but still manages to wrap that left foot around it, put it nicely into the back of the net. And this game's all square. This is the first time that we've managed to see someone come back from 1-0 down and square up the game.
Yeah,
so
we're actually...
It's all square.
Yeah, back to square one, and we're not even into the second half yet. So suddenly we're getting a pretty high-going game if things continue this way, or they may indeed slow down, because both players, they can't just sit back on keeping possession. They can't just sit back and hope that the other player never gets the ball, never gets a chance to shoot, because someone's got to make a play, someone's got to make the go. And for JMK King, that might have to be him, because remember, he's the one that's down one game in this series. It's Azilu who's got that one game away from victory. He can almost taste it, and maybe he's tasting it now after he's evened up the score, if he can get that one more. But the first step of that is going to be stealing it away from JMK King here, and I think he's done it.
Yeah, as we move into halftime, this game still all square at 1-1. I think whoever scores his next goal here, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other person, because if it is Azilu who scores that extra goal, Josh now suddenly has to, he's put in a position where it's do or die. If he doesn't manage to come back into that game, his dream's over, whereas Azilu's going to be able to, if he goes down that extra goal, he's got that 2-1 series lead advantage. So he's that peace of mind knowing that he can, basically he can go all out, and if it doesn't work out, he's still leading and we're going to game 5.
All
right. So, like you said, that first goal could just make it or break it here, make the do or die situation for JMK King. Here's an opportunity for the shot to go into the net, but it goes very wide. No chance there for that one to happen. So both players breathing easy a little bit here. Maybe a sigh of relief from one of them.
There was a great chance there from Joshua Kimmich. Perfectly placed in the box and somehow managed to almost put that up for a corner. So I think someone's going to be regretting that. Someone may regret that chance later on. It'll be interesting to see if there's another chance here. So we see the defenders getting a foot to it and cutting it out.
Yeah, and JMK King, we've seen him in games manage to grab the ball, grab the lead, and then just keep possession and make sure that there's never an opportunity for the comeback. But the comeback has happened in this game, so that plan's a little bit out the window, and we're seeing more and more often that he's put up against the net, he's put up against the pressure. So now it's his opportunity. He needs to make this attack work out well. We're already halfway through that second half, so time is again running out until the real pressure begins to mount, because if we go into overtime, remember, Azilu has got that extra game to play around. That's really do or die in overtime if JMK King gets there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as we've progressed along these series, at the beginning of the night, the midfield battle was the key. But now both players have sort of settled into their rhythm, and they're both being able to create great attacking opportunities. And now it's coming down to how well can you defend those. And in pressure situations like this, that could be the difference. How well can you defend that run through from the wingers? How well can you defend that ball going into the box? Because we've seen now that both players have the ability, even if the defender might look like he's got the ball off the attacker, the attackers have been able to wrap their foots around it and bury the chances when they need to.
All right, some good passing play coming out here from JMK King. He needs to, again, find that one in the net. Running out of time here in the last moments of non-overtime. Too many defenders here. Plenty of time for Azilu to get in position to defend this one here, so it may be quite hard for him to pull this one off.
Yeah, again, we're seeing great defensive ability there from the defenders, just cutting out the ball at the crucial time. Both players now seem to be able to get the ball into the box really well, but it's that final pass, that final touch that is just letting themselves down, as we see here now. Great save there by from the keeper.
2 matches up, well, 2-1 in the series so far. 1 game left to become an E-Black. JMK King needs to make it happen now, or he has to go to overtime. That is where the real pressure will come in here. Azilu here in the red, coming in. He's still got the defense going in here, but I think JMK King might be finding an opportunity here, but no, it goes way wide over towards the corner, and that just gives Azilu plenty of time to just boot it down the field.
Now we're moving into extra time again. Pressure just seems to be mounting here on JMK King. He's got to be the one who puts the ball into the back of the net next. If Azilu does it, that might signal game over. Should be quite interesting to see now. We saw last game both players making those substitutions as we headed extra time. It'll be interesting to see whether they make the same substitutions or whether they change it up a little bit, whether they were happy with the players they brought on. As we see now, they look to be playing similar sort of formation, so ideally you want to be playing players on that sort of attack those slower, more tired players from your opposition player. You want to be sort of being able to control the game now.
Again, this is where more of the strategy can come into play here, so the bigger brain may even get a little bit of an advantage here. But with now JMK King getting possession, actually getting it up the field a little bit, defenders running back, he may find time to just get a quick one in the net, because remember, with a quick extra time, that could be all that's needed here for him to pick that up and maybe even up the series. And even then, he'd have to win game 5. But hey, this is step 1 of surviving in the series, right? He cannot drop this game. Possession so far seems good for him, but at some point, he's going to have to make a play.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is where you're going to start to see the experience that Josh has coming into play. He's going to know that he wants to be the one that gets the one opportunity to attack that might come up in the second half of extra time now. If he's sort of backing off and letting Azilu, who's up 2-1 in the series, if he's letting him control this second half of extra time, he's playing with fire, really. He wants to be that one controlling the possession. He wants to keep that ball, which he's doing very, very well here. As he goes through now with Taliso, he's going to take a shot. Oh, and it's just gone wide. That could have been the game right there.
Yeah, that could have brought him right back into it. So now Azilu is going to have another chance to just secure the series, secure his position on the E-Blacks here in this overtime. But straight back over to JMK King, actually. Well, it's just going to be a bit of a midfield battle here for now, in fact. So no solid winner just yet. But Azilu, he's now got the pressure on. If he gets a shot at the net, no, it's going to be headed away over towards the goalie. No player solid here yet, but oh, if we go to the kickouts, that's going to be where the real pressure begins.
Yeah, definitely now we're going to see Josh wants his last attack, although he's just given the ball away. Zailu has one chance and he's ball still with him. Can he find this goal here, or are we going to the penalty shootout?
If he can just win it here and now. No pressure, but no, indeed. It's going to go to the penalty shootout. Oh man, what a way. What a way for him to win the series if he can do it right here and now. JMK King, you've got to watch his face, right? You can see he's smiling, but how much of that is just on the outside, right? How much is he feeling it right now? We'll take the first one here with Azilu. You can see the players, like, look how they're holding the controllers as well. They don't want the mind games of the other player to see what's going on. Face to face.
Yeah, exactly, as Nabry steps up, calmly finishes that first goal. And like we said, when you're playing next to each other, you know, you can look over and see someone's controller, so they're hiding them very well here. He steps up and Josh does very well now. Levels it up at 1-1.
As soon as someone takes the lead, though, we'll imagine that's where the scary play starts. Of course, with Azilu getting the first shot, he's going to be the one to keep putting the pressure back on. If he keeps picking up these balls in the net here in the penalty shootout, every time JMK King, he's got to match it.
Yeah, exactly. As JMK King steps up and he's leveled it 2-2. So this is going to come down to the wire, and I think the pressure's probably a little bit more on Josh, because remember, if he loses this, that's it for him. Zailu steps up, and again, he's gone the same way every time, so it'll be interesting to see if Josh can adapt here and sort of get into the mindset in the head of Zailu and try and outthink him and, like you said, have that bigger brain, have those 200 IQ plays.
Oh man, each player is just getting it by. JMK King is matching him shot for shot, but there's only 2 more opportunities here. Is it going to continue this way? The first block comes in. Now the pressure is mounted. JMK King can take this one here. He'll take the lead for the first time.
He's done it. Great step up there from Leon Goretzka. Josh, pressure's off him. Pressure's back on Zailu. Can he bury this to take it one step further? And he does.
Oh, no way. JMK
Great
King.
finish there.
It's all on him here. Do or die. Take it here. He can move on to the 5th game, and he'll do it.
That's a great finish there. Great composure there from Josh. Back against the wall, 2-1 down in the series. He needed that penalty to not only even the series, but to take all that pressure off himself. Now as we go into a game 5, it really is up to both players now. It's sort of anyone's game. That midfield battle is sort of evened out. And now we're going to start seeing who has that composure, who's the one who's going to be able to grab that final goal.
Oh man, how exciting was that game though? Matched evenly the whole way through. You know, surprisingly, Zulu came through. I think he had 98 passes to 58 at the beginning of that the first time, regular time, and so his passing was really up there though. But for Josh to come back in the penalty shootout, maybe that's a strategy he can take, is holding that time. Same team colours moving into this one here, and this will be the final match of tonight, best of 5.
Yeah, so we're sticking to Azilu here on the red. Again, it's back to square one. We're exactly where we started again. The game just before could not have been closer. Yeah, the pressure was there, but...
The region's greatest sporting rivalry continues in a brand new arena. Tonight, Australia and New Zealand will face off in the Mcrae Cup. Join with the Trailblazers. History favours the brave as esports takes its rightful place amongst the great sporting codes. Who will win the Mcrae Cup?
afternoon and welcome back everybody to the Sky Tower LPL studios in the heart of Auckland City, New Zealand. My name is Jonathan Arcadian Jansen and I am so excited to be here today, and I hope that you are too, as we continue these epic matches on this historic day as New Zealand and Australia compete in the first ever international esports test match for the Mcrae Cup. Now if you missed this morning, we're already 1-0 to Australia in the women's Dota match, but we have some more to go, and so we'll get into the matches very shortly. But for those of you who may not have been able to catch up with all the matches to date, what led to this exact moment here today? Well, let's take a quick look back at the journey so far.
So what is an EBLAC? It's our national esports squad. Now these teams will be representing or selected to be part of the EBLAC squad to represent New Zealand at international country representative events.
You know, growing up as a kid playing football, you want to represent your country, so doing that through eFoot would be just as good, really.
And he beat the reactions of Azilu here in the final moments of Game 5.
Oh, what a save there, but Noibert has dropped right to Leroy Sane.
The first EBLAC we are deciding tonight. JMK King.
It's an awesome opportunity to be able to say that I'm representing New Zealand. It's not something that everyone gets to say. I don't know, representing your country, representing your city. It's an amazing feeling just to be able to say, yeah, we are the best in New Zealand. We are the team that gets to represent New Zealand, and we're very proud of that.
This is a massive night for us because we're going to see New Zealand's top esport players definitively selected for the squad.
There's no changing the outcome. There's no changing fate. Underdogs will be your new EBLACs for Rocket League.
Incredibly close. So JMK King on the eFootball Championship, and then 5.5 Kiwis coming through in our weekend qualifier online through Dota 2. Fantastic, never dropped around during the entire series, and so very, very strong performance for 5.5 Kiwis. And then finally, you've all just seen it with Kenny Salmon, Scarp, and DX7 on Underdogs taking it out for Rocket League on the New Zealand squad.
And there you have it. That has been the journey so far towards today's matches. So earlier this year, the Global Esports Federation and the Commonwealth Games invited esports to enter the fold, which led Australia and New Zealand to host their regional qualifiers. We put the word out for the best esport athletes from across the countries to compete in the selected esports, and now we had our regional qualifiers. From that moment on, we then hosted a national level qualifier where Team Australia found their selection and the EBLACs, or the New Zealand, found the EBLACs. So today's match is between New Zealand and Australia. EBLACs versus Team Australia, and the winner of today will not only go on to represent their country for national pride, but to the Commonwealth Esports Championships in Birmingham, in London, in August. And so it's going to be an absolutely exciting match today. All stakes lead to right now. The players loaded up in the studio, ready to go. But to walk you through all the action, we have Smite and Cthulhu to walk us through. How you going, boys?
I'm doing really well, thanks Arcadian. Thank you for sending it back to us. Cthulhu, man, we're back here again. We've had one match so far, Women's Division 2-0 to Australia. Pretty good matchup, I've got to say. But now we move on to the Open Division for Dota 2, right? And this is going to be a fantastic one, New Zealand versus Australia. Normally we play together. Tonight we're playing against each other.
Yeah, tonight is the battle of the two parts of the OCE region. And on the side of EBLACs, we do have our full lineup. Ningi, it's your boy Xavier, Fury, and Tobbs as well joining us for the matchup. And honestly, they're a roster that has been, relatively fresh, but have been putting in the work.
Yeah, somewhat fresh, but in the meantime, they've been working very hard. And I've got to pin a lot of that to one man, Fury, who you saw as the team captain. Moving on, though, Team Australia now will be their opponents. Calvin, Lord Boons, The Last, Tien, and Spag. Again, these are names that you'll recognize if you're a fan of Oceanic Dota 2. And sometimes maybe even these players play on the same team. But tonight, Australia will be playing against New Zealand. So Team Australia also looking quite strong. On the individual skill level, Australia's team members look great.
Oh yeah, Australia's team members certainly looks like a packed roster, but so can be said theoretically about EBLACs as well, given that the whole rivalry, like you alluded to before, could be rather prominent as well. And in the head-to-head that we do get, it's Fury versus The Last, the two players that have had quite some history between the two of them.
Oh yeah, Fury and the Last are great. This head-to-head matchup is really great, brought to you by TAB New Zealand. And it's great because Fury, I already mentioned him, he is such a passionate captain of Dota, really leads almost the entire country in how much we love Dota 2. Whereas the Last, his opponent, this is also going to be a very, I don't know, like almost an emotional little battle between them because they've worked together in the past before. The Last has worked with Fury. So whether they can, I don't know, maybe put those differences, well not differences, put those old similarities to the side for a moment and do a little bit of battle. The Last definitely going to be a good member of the team for sure. Was certainly lauded as like one of the highest skilled players too. So for him to be on Australia is scary.
Yeah, it could be quite scary. Plus, as well, given that, given the history between the two players, maybe some certain ideas and understandings of what could be picked could be also kind of now in the hands of the Australian team as well. Given that we've already seen the female team absolutely pulling out a dominating 2-0 victory over the E-Blacks women's team, certainly looking to set quite a decent pace. Now, for E-Blacks, already we did go through quite a fair bit of the picks phase, already introducing quite a number of the heroes that has been, interestingly enough, previously banned. I mean, PL being brought out, I believe that's Doom as well, being brought out. So far, so good.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting a look at the picks and bans so far. We've come in a little bit of way through it, but yeah, the first pick going to Doom. This is always like Doom's a pretty good hero, right? Like you can pick him just to say, I want to be really annoying to someone else, right? You got a lot of versatility, obviously, with the jungle creeps you can devour, but of course, it's all about that Doom ultimate. You can just really annoy, not even annoy, just lock down one spellcaster on the other team. There's the E-Blacks there as well, just above you guys, looking really swag in their new uniforms, I gotta say as well. It's gonna feel good wearing the black. Those ones are brought to you by Virus Apparel as well, so, you know, shout out to them as well. But yeah, man, it's gonna feel good as to be Team New Zealand, putting on the again, it feels like the black jersey, right? Like, you know, it's gonna feel like such an honor to do it for your favorite game as well. But Cthulhu, getting into this matchup, right? We've talked about Doom a little bit. We've already seen a few of those power picks come out from the women's division. I wonder if we're going to see similar things here because already out of what we've seen picked, it's pretty much the same, pretty much all different. Except for the PL, which was banned rather than picked.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the PL because in the right hands, it could be an absolutely deadly entity as well. Even in just the solo department, I mean, with all the copies that he can generate in the later end of the play could be big. Curious how will that really play out, but tell me a little bit more about that third pick that Team Australia just brought out.
Yeah, well, Pangolier, I mean, this is a superstar's pop-off hero indeed, right? Like, you can do so much with Pangolier, which is definitely the reason Australia are going to be picking this one up too. So, you know, I'm excited to see what they're going to be pulling it out with, who's going to be picking it up, because it can be a scary hero to lock down. If they start, like, you put them mid, they start getting really fed, getting even a small lead. Not only are they going to be able to start crushing their lane pretty hard if they snowball, but the roaming is insane on this guy, with his ultimate especially. So being able to roll around all over the place and get to where you need to be extremely easily and quickly. There's so much you can do with Pangolier. It's no surprise really to see Australia pick it up. It's also just, you know, a staple in Oceanic Dota as well. So Pangolier, no surprises from me.
Understandably so. Well, on the side of the E-Blacks, the now introduction of Puck being brought on board, and I do believe that is also Grimstroke as well being introduced. So quite happy so far with the picks overall. Seems like a relatively balanced-ish kind of lineup on the side of the New Zealand representative. So quite curious to see how the Australian lineup will be able to respond back. Now, we already have quite a number of the disablers actually being brought on board from both ends. More so kind of from Team Australia, given that the Visage and now Pangolier and the Earth Spirit as well coming into the play. Now,
Yeah, it's a lot of
Earth Spirit
beef.
a lot of beef in this. Again, something that could be kind of dated back to even how the female roster has really played out. You remember the very first matchup, a lot of beefiness was introduced there. But yeah, with the Earth Spirit, I'm actually quite keen because kind of almost in a similar, kind of in the same tandem as a, could technically reference Pudge with a number of different skills from the Earth Spirit. It could be the big initiator as well for some of the plays, albeit, or maybe a secondary re-initiator. What do you reckon?
Oh yeah, I mean, with all that meat on it, right, Earth Spirit can totally jump into the fray once Pangolia's done a little bit of his thing, or vice versa, of course.
Yeah.
You know, you got a little bit of flexibility with it, which is really nice. On the side of E-Blacks, though, you talk about initiation, it's like, what have you really got? Doom really can't do too much. You don't want PL running in, right?
I mean, Puck theoretically with the silence as well, but again, that's a bit of a glass cannon play.
Yeah, you want someone with Puck, right? If you're going to be sending Puck in at all, so this is where you'd be expecting E-Blacks to pick up again a little bit of beef on their groceries here to round out that roster. Whereas for Australia, I think they've got their meat already. They need a few. I don't know what's the analogy in this case. Veggies? Would a carry be veggies? It doesn't feel right.
Nah, look, I think it's just at this point, just add even more beef and it's just double up on the protein gains.
You just want a carnivore meal?
Yeah. Just go full on. Yeah, go
Maybe
hard
they
at
can be dessert.
Right?
Carries can be dessert.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they're special.
See the way how I see the beefy ones are here as like a nice, good either entrees or like a side dish. Carries are the main meal, the one that develops in the taste palette as well whilst you consume it.
Carries are chicken nuggets. You heard them.
Oh yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. Chicken nuggets
something special.
Could go hard. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like. All right, well, anyway, moving on. We still have a few more bands to round this out. Actually, no, we're into picks now as we've had Death Prophet now thrown into the ban list too. Okay. So again, like other powerful, I wouldn't say meaty, beefy heroes, but like there's a lot of...
The damage dealers.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage reduction that you can get with Death Prophet. So like taking that away from them, also just a strong mid laner opportunity too. So...
Well, yeah, it's Death Prophet on the side of Australia. It's Medusa on the side of E-Blacks as well. So both teams looking to try to avoid those big kind of consistent burst dealers. And well, there it is. Yeah, Mars being brought out. Consistent pick, I gotta say. Throw and throw.
Oh,
I mean, one of the big heroes that has managed to kind of find its own niche almost.
Yeah, no, Mars shows up so much in Dota. I mean, Colosseum is such a powerful ultimate, right? You've got obviously the spear has so much playmaking potential. You catch someone out with a stun, super easy to like pick them up. So yeah, and then on the flip side, Team Australia rounding out their composition with the Juggernaut, right? Magic Immunity is the name of this guy's game, right? Like he can just ignore so many mechanics just by literally spinning to win. So again, like it's a good answer to certain things, especially as a last pick. You can see everything that your opponent's got out. Like, you know, who cares if Doom wants to drop Doom on you? You're a Magic Immune. Like, I doubt he would drop it on Juggernaut, but that's just an example, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Juggernaut should slide into this very easily. It is one of those heroes that like you can sort of like put into a lot of compositions and will do the job of a carry. It's just not a hyper carry. It's not going to go crazy in the late game or like late game.
When say you bring out the full group fight, Juggernaut could still do quite a good amount of nuking damage really with the ultimate as well, just jumping on and on and on. And with the, I believe with Aghanim as well, it does beef it up quite nicely as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, also the great thing about it is it keeps you alive because you're, you're somewhere slashing people in your Omni Slash.
Yeah.
That's I guess how it works a little bit. But we should be jumping into the game momentarily, you guys, and I'm excited to see this one. New Zealand had to take the L in the women's division. Let's see if we can take the dub here in the open division because I've got a lot of faith in this New Zealand team, right? Yeah, there is a lot of talent sitting over there on the Australian roster, like some amazing superstars. But I've seen what and how hard the New Zealand team has been working. I want to see what it looks like in practice, and I'm going to get to see it right now. Getting into match number 1 of the Open Division Dota 2. We've got Australia versus New Zealand once more. The E-Blacks take to the field against the Aussies.
I would imagine they would get quite more vocal as well comparative to the women's team as well. A fair bit of banter as well. that rivalry as well could be coming in. Already full send, full play. Hello? What's happening?
Hang on.
How is that allowed?
All right, Calvin managed to just walk into the E-Blacks, and now this is something I may want to bring up here, and I was wondering if it was going to be relevant in this matchup, and maybe it will be, is that Australia are very confident that they're going to be able to take this match.
Right.
And I mean very confident, right? So they are going to be playing borderline disrespectful, right? Like where they're not even worried about their opponents. Moments like that where you get caught out just walking into the enemy jungle without checking, that's the kind of thing that gets punished, and that's why you should respect your opponents, of course. I say that as New Zealand's literally dancing around Australia, and we get another battle.
Burton just got, oh pardon me, rather Fury, got absolutely just bonked there, and not too sure what to make of it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea was there for Team New Zealand, but
I'm not too sure just both teams what was their ideas, because on one side the Earth Spirit just completely just being dunked on, and then that whole send. Tobbs is about to possibly even go down and get farmed up.
No, he should be all right. He'll be able to make it back, but he's got basically no health. He's going to have to sit back and regen for a while. And, I mean, he definitely wants to be able to play it safe. He can, because he is in the safe lane, so he'll be all right. He can just hang back by his tower, no real problem. Meanwhile, on the flip side, of course, you've got the Juggernaut here in the safe lane. Double melee as well can be punished somewhat hard if you have the range for it, but between Doom and Mars, I mean, you look out for the spear, you should be good.
Spag here, sitting around, just kind of chilling, relaxing, not really having a whole lot. Curious how will this Pop versus Pangolier be able to perform, given that Pangolier, the moment I would imagine, the moment he gets leveled up quite a fair bit, he will be able to absolutely overpower Pop. And yeah, look, keen to see what Panga will be able to bring out here.
Yeah, might need to get to level 6 first, though, before he can really be much of a threat over to the puck. So we'll hang tight on that one, I reckon. But yeah, like I said, it's one of those ones that if it gets out of control, it can feel like it just can't really be stopped. And it makes sense for Team Australia, the way they want to play. But let's see how it goes, of course. You know, there's more than one lane here in Dota 2. So it's just going to be a little bit of trading damage. Nothing crazy coming out of this one. So yeah, I'm not really all that surprised out of what's going on so far. But yeah, we're going to get a fight here between a giant demon and a huge tree. And surprisingly, they both do the same amount of damage to each other. That's how lore works here in Dota 2. And they're just going to be swinging at each other. It's a bit of a wet noodle fight. They've oh yeah, he's got orb. So he can do a little bit more poison stacking damage. But I mean, hey, I don't think it's really going to be that much for the Trent to really. He's just going to shake it off, I reckon.
Yeah, just walk it off. Walk off all the damage, all the issues, really. So far it seems like a relatively down-paced game. Just try to farm up a little bit of damage. Good effort onto the bottom lane farm, but as it stands, a decent amount of damage actually being dished out. Surely Ningi had the play there, Ninji, but can't really find the actual finisher. Unfortunately there for Phantom Lancer. But Spag actually goes down. That's a big one as well, given that it's been going for a while, that whole tussle between Trent and Doom.
Yeah, I think it was actually the Mars that got the kill as well, so...
Oh yeah, Mars got it.
Or at least was certainly involved in it, so like real good move coming out from them up there. It's going to force out the TP as well. Super annoying. It hasn't really stopped Lose Yourself. In fact, it's given him some confidence as he's just got an entirely full spin on top of the Mars. So that's going to make it extremely hard to farm once he comes back, unless he sits back and goes for the regen for a little bit longer. Going to be dangerous and risky going in for the CS.
Yeah. The one thing that is going to be absolutely going perfectly well for Juggernaut is the fact that both of those top laners from the side of E-Blacks are relatively slow on their walking speed initially, so the Juggernaut spin would be able to just keep up basically as long as he is still in the range initially. So nice consistent damage dealt is always going to be good. But this is kind of cool to see that the Earth Spirit consistently trying to go for that counterplay, consistently trying to pull away the Grimstroke. given that Grimstroke was quite a bit of a problematic one. Visage once again now goes in for the play. The damage is a whole lot, and oh my, yeah, this time, yeah, PL does not survive that. Fury as well does go down, so not the best kind of play, and already a bit of a BM coming around on NG.
Yeah, I think we had a kill on the other side somewhere as well. Disappeared already, but that's Doom. It was Doom that died. Yeah. So it did end up being a bit of a 1-for-1. So that's probably fine, I guess, if you're looking at it that way. But at the same time, like, I don't think Mars has really been able to farm at all for a while, so it's just left the Juggernaut kind of free farming. Yeah, they can maybe scam a few jungle creeps a little bit here and there. I mean, Doom certainly very good at that. Fury can pick those up, but yeah, for now it's just a bit rough for the Mars lane, trying to find the option to farm, and importantly, stop the Juggernaut farming.
Yeah, the important bit as well here is the fact that both Doom and Mars need to make sure that they are playing their game quite well and they're getting even amount of XP. Whereas, say, with Juggernaut, you probably would give, well, between Trent and Juggernaut, you would probably give the preference towards Juggernaut to be able to ramp up a little bit of his own damage before Trent gets onwards, but...
Yeah, we lost Phantom Lancer again, by the way, Cthulhu. It's happening so often that we're going to miss it a few times, but yeah, it's a bit of a rough one down there. I mean, apparently, the Earth Spirit just jumping straight on top of him. I imagine it just happened the same exact way, getting the stun on top of him.
And the damage.
Yeah, and then the follow-up damage from his carry there. Yeah, Lord Boons is going to be able to easily clean that one up, and he's also going to be pretty stoked, by the way, at how this lane is going for him. Picking up the kills, picking up the CS.
It's just perfect timing as well on denying the creeps as well, so no XP being really diverted to the opponents. So this is not particularly looking too great. Now both Puck and Pango did get their level 6, so that means the ultimate is up, albeit in its early stages. But so far this is now starting possibly to look a little bit more dangerous. Surely the absence of Pango has been called out, but very quickly he comes back just as he backed away. Attempt to play for a pincer though on the top. Mars not feeling particularly too comfortable, but in comes the Doom that actually still lagging on quite a fair bit of XP, and that might end up playing into the hands of Team Australia later down the line. But still a good kind of counterplay for the top lane, I suppose. But Ninja definitely not enjoying his time here now that the not the Weaver, pardon me. What Booms ended up.
Well, hang on, hold that thought though, Cthulhu, because Tobbs is getting dived, and dives quite hard from full health. How long can he survive? It looks like the assault wasn't too long, in fact. It's going to be a bit of a trade, so now instead going to be backed off, pushed away from the T1 tower, shoved into the forest, but Pango is returned, and there it is, the rollout. Even with Puck arriving a little bit late, it doesn't matter. Team Australia, double kill, goes straight over to Juice, but you know what? He's thirsty, he's pulling out the straw, wants a little bit more juice, and Fury will be the flavor of the day. But it goes to Lord Boons instead.
Yay. Not the kind of result that you would want to see from E-Blacks right now, as Xavier as well is being farmed up to absolute hell. So he tries to scrape the situation as it's going, but oh man, it's a bit of a rough one. I mean, you look at that. 3 players from Team Australia currently on the top of the net worth, and only Puck and Mars are starting to ramp up. PL had a very rough time so far, and Tobbs attempting to try to fall back, but the sheer amount of just take damage that is going on, yeah, that is a wrapper here, and just like that, bottom lane all emptied out.
Yeah, wow, that was devastating in the last, what, minute for the E-Blacks? They've lost so much out of it, and now they're going to be fighting from the back foot for basically the entire game. And the thing is, this is exactly how Team Australia want to be winning, right? They want to be crushing it during laning phase. They don't want to wait until we're all grouping up as 5. Maybe they'll throw a gank in there for a bit of team play, but for the E-Blacks, their strength is going to come later on when they can make the plays all together. Of course, they've got to survive this onslaught, and it's looking extremely rough to survive so far.
Burden?
Yeah, hang on.
Fury. What's happening there, mate?
He forgot his mate, he forgot his friend, and Mars just left him alone. But yeah, Fury lost most of his health bar for that engagement. Puck's up here now too, so we do have 3 people. They can make a play here, but they better do it soon because Australia will react.
Yeah, already teleporting Pango as well. In comes the play. Oh, nearly was. And Trent as well. This is not looking too great. And again, without a whole lot of progression, forced to fall back. Puck as well, missing out on a level as well. This is not great at all.
Did force the TP out of Pango, so it's not like the end of the world.
Still though.
Yeah, it probably did not go nearly as well as they were like really hoping, but they did back off as soon as they saw Juice TP into the top lane, so perhaps they were looking for that bait. I'm going to go with it, they are. But for now, of course, it still is no kill, is no gold. And yeah, mainly the net worth being a huge concern, right? Because everyone in Australia is winning, and it might even get a little worse. This is now New Zealand trying to find something back, but it's so quickly reacted on by Australia. They just turn it right around. The tables are flipped. That's 1 kill. They're looking for 2. There it is, and where's the 3rd? Actually, let's make it 4 while we're here on the Grim Stroke, dominating mega kills, triple kill. Australia have this match, have this game in the palm of their hand.
Absolute and domination. Oh my lord. This has just an absolute been a washout really here. Yeah, Xavier is not particularly having a good time, and yeah, that's a full-on wipe. Yet another lane cleared out of the presence of the New Zealand representatives. Team Australia, look, maybe their confidence has been quite justified given their performance so far.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, right, is that no wonder they're so confident, right? They're crushing it here, and it is just getting faster and faster and faster. And I think the E-Blacks are trying to find ways to react to this and stem the bleeding, but it feels like it's almost making it worse. And now, yeah, Team Australia can almost go wherever they want to. Like, they're not even really continuing their lanes. I don't think the towers have really been taken down. They've gotten low, but they're really just moving around however they want, because at this stage they can. Juggernaut's still been farming up a Storm, and he's only the 3rd most net worth in the game. The 3rd most net worth on the team as well. So yeah, if you're Team Australia, everything is going according to plan.
Absolutely. Well, we're talking about how, you know, in the pick phase, the PL would be quite big on the play. PL got farmed up rather nicely on the bottom lane, to the point where the man was not really allowed to do anything really. Juice, again, going in for the play. Slowed is there. Mars is about to go down. It's not looking pretty at all, and only now the reaction is coming around, but it's already at the de facto of the frag that happened, and Pango is looking to farm up another Fury here.
Cthulhu, I'm watching through gaps in my fingers. Like, it's hard to watch the slaughter by Team Australia, but they've got to feel great doing it. Remember, this is their pathway to Birmingham as well. They just have to take down the Kiwis, and if they can do it this easily, who knows what Birmingham could look like. Of course, we are only 12.5 minutes in, but I mean, that almost makes the story a little worse for the E-Blacks here. They've really got to be praying for a miracle at this stage. It's not unlosable. I mean, it feels hard to even stretch that at this point. E-Blacks are very behind in farm. They are being pushed very hard in by their towers, and meanwhile, dying everywhere.
What? I'm not too sure what was the play there as well. Full collapse is coming around. It's only 2 players that were there. Maz trying to fight back. It is all looking rather grim, and yet another carry is going and out. Earth Spirit throwing another, just a stick in the wheels of E-Blacks here, and it's an attempt to fight back, but nothing is really coming off it. I mean, already 15-2 smite.
I mean, this is by far Australia's game to lose here. Yeah. They would have to...
Oh no, God. The win probability.
Yeah, 97%. But I mean, honestly, Cthulhu, it feels about right. Wouldn't you agree? Oh no, they even found him. Oh, he's just going to let him go. Juice.
Juice just, at this point, just toys with his prey. He knows 110% he is able to absolutely just annihilate anyone on the map here. And for valid reason. I mean, he's been the one leading all those charges and saying, yeah, okay, well, swing that. Let's go with that one. Let's go with this one. Yep, there we go. That's another one. That's the Grimstroke completely just deleted out of the game, and Mars is next on the chopping block, it seems.
I mean, they're just waiting for the E-Blacks to get back to the towers so they can dive them again. This is, yeah, Australia are flexing hard today, and it's really showing off. And this is only game one. What do you do after a game one like this if you're the E-Blacks, Cthulhu? How do you come back? I mean, even if you drop this game, what's next?
Try to reset the mental, completely forget what happened in matchup number one. Reset yourself. Know that, well, they are going to go for those swings. Play in your pick phase exactly for that, and just essentially wait for that aggression to come around. Punish them on that very same play. Oh, the Visage caught out in that play, and maybe finally this is where the road to redemption starts.
Yeah, I mean, they threw a lot into that, had all 5 members, but that's the one pick that is, again, the very first stepping stone on their path back to victory here. They need to win this fight too.
Yeah, they need to get rid of both the Pango and the Earth Spirit, but this is so disconnected right now. The puck as well, completely out of the equation here so far, and whilst an attempt is being made by Doom to make a play, he's being absolutely obliterated, overpowered. The Earth Spirit is trying to catch up as well, but this is all looking very dicey here.
Oh no, Fury. Yeah, he's fighting for survival there, and definitely not winning that fight. Oh, they might pick up one consolation kill here. The tower MVP, Calvin grabbing that one along, but again, I don't think it's really going to keep him that much safer for too much longer underneath the tower. And yeah, okay, it took one more hit, does go down. Did pick up one in return though, quite nice.
Suppose 2 for 2 is okay to go in full, but already by the time we reached the conclusion of this whole matchup, Grimstroke already was able to respawn back again, so theoretically a 3 for 2, but still a decent amount of damage. So from 2 to 12 to 6 to 19, and Team Australia continuing to increase their lead here, moving up in the world, almost on a 20 bomb already after 16 minutes of play.
If you look at gold, though, they actually decreased in lead after that. So a few killing spree bonuses handed over to the E-Blacks. There's a little bit extra gold in the pocket, so maybe those extra items could be there way back in. Oh, Australia just going for the Roshan before the E-Blacks could even consider that's what they were doing. Or maybe they already have, because look, they're positioning behind. They've got the smoke played up. But the question is, what the hell do you do?
Yeah,
how do you stop this?
Yeah. Look, already the double damage from Pango as well coming around. In comes the swing, but it's a level 8 Doom versus a level 12 Pango, but it doesn't matter. It's always the one to find a finisher. It's a big group fight. Doom is down as well now, but the health bars are starting to not look particularly too great. An escape focus here from Ninja and Co is coming around. PL is about to go down. Mars is gone as well. All of that gank power for nothing, basically.
Yeah, they had the setup. I mean, the E-Blacks were just allowed to almost literally surround Team Australia and get the positioning exactly how they wanted. And yet still, Australia held tight. They managed to fortify themselves around the Roshan pit. And also, by the way, they have like a lot more gold. So they're always going to be a lot more powerful in that fight. So they can rely on that a lot, for sure. Even if E-Blacks are picking up almost perfect fights here, Cthulhu, I don't think it's going to be enough. They need to be picking fights that are so blatantly unfair in their favor, like 3v1s, 4v1s, where they just pick off people if they can find it. Maybe a 4v2 or something. And even then, you're still at risk of dying if, like, the Pango's in there somewhere.
Yeah. Oh boy. So far, it's a bit of a stressful time, really, for E-Blacks. Just period. I mean, look at this. Even the support of Earth Spirit now becoming even chunkier, really here. Whereas poor Fury having a bit of a struggle with his play. Pango, on the other hand, already starting to regain that sort of monetary lead for his team. So far, so good. 9K advantage. Well, bouncing between 9 and 8K, but so far, so good. 7 to 22, and another gank is about to happen. Visage surely spotting the puck, full well knowing that, yeah, look, at this point, we don't even have to hide our roster. We can just absolutely roll the poor mid laner over and over and over again. But Calvin does go down. That's the Earth Spirit gone. Ninja starting to get himself back on his feet finally, as he is now leading for E-Blacks in the net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, but look at how far back the E-Blacks have to stand while their tower gets destroyed. Pango's jumped in, and he is just destroying the first member of the E-Blacks that he sees. That should be no problem, and there should be another one to follow as well.
Just, yeah, what can you do really here, given the sheer outcome, given the play? Ninja is trying to farm up. Yeah, look, basically farm. I mean, PL is starting to slowly but surely reach that sort of position, but by this point already, there's a Radiant on Juggernaut as well. So no matter what, if you come close, that is about to be it.
Yeah, I mean, the Radiance as well, it says to me, you know, they just want to push and get this done with. I can understand why a final stand by the E-Blacks again, the Coliseum and the base, to try and get some gold themselves. They're finding one and buying back, but it's still just getting rolled over by Australia. In goes Pango, slammed into the fountain, so we'll get punished for that one. But as the E-Blacks return, there are no racks to be found in the bottom lane. Do they catch Juggernaut here too? I mean, he doesn't have spin anymore. No magic immune, but they might just turn it around.
Oh my God!
What on earth was that? Team Australia, it looked like they took 2 steps out of the base, and now they're back for more, and they may want to finish this too. Puck gets deleted. What's next on the chopping block for the Juggernaut? It doesn't look like it's going to be anything but buildings in the future for now. But look, they can just hang out in front of the fountain. Man, Juice is having the time of his life.
Yeah, he's living it. I mean, that burst damage from one of his abilities is absolutely just nuts. Being able to even add a bit of a stun in there at the end. Xavier not really particularly having a good fun, and yeah, I think we are reaching kind of the terminal point where I think at 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, I think we might just see the wrap-up of matchup number 1. A much more rapid conclusion to matchup 1 compared to what we've seen at the beginning of the day.
Well, game 1 of the first series was over an hour. This is looking to be almost a third of that. And next tower in mid lane is looking to be the target, but in we've already rolled for Team Australia. Is it enough? He doesn't have all the backup quite yet, but actually, you've got losing himself in the backline, stunned against the wall as the spin ends, though. The Aegis will be popped, but that just means he's going to be back for more in just a moment, and here he is coming in. And now they're just fighting themselves outside the fountain right now. Australia don't want to win this. They want to shove New Zealand into the dirt and make sure that they knew Australia was always going to win this. They've got a few more buildings. It looks like they're going to go for the mid lane tower now and move on to the racks there instead of go for the kill. But look, there's 3 people dead on the E-Blacks with no buyback. Yeah, it's only 20 minutes, but that's still a long time, it feels like.
Yeah, no buybacks, no chances. I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing the GGs come out pretty soon, as the middle towers as well starting to fall. It's not looking particularly great. Pango keeps them right in on the throne as well, so this is about to all fall. And yeah, GG, well played from Fury. This is the call here, straight off the bat. And yeah, look, rather a tragic result here in map number 1 rather for E-Blacks, but what a turnout for Team Australia.
Glorious result for Team Australia. The E-Blacks, of course, we talked about it. You've got to be devastated after a game like that. There's no 2 ways about it. But like you said, it's about the mental fortitude. It's about how well they can get knocked back down and get back up again, of course.
Absolutely.
They can be back in those seats for game number 2. They need to be ready to go. And unfortunately, it does need to be better than what we saw in game number 1. For Team Australia, though, what a match. I mean, like, what else is there to say except they just outclassed their opponents on every single level?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
All they have to do is do that again in game 2.
All 3 lanes were basically dominated by Team Australia, which has been a very scary kind of showcase that they've performed. I mean, whilst the picks looked, you know, promising again, on theory, everything looked fine and dandy on the side of E-Blacks. Unfortunately for them, things did not really particularly pan out. I mean, Park got absolutely overpowered by Pango. The top has been looking kind of okay, but the fact that you needed both the Mars and the Doom to be equally leveled up meant that kind of you had to basically share the experience. Whereas on the side of Team Australia, all they really needed is to min-max to level up the Juggernaut, and from there on, the Trent kind of basically by himself ended up leveling up.
We didn't even get to Juggernaut o'clock.
Exactly.
I mean, he had one moment, but that was it,
Yeah.
right? He didn't get to farm up properly. But of course, this is a best of 3 series. Can New Zealand get back up and take us to game 3? Or will Australia lock it in 2-0 in game number 2 to lock in their spot in Birmingham? We'll have to find out after the break.
For JMK King, yeah, he's back in it. He's got that sigh of relief. But Azilu, the heat is back on. It's exactly how it was back at the very start of the series.
Yeah, exactly. As we see an early foul there, actually, Zailu's picked up a yellow card on one of his players, and you could see his face hoping and praying that it wasn't a red card. As we see here, JMK King nearly manages to put the ball away, but Manuel Neuer just manages to keep it out. But yeah, like I was saying, Zailu's got a yellow card on his player, so he's got that little bit of pressure now, knowing that one of his players, if he makes a bad tackle, he could be reduced down to 10 men, and that could see this game switch completely into Josh's favour.
And it's just crazy to think that that would be how it happens, right? We didn't see it at all in the first 4 games, and yet here, yellow card, that pressure on. So with JMK King, he had the early pressure, but now it's on to Azilu here. If he can get that first goal, we've talked about how important it is in these shorter games, with these shorter halves, but there it is again. Oh no.
Yeah, and it's because we're all square, it's really going to come down to who's the more composed. Skill level, these guys are quite level, and we talk about esports, we talk about it, especially within FIFA and football, sort of 50% skill level, 50% mentality. And these guys are pretty even in that 50% skill level. So it's going to come down who's got that mentality, who's got that ability to stay composed under pressure. And especially in this midfield battle, you can't be affording to give the ball away in the middle like that. As is now Azilu going through on goal, and a great save there by Manoy, and it's Shade, and it's gone straight to him, and he's managed to bury it off the post, albeit there is, you can see a little bit of nerves come out in that.
Yeah, but I mean, for Azilu, you got to imagine that was just shaking off a humongous weight where he had the game series in his hands in game 4, but slipped away. Now he's got the lead again. He can rest a little bit easy. He's got a game plan where he can play a little more defensively. So once more, JMK King, we've got to have you step up again, mate, because this is the time. This really is do or die. It's game 5. There's no more chances after this. And here's his chance, and he slips it by again. Not going to get it.
Penalty. It's a penalty. We've just seen penalties. We've seen the players preemptively holding their controllers away from their opponent, but does Josh go the same way as he has been in the penalty shootout? We'll see right here as he steps up. Calmly finishes, and that's put him right back into the game. Again, we're at square one, game 5. This is where the mentality comes back into it.
So much quicker than in game 1 as well. We saw early goals and then not much else after that, but already 2 goals. Yeah, 1 was a penalty, sure, but all that matters is what's on that scoreboard. And so, as you
botting out, top lane ended up not really being able to find just enough success. Mid lane got absolutely crushed once Pango got level 6, and kind of from there on out, it was just all a relatively quick conclusion. Visage has to be one of the big highlights there for me, at least on the bottom lane. In tandem with the Earth Spirit, they were able to apply that initial pressure really, really well. And despite the early quote-unquote handicap that was provided by Team Australia in giving that Earth Spirit free first blood to E-Blacks.
I forgot that even happened.
Yeah, it felt like an eternity away. But yeah, like despite all of those BM plays, Team Australia, yeah, confidence was through and through, and it showed.
I mean, we're literally watching a montage of the E-Blacks running for their life from Team Australia, and that was it. That was the highlight moments for them, because unfortunately, that was all that happened in that game. It was Australia domination from step 1, right? One of the 3 kills New Zealand got, and that was that first free blood kill that literally walked into them. So, yeah, that's kind of talking about the state of the game, right? So now we got to, like you said, wipe that slate clean and just think about how we move into the next game. Because, I mean, even at the draft stage, I'm not even sure if it was the draft that can really save them here. Because all things considered, the draft wasn't awful. Like, there was definitely ways they could have been fine in that. But I don't think you can sit here and be like, ban Pango, ban Visage, ban any, like, that's not going to solve anything.
Like, yeah, you are right in that sort of way, but at the same time, sort of, it felt like, again, the E-Blacks almost outthought themselves or outplayed themselves in the, you know, in the pick department, where they, again, like, I kept on, you know, talking about it for a while, you know, on theory, all looked nice, on practice, absolute in shambles. So here I reckon basic idea would be, I would imagine, just get back to basics, get back into your comfort zone, play for the heroes that you know for a fact. Even if everything goes absolutely sideways, you can still able to pull it out for yourself. Look out for yourself, play for that. From there on, maybe something will actually erupt. We didn't really get to see a whole lot of Mars either, really. Even though he was present on the playfield, he didn't really get a whole lot of chance to really spread his wings there in well, to a certain degree. And kind of from there, really it just all felt like outranged, outpowered, and outmatched, really, in every sort of way by Team Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it was like we said, every single lane Australia dominated. But here is the chance for redemption for the E-Blacks, but also the chance for domination by Australia if they can win it here in 2-0 fashion. So we're getting here into game number 2. We're in the draft phase. Let's see how these picks are going to go down. And so, yeah, I mean, these bans, again, is that a Doom ban? Yeah, I think that's a Doom ban straight away. Swapping sides, by the way. E-Blacks now going to be sitting over on the Dire side. But apart from the Doom, I think that's the same bans we saw in the first phase of Game 1.
Did we see the Pugner ban?
The Pugner? Oh, no. Yes, we did not see the Pugner ban. I think we saw another green shaded.
Right. Yeah, I think it was. Maybe it was the Death Prophet that was also banned.
Maybe
Death Prophet was banned out
that
before.
was later on. But regardless, though, Pugner still it can be a pretty scary mage in mid lane.
I mean, given at least from what I remember seeing when I was doing the whole note taking, Pugner as well, would have been one of the big kind of meta picks as well for a while, albeit after the more recent patches got a little bit copped a little bit of a nerf to the side. So look, keen to see what could be, you know, sorted out and organized for E-Blacks. I am certainly quite curious how will their picks really go here, because again, obviously the introduction of somebody like Doom didn't particularly work out. The idea was that they would be taking quite a frequent set of those, I suppose, miniature brawls, and the Doom would be able to, you know, drain out a little bit some sort of HP, but unfortunately that was not the case. Still yet to see any sort of cheeky IO plays, anything sort of played in the full, I suppose, quote unquote symbiosis or in sort of in tandem.
Yeah, I believe IO was banned in Game 1, so
yeah,
it's going to be.
Okay. So Marcy is actually the pick as our first one.
Okay. So first pick for Australia is Marcy. Unfortunately, it's going to be a black box for today, but that's no worries, guys. New hero, lots of fun. We saw it in the women's match.
Very dominant.
Yeah, it definitely contributed to some of that victory there. Also, you know, before we touch on the more picks, is that I want to say it's good to see the boys getting some smiles on their faces as well. We saw it before. Fury laughing along, Xavier as well. So good to see they're not completely crushed by a match like that. I think with all the training these guys do as well, is that, you know, they'd be ready for times like this. They shouldn't be surprised. I mean, sure, it's not the outcome you want, but you know, you've got to be ready for something like this to come back. But
you got to keep the ball rolling.
Again, is this where it changes? Because we've got Trent and Snapfire now coming along, two, again, somewhat different heroes. So you do have maybe a bit of a change here. That's, again, like a lot more beef already added to their roster.
Yeah, Trent, 100%. We've already seen how impactful he can be for the kind of the general swing of things. And once you get him a little bit more buffed up, he can be a very good hero at surviving just general kind of brawls. Curious about that pick for Team Australia, given that look, we didn't actually get to see him quite a whole lot.
Yeah, Enigma, the reason it's interesting to me for Australia is, Enigma's a big team fight hero, but I don't think they really cared about team fights. I mean, maybe, I guess once they got to rushing down their base, they were team fighting. But it's like, how much difference is a black hole really going to make when you're already that ahead? But maybe that's what they want to do. They just want to be really dominating with black holes, get team fights as early as possible with like a huge lane lead. Because, yeah, I think that's the very, very first step, you know, past draft, or even actually during draft, I suppose, for eBlacks is that they need to survive the lane phase. They need to not crumble under like one gank from the mid Pango. They need to make sure that if they do die to one of those, they don't let it snowball out of control, you know, keep getting caught out along the way. So I think it's a lot of those kind of macro decisions, like minor macro decisions, not quite micro, where, you know, that's where the difference is going to be made. Draft, again, it can help you pick heroes that will survive the lane phase better, but at the same time, of course, you know, Australia can just go for the late game and you know, win there as well.
They've proven it pretty well.
But the thing is, we haven't even seen eBlacks at late game, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, the late game certainly. Well, we got to see it from the women's team, but yeah, the open team so far did not particularly have a whole lot of great success, really. Interestingly enough, though, the bans coming through. On the side of eBlacks, it's the Tiny and Night Stalker as well. On the side of Australia, it's the Zeus and Medusa. Medusa actually got quite a fair bit of bans, obviously seeing as how we did get quite a decent demonstration by Magic in the previous match, how impactful Medusa could be, especially when she's reaching the final end of the leveling as well. She could be a very dangerous one, and Night Stalker as well. The hero that could be a rather problematic one, especially once again the initial feed is all done and dusted, and absolutely could be a nuisance to deal with.
I also feel like, you know, if you're eBlacks and you just had a match like that, you definitely don't want a Night Stalker in there. I mean, imagine having to run away while Night Stalker's chasing you through the night, and not good for the eBlacks. I can totally understand wanting to ban that out. Nyx Assassin's going to be on the chopping block as well. That happened last game. This is actually quite common. Nyx, very powerful little hero there, can be extremely good in the hands of a skilled player. I can definitely understand eBlacks not wanting to hand that over to anyone over on Team Australia, especially after that last game. So yeah, the Nyx Assassin ban definitely makes sense to me in that pick there. So Puck as well now for eBlacks. This is great. Again, it's just going to add a little bit more utility, AoE, wave clear, defensive plays. Like, this is all ways to stay alive. Of course, they're going to need to get their damage eventually, but yeah. Sorry, DK. Yeah, I always get them mixed up when I'm like looking from
they do look similar, yeah. They do.
You can see how it looks similar.
Yeah, I definitely can see it, yeah. I'm interested about this lineup of Australia again.
It's because of the Pudge, isn't it?
Well, that plus the Ember Spirit now addition as well. So already a very beefy one, and that kind of play into tandem. So the hook into either Pudge's ult or even the Enigma's black hole as well could be quite big to initialize certain plays. I will be honest here. I'm not impressed by the Puck pick so far. I mean,
think it's not enough? Think it's not enough?
I don't think it's enough. Yeah, I get a feeling that just whenever Puck was attempted to be played, it was either a little bit too late or it just does not have enough health pool nor enough actual play to make it actually a viable pick. Or well, that is in the situations that we did get presented with. So Puck, look, maybe a bit of a retry. Maybe eBlacks had a slightly different idea as to how he would play out. But again, look, suppose we'll have to see how will that really play out, given that previously Puck was posed against Pango. So I suppose we'll wait and see how he will play out against Pudge. Generally speaking, I mean, dating back to the women's game, Puck didn't particularly hold on to quite well against the Pudge.
Yeah, but seeing the Ember Spirit, I'm quite sure that one is probably going to be the one we're looking at in mid lane. So
even then,
yeah, Ember Spirit. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry that much about the Pudge, to be honest. But Ember Spirit sitting there in mid lane against Puck, it's going to feel a lot similar to the Pango pick, right? Very mobile, you can zip, zap, zoom around all over the place if you need to. Not quite Storm Spirit, but Ember Spirit still does the job. Very tricky to lock down too. So if he wants to, we can see an exact repeat of what Juice did in game number 1. It is just run a train right down to the bottom side of the map, completely crumble them, and Ember Spirit can do exactly the same thing. So the question is, can the eBlacks stop at this time with Puck? And if they can't, can they at least make sure the bot lane doesn't crumble? at least survive whatever roam he makes, because it's going to be early. We saw it was early in game 1. I can't imagine an Ember Spirit's not going to want to go hang out down there at some point as well.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of Nick's
Yeah, there it
assassin,
is.
there he is. Not on the ban phase, but on the pick phase, does come around. I'm actually quite keen to see
Look,
Nick's
it's the
assassin.
same.
Yeah, they look similar. Well, similar color palette, slightly
Yeah,
slightly darker colors.
it's the colors.
Yeah, it's the colors. Definitely, they would be able to trick you. But honestly, yeah, look, I'm curious how will Nyx play, and as to like whether it is going to be the pairing of Trent and Nyx, say something like on bottom lane, to be played around. Either way, though, on the ban phase, though, we do see Razor out of the equation again, a hero that could be rather dangerous in the current play, and could be a rather frustrating one to deal with, especially in the harassing in the first initial states of the laning.
The Razor ban says to me they want to pick Juggernaut again.
Okay.
Yeah, Razor is just so annoying when you're Juggernaut. He just drain your attack straight through your magic. So like, that's just the worst. So you know, throw it out there. They've already shown they like playing Juggernaut. So I would not be surprised to see that picked up as the last pick for Team Australia. Of course, depending on how a few of the rest of these picks do go. But yeah, for the E-Blacks, they've got to be expecting the Juggernaut, right? Like all things are kind of pointing towards that way again. You know, you've got that to worry about. You don't have the Razor as an option as well, so they've got to think really hard on their last pick. Like, what are they going to throw in there? Because it's not going to be Ursa either, as Australia throws that up.
I have a question for you here, Smite. Now, again, a bit of a curveball kind of question here for you. Silencer pick. Thoughts on that one? What if that would have been, you know, the pick, say, going for mid instead of, say, something like a Puck to go in middle against Ember?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that working pretty well, because you can lock down his abilities. His abilities are going to be what gets him out of trouble all the time. It can help for ganks, right? Like, you can actually say, all right, look, Juice in mid lane, problem. Come help me. I'll silence him, and we can just kill him, right? Obviously, it's a little bit more complicated than that at the end of the day, but you know, Silencer could totally have been an option there, but I believe we're probably going to be looking at the Puck again. So, yeah.
Alchemist on the side as the last pick of Team Australia. What do we feel about? How do we feel about that?
That wasn't
one?
what I was expecting.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit out of left field, because, well, theoretically, wouldn't Alchemist could also be built into kind of a semi-carry, or rather, well,
he can totally build into a carry.
Yeah. So theoretically, then would Enigma and Marcy be the supports here?
Yeah, you'd probably be. Yeah, you're probably looking at like.
Pudge and Enigma will be supports. Interesting.
Yeah, Pudge, because Marcy's one of those like supports that really just does a ton of damage, and you're like, why does this get all the stuns again?
Yeah.
Why?
Marcy was actually kind of scary when we did get to see her full, you know, tool set being flexed.
Oh yeah. It's a real visually pleasing. Animations too, like Ultimate's really good, but regardless, yeah, it can be play damage roll, so yeah, we're probably going to be looking at that with, probably looking at the Ember Spirit mid, like I was saying as well. So I still think a big threat initially is going to be Juice on that Ember Spirit. I'm assuming that's what's going to be picked up here again, and so watching him, how he goes from that mid lane real early, can the Puck handle it, is going to be like my first questions. And then, of course, it's still going to be, can the other lanes still handle their lanes? Because that was still a question in game one.
We did get to see Weaver being the last pick for E-Blacks. So I'm thinking maybe, say, if Weaver does get buffed out on one of the lanes, get him to go very frequently to be the harassing part against Ember Spirit to completely dominate the middle lane on those occasional ganks. So hold the progression for Juice, and then from there on kind of, well, start building up your whole advancement for the E-Blacks. At least that's the way how I see it. Again, might be a bit of a wrong opinion there. I'm sure Twitch chat will roast me plentifully for that.
Hey, they're very nice people, okay? But regardless, what I'm looking at though is that E-Blacks, they've picked for survivability, which is great.
Yeah, that's great.
They can survive the lane phase, which is great. You know, even
can they survive past the lane phase though?
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the question, right? Is like, what happens after the lane phase? It's not like they have useless late game carries for Team Australia either. Those are going to be some pretty scary things late game as well, especially, you know, Alchemist, he starts farming up gold for everyone, Ags for everyone, so you never want to be worrying about that either. So, yeah, E-Blacks surviving lane phase, yeah, great. I really hope that they're going to be able to do that for us, but, yeah, what happens after that is the question.
Yeah. Well, speaking of what happens...
This is a lot tamer than last time.
Yeah, a whole lot tamer, way less, a bit less of a, you know, full send, a bit more dialed down. No Frilo, you know, first blood given away by Team Australia, as they're now realizing, okay, well, we're trolled enough, maybe it's time for us to actually, you know, take the control in our reins completely, put the foot down and play it out how we want. But on the side of E-Blacks as well, I'm rating the picks. So far, it's bound to be quite interesting, quite good. The Pudge and the Enigma playing upstairs.
Upstairs?
Upstairs, yeah.
You got an elevator up there?
Up lane, yeah. Top lane, there we go.
Upwind, up lane.
Up lane.
That's
look,
good.
Brain is just completely all gone, it seems, already for me.
Okay, yeah, already, like, decent runes for New Zealand as well. Puts them actually in the gold lead too. So somehow they managed to sneak that one by. But yeah, mid lane, going to be pretty important. Of course, you've got Puck over here, but Juice is the one that we're really looking at. How does this Ember Spirit lane go? Of course, melee against range. You'd hope that Puck could at least push him away. Oh, you got to be careful going in close, but yeah, Ember Spirit, we'll probably check back in on him later once he's got all that mobility unlocked. But for now, again, these side lanes are going to be very, very careful. Oh, the Marcy, well, that was a very strange. That's the actual flip that I was looking for. And wow, look at the body blocking. That's exactly what you can do with Marcy. Put your opponent in such an annoying position and then body block the heck out of them.
Jeez, yeah, Fury was sweating there for a brief moment. We're seeing as how he nearly was not allowed to really run away with us, but I'm curious how will the Weaver really boat here with the Snapfire, really, given that well, again, it feels like both of those heroes would require quite an even amount of leveling to be able to, you know, keep up with the general swing of things. But Spag actually could be taken out in the early phases if he's being slowed down, and the perfect finishes. Xavier actually starting things off pretty well, leaving Alchemist to basically his own devices and being a melee-only hero. It's certainly could pose quite a bit of a problem.
Yeah, a lot of a really annoying mid-range harass coming out from both Weaver and the Snapfire. So, yeah, you got to be really careful if you're going in for those fights, because suddenly you'll find yourself running away, losing all your health as you get away. And that's exactly what we saw there. For a quick little first blood, that's actually really nice in the pocket for the E-Blacks. They just hold on to that. Don't.
This time a legitimate first blood as well.
Yeah, yeah, didn't walk literally right into them. So, you know, it's got to feel pretty good. These fights, though, while they have their range, if you get flipped, there's a lot of danger. Big double stun, but an even better double stun by the Nyx. But is it enough? One goes down. Now just the Nyx alive to try and get out of there. Fury.
Gotta run.
He's taking hits. But both melee need the stun. That's what I was looking for. They need the stun. And that last auto attack did the trick. Double kill for Lose Yourself.
1-for-2 trade. A Spag for the whole, both over the players on the bottom lane. Not particularly the kind of result that you would want to find. And yeah, oh, you're already harassing. Surely that's a finisher, but no, actually able to evade. Perfectly done here by the Pudge of Team Australia. But yeah, look, not the kind of result on the bottom lane that E-Blacks would have wanted to see, and the Nyx Assassin in tandem with Snapfire did not particularly work out. Trent of Tobbs trying to make a play here. Ninja once again on the Weaver, trying to just keep on the harass, but as it stands, nothing too particularly workable. Enigma getting now poked again. Oh, so far so good though from Ninja though.
Also wanted to mention, yeah, it was the carry Pudge and the support Marcy as well.
Okay.
Just to clarify there, but either way, Pudge, we've seen what a carry Pudge can look like coming straight out of the mid lane, so of course we can see how that goes for them. But yeah, here in the bottom lane, the kill on the Spag, nice. However, it's like E-Blacks just need to not be too risky on it. They just need to sort of make sure that there's not any excessive farming going on down the lane. I mean, where they've got the creeps is actually quite perfect, nice and close to their own tower. So they should be able to sit there, hang out, chill out for a while. But here we go, level 5 on Juice, which means that ultimate's rolling around pretty soon, Cthulhu.
Indeed it does, and already quite a fair bit of good chunk of damage being dished out here. The puck is trying to make a play, but this sort of radiant aura not particularly helping here. For Juice, it's all nice and fine, even though the silence does come around. It's still enough to dish out just about enough damage, forcing the puck to play a whole lot more carefully. Whereas for Ember Spirit, it's all fine. All happy days, really. So again, whilst Team Australia and E-Blacks are certainly on even ground so far.
Man, the 2 kills as well went to the Alchemist as well, so lose yourself. You know, Alchemist is one of those heroes, you know, you get him rolling, you really get him rolling. So if you can crack that critical mass point, especially if he doesn't die here, it would have been great, but it looks like he's going to have to back off and hope that his reinforcements are going to be enough. In comes the Marcy, immediately thrown away. Spag won't be able to help at all. And Lose Yourself will go down to handing over a small handful of change in killing spree bonus.
Not a bad play, really. Good catch on that rotation, plus kiting as well to be able to get a few more creeps going in. But Hunt for Spag is coming around, a bit of a ring around a Rosie. Spag finds.
Spag is confident.
Oh, Xavier, yeah, look, might just catch a few more problems. In goes the push, and actually Xavier not looking particularly too good, less than half HP, needs to back away, but as it stands, okay, well, actually the engagement now turned around.
Yeah, now all the abilities have been spent by Alchemist and Spag, so now they can throw it out as they retreat, but with the reinforcements from the mid lane, the E-Blacks are taking 2 kills for themselves.
Very nice, very clean as well, as the kill onto Spag goes into the hands of the puck. Meanwhile, Tobbs did go down to the hands of Calvin. It's not particularly the kind of result that you want to find, feeding Pudge a little bit more, but Ninja, meanwhile, does manage to find himself his own kind of very calming sort of farm of the creeps.
This is what you want.
Yeah.
This is like
unbothered, moisturized in his own lane, you know, just developing. Puck Zero denies mid lane, actually, yeah, good point out as well. Was not allowed to deny any sort of success, whereas on the side of Ember Spirit, at least 10 was already a good sign.
I mean, 10's massive compared to what Puck's doing. Yeah, Juice is being completely ungated in his farming. Yeah, there was a bit of a roam from the Puck, so it did help out the rest of his team, but it's at the cost of letting Juice have a little bit more freedom of farm. So it's a bit of a reverse of what we had in the last game, where it was actually Juice that roamed, but this time he lets his opponent roam. He sits in mid, keeps collecting gold, collecting denies, and so he'll be looking pretty good once he does actually want to start making that difference here.
Yeah, so far a bit of a combo for the Storm on the bottom lane. It's Fury and Co looking to try to insinuate some sort of an engagement. Already Xavier on 6 HP. In goes the dive right by the tower as well. They wanted to get rid of the Alchemist, but right now as well, Marcy is trying to make a play here. Already, well, Spag won't be able to run away, but the Alchemist was able to get away relatively untouched. But that is a great trade-off. Continuously denying that support on Spag is quite big.
Yeah, I mean, it leaves Lose Yourself with no support, no way to like safely farm or risk just throwing another kill the way of the E-Blacks. So yeah, E-Blacks starting to really take control of the laning phase, and now they may even take control of the top lane, looking for the Pudge. He's a little bit too beefy to kill, but hey, they want it really badly. Maybe they can get it with a few more autos, but no, Pudge will get safely underneath the tower, and no kill, but he is forced out of lane, which is great. Actually, he's got a lot of regen. He might be able to stick around.
Yeah, he still will be able to stick around, but regardless of that, that sort of burst damage is not particularly favorable for the top laner right now. Looking at the hero level. Meanwhile, whilst yes, the top laners have been all fine and dandy, and yes, bottom lane has been farmed up, Ember Spirit so far leading in the levels, which has been a really promising situation Interestingly enough, though, once again, the two supports are having a little bit of a struggle times. Trent still on the level 3, whereas already the majority of them already advanced to 5 and 7s already. So a little bit of a scary time. That's been kind of a reoccurring issue, but another another fight in general just starts erupting. Fury not particularly feeling too well, and Xavier won't be able to help either. Tobbs trying to assist here, but against Ember Spirit, the burn is just a little bit too much here.
Yeah, Juice shows up to the party and he's buying for everyone as he comes in and picks up a double kill for himself, and maybe even a little bit more. So let's see how this one goes down, as all of Australia now just trying to get out with their heist, and I think they'll be able to do it. No, actually one goes down. So E-Blacks come in and get a consolation prize, but that's still a double kill that went to Juice.
Juice getting juiced. Feeling rather confident. What is Fury doing? How was he even allowed to even just jump in there, or what was the thinking process behind that? Is given that, yeah, there's the ultimate as well coming around, just basically just fed the Pudge full, literally scot-free, 8th level right now all of a sudden, and
I think he expected to live a lot longer than that, or be found a little bit later, or maybe try to bait, because he had his reinforcements showing up, would have turned it into a 3v2, and maybe could have turned it around, and maybe even gotten out alive too. But unfortunately, either misjudged positioning or just the health bars at the time, and unfortunately very much so punished for it. Oh boy, Juice, he's on the hunt, he's got his mobility, he's going to be zooming all over the place, and he's going to be eating baby dragon for breakfast. Actually, I guess Pudge kind of ate it, he hooked it.
Yeah. Either or, yeah, look, this is all of a sudden the best dreams and hopes of E-Blacks, given that their start was relatively decent on both the top and the bottom lane. Now all of a sudden, once again, starting to turn into a bit of a nightmare. Xavier not really having a fun time. Fury is getting completely obliterated, albeit he's back into the swing of things now, and overmatch, but I say that straight away. Enigma is already here, ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, both teams playing extremely cautiously, although I say that Spag has been caught out. They know the black hole is always a threat, so E-Blacks won't be pursuing too hard until they see that one thrown out. So they do just take their, again, consolation prize and back out of here. Now we're looking at dead even Stevens here, Cthulhu. We've got even kills, basically even gold. I saw it flipping between each other before. Juice is still having a great game, but I mean, you look at the net worth, it's only 4th. There are other people having a much better time than him.
Oh yeah. Much better time indeed. Meanwhile, Alchemist starting to acquire quite a fair bit of net worth. Behind him is the Weaver and then the Ember Spirit. So far, a relatively even run between the two rosters. So still certain possibilities of running it down from either one of the teams. But yeah, look, Fury feeling a little bit overpowered here. Just wherever he goes, he's the one that gets absolutely shut down. Black hole. Interesting so far from the Enigma, and gets punished straight away. Puck is there, continuing to jump between and around. The hook misses, but instead Nyx is still going to end up being the victim here, it seems.
Yeah, now E-Blacks know they can be a little bit more risky as they do lose one more player. With the black hole down, they knew they just had to get out of there alive and it would have been okay. But yeah, losing that one extra player just made it not quite so good anymore. Black hole kind of a little bit worth it there. It feels like every time now the E-Blacks are finding one small step ahead, Australia's right there to meet them there. Take a kill back, maybe even turn the fight around and force New Zealand to start running away. It feels like, yeah, E-Blacks are close to taking control of this game. They just need a few more steps if they can manage it, and then they can be in the lead. Whereas Australia, you're always worried about, what happens if Juice pops off? What happens if, the Alchemist suddenly has $1 billion gold and buys Ags for everyone? Because, yeah, he's certainly much further ahead. He's farming up a Storm, of course, and actually doing pretty well. The farming from both sides actually is looking pretty even on each side. Actually, no, looking pretty good for New Zealand, in fact. Even Puck in the mid lane, not quite so many denies, but still keeping up in the farm itself.
Yeah, so far, well,
0 denies.
0 denies. That has to be rough here for the old Puck of E-Blacks, but Apart from that, really, it's been a bit of a kind of all over the place, really. A roller coaster of emotions is probably the only way to really call it. Another engagement does happen, does erupt. This time, Fury is able to get some sort of redemption onto the Enigma, but now being hunted continuously. Ninja as well, finding himself his own engagement, but now has to stick around as Pudge now ulting gets the frag as well. Fury trying to come back, try to find some sort of redemption, but only 1 for 3. That's the last thing that you want to find, and well, the hunt for Juice is there, but how will they be able to find him as well? Basically, none.
Pretty decent enough. Oh, okay, there it is. Radiance. Radiance for the Alchemist. This means his farming is going to go into overload. And this is why I was saying that double kill early, allowing him to get that Radiance even earlier than usual. 14, just like under 15-minute Radiance too, going to be quite nice for him. So he's going to be rolling around. And eventually, he's going to be a little tuck shop for Aghanim's Scepters. He's going to be handing them out to his team if he really needs to. So has plenty of freedom, really, for the Alchemist to just keep rolling around. But do Australia want to keep waiting? Because New Zealand look like they're ready to fight. And so in mid lane, battle will commence. And now, running back underneath the tower, Australia do not want any part of this. And so we'll just back off.
We'll back away, absolutely. And look, for good reasoning as well, given that so far Lucius is being able to just absolutely farm up Tobbs as well. The Radiance is just, it's so good here. It's just the sheer amount of damage that's being outputted is absolutely huge. TP coming around now. Well, gotta rotate to the next space, even though the gank was looking to be the case, but unfortunately for E-Blacks, that gank was a little bit too late, little too late almost. Then the push for the middle tower, the T1, that could be possibly the next one to fall, given that already top lane has fallen. E-Blacks, whilst they are in the point advantage by 1, the gold is there, but the tower's pretty sure only 1 fell.
Yes, and also this is answering our question of what happens after they survive laning phase. Because, yeah, they've had a slight advantage to it. I'd say they've survived laning phase for sure. But this is probably the biggest example, right, is that now there's an Alchemist sitting there. Oh, my gosh. No, they found them. They found them, and they're going straight in. They've gotten the stuns, but, oh, the carapace wasn't quite there. The bombardment from Snapfire, trying to soften them up, get the killing blow. It wasn't there. Oh, boy, the Weaver ability wasn't enough to get the kill either, but everyone on Team Australia should be wanting to retreat from this unless they're the Alchemist on full health, but that's also the Alchemical Rage thrown out too. So they really don't have a lot to throw in to defend that tower. If New Zealand wants it, it might just be theirs.
Absolutely. I mean, look, that has been kind of almost by cooldown kind of pick by the Alchemist, just getting into the Rage phase, and I mean, it's been there to even try to get some sort of a play, but Juice actually might just get Juice down and finally drained of any sort of play. Silenced and the swing coming around. Ninja and Juice are both unstoppable. Going into the play, Ninja needs to now back away from all of this because so far this is not particularly looking too good. The group fight continues, but it's all off the back foot, and right now Ember Spirit is just about to fall.
Oh man, New Zealand are so annoying to fight. Nyx Assassin, Weaver, all so annoying to lock down and kill because they can just turn it straight around. But Australia are looking to find their way to do exactly that, but blinks away and they will be able to make it out to safety. They did lose quite a few in that one there, the Blacks. Maybe they got a little bit too greedy and maybe they be wanting just one more juicy little Pudge. But that's usually where Australia likes to turn it around. Oh, nom, 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 goes the Pudge. And that's going to be the kill for him.
How's that being allowed to happen is completely beyond me. But yeah, look, whilst the scoreline keeps it nice and steady, you look at the net worth, you look at the gains. Oh boy, that pick of the Alchemist is paying off in full right now. And well, whilst the push is coming around, yeah, Marcy will be bailing out of that position. Leashed, Pudge is also there trying to reveal the position, and it's going to be perfect there. But yeah, there goes Marcy. Pudge is also silenced, will be forced to fall back and probably will try to fight, but instead it goes in for the ult to regenerate. This is big,
Into the
and the black hole as well. Oh my goodness, and it continues. Pudge is just so chunky at the moment.
Yeah, you better be running now, eBlacks, because Juice, he's on the roll, and he's got a hungry Pudge along with him. Does eventually take down Tobbs. But now, what is this Pudge going to do? Is he going to eat him again? Is he going to do it again? Probably doesn't have it ready just yet. No, it doesn't even have enough mana, of course. That's also important. But he's got friends. That's what's more important than
Friends
anything,
in high
Cthulhu.
Juice, yeah, once again, coming in clutch and coming in big, really, for his teammate, being able to just level the playfield even further. And I mean, just how good was that whole Pudge play? Just continuously forcing eBlacks to keep on doubting themselves. I mean, look at that. An absolute stunner.
Yeah, he also did most of the, like a huge majority of the damage in that fight too. Throwing out 2 ultimates during it. Yeah, Pudge having a great game. This is making me think of Pudding's Pudge as well. Maybe we're on track for a little bit of that. We're 20 minutes into the game, so this is almost about the time eBlacks had their Ancient being destroyed last game. So already a bit of an improvement. Stun coming out here from Lose Yourself. Have they found themselves a pick for the Pudge? Will he be able to nom? Yeah, give it to him. Give it to Calvin.
Yeah, give it to Calvin indeed, yeah. Perfect job. Perfect play, forcing Ninja to fall back, and off they go to Roshan as well. Alchemist will basically be able to almost solo it as well. Now in tandem with the Enigma, this should be all nice and steady. Spag is there. Yeah, the Spag is there to also in for the support. Get some plays going, and so far, so good, but on the side of eBlacks, yeah, a little bit of a dire situation. And I mean, look at the gold advantage as well. 11k plus now the Aegis as well.
Yeah, throwing the Aegis into the mix is a very scary moment for eBlacks right now. They haven't been able to deal with the Pudge. Now there's going to be Aegis rolling around into the mix as well, thrown onto, yeah, that's the Alchemist. So. Oh, wow, what are you up to there, mate? A little bit stuck, a little bit of a fight. Oh, wow, Pudge locked into the battle arena and now deleted eventually. Can eBlacks win the fight? Looks like Pudge was not the only problem. We've got Juice with a BKB and he is chasing the puck down. Eventually we'll be able to blink over the wall or just back to exactly where he was. That should be the kill there for Team Australia. Juice now activated after Pudge falls.
That was so much damage from that stun as well, from Alchemist as well, onto Puck.
It does a lot.
Oh yeah, it does an awful lot of damage there in this context as well. I mean, look at the net worth again. We were already pointing out how impactful this whole pick of Alchemist has been, but I mean, 16,000 and the next one is 10k.
Yeah, so I mean, Alchemist, he definitely inflates the gold numbers a little bit. He's meant to dig for gold like the entire game. But 12k is still a huge number to be in the lead for regardless. So yeah, he should be steamrolling ahead and eventually taking that huge gold advantage to the rest of his team. But it looks like it's working out so far in these team fights. Juice and Calvin are both having, again, another amazing game. I would say game of their life, but I think that was the last game where everyone was having that one on Team Australia. But eBlacks fighting back hard this time. Fury has been cooking up a storm too. But there it goes. Do we get a big carapace stun? We need it on Calvin, but no, it doesn't matter. We need it on the Alchemist too. And now it's just eBlacks running away, running for survival once more. And they just have to try and survive throughout a whole long BKB by Juice where he just cannot be stopped.
Godlike coming out of Juice, and yeah, look, this now lead is starting to become more and more just dominant here from them. Lose Yourself, aka the last, is coming out to even play under the T3 as well without even destroying the T2 yet, and hiding all of the creeps as well, just trying to make sure that, hey, give me all of that, give me all that yummy
can we watch
money.
this? Oh my god.
Basically,
That's so satisfying.
Alchemist is becoming the Mr. Krabs of Dota.
Meanwhile, we're just going to lose Tobbs here in the top lane thanks to a nice catch out by Team Australia. This should net them at the very least, probably not actually a glyph, it's going to net them a fight because the teleports come in from Fury, he's on the back line and he's stunning up Spag. Spag, very mobile on the Marcy, but not quite mobile enough, and they should be able to pick up the second kill as well. Actually, no, it's out of it.
Alrighty, well. Meanwhile, Enigma is as well being a little bit tagged up here. Can he survive? It doesn't look that way out. No, he will be
He still gets the black hole!
The black hole was it there? No, it wasn't even there.
No.
Juice, though. Juice is still able to keep up the fight. Ninja not particularly feeling too healthy, and now it's all down to Xavier to try to fall back behind himself and, well, Xavier, or rather the last and Juice were trying to catch up to him, could not find that conclusion. But I mean, already 25-18. Finally, the domination coming around, but given that before, it was a relatively close contention between the two rosters. At least
yeah, I mean,
they
were going back and forth, had even kills, even gold, but the Alchemist had started farming away, and now it's getting out of control, and they've even caught poor Xavier underneath his own tower as well. Caught window shopping. And now, they've also got someone else up here, flipped just for good measure by the Marcy. They'll be able to take down Tobbs too. Juice picking that kill up. He's just absolutely unstoppable. Cannot be dealt with at this point. And even if you do, how do you deal with Calvin?
How do you deal with Calvin? How do you deal with lose yourself? It's just all falling apart. That is a depressing win probability as well. I gotta say, yeah, things are certainly, understandably so, looking very, very scary. The glyph is being used to try to slow down the approach, but I mean, look at the attack speed, look at the sheer damage that is being outputted between the trio, and you can see that, well, it is bound to be a rather quick one.
Straight to the Ancient Tower, straight to the Fountain. They don't want to waste time on the racks. Team Australia, they want to make this personal against the E-Blacks. Juice somewhere beyond the Ancient, looking for the Fountain itself to get more and more kills. Buybacks are coming out for the E-Blacks. They can barely afford it at this stage, but they have to, or Team Australia will demolish their base. Again, in front of the Fountain, all tethered up. Low health bars, and Juice's BKB should be running out momentarily. As soon as it does, they might be vulnerable, but can he keep getting those kills? Juice has to move out, maybe even abandon his teammates. It looks like they're retreating out of that one. Lose yourself though. Gets one kill on the way out and then backs away. So they didn't get any Ancient Towers and they didn't get any racks, but they sure had a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, they had a whole lot of fun. Forced a fair few buybacks as well.
3 just then.
Yeah. So quite a fair bit of that financial damage has been inflicted even further here. Oh, here goes the Invis as well for E-Blacks as they're looking to try to, at least for once, take the fight to their ground in their favor and maybe try to shut down Calvin in the early stages, but is it enough though? That is a
Are they
whole
going to get
different
greedy
question.
here?
I think they might just end up getting greedy. Fury once again headlining into the play, into the swing. Pudge is finished there. Finally has been shut down, and in comes the frag as well. But Fury has been shut down. Xavier has been shut down. Tobbs is gone. And all of a sudden, the aggression turned into, well, a full-blown defeat.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about for them. They saw the low health Pudge and thought, okay, awesome, we'll get him while he's farming the jungle. But just ahead of him were his 2 teammates, which turned it around. And now E-Blacks, 3 people are dead. If they lose Ningy there, that would be even more. Pretty devastating if they manage to lose that one too. So Australia, they might be a man down, but they've got 4 people to roam around the map. Roshan is still a while away, so they don't really need to worry about that too much. They can just push the lanes up, continue getting their farm, ward up their opponent's jungle, and then prepare for the next fight. But then again, how much preparation do you need when you're in the lead by more than 20,000 gold?
Yeah, true. I mean, look, I get a feeling that once we do get the Aegis for Team Australia, I think this is where they will go into that final march towards the base, towards the throne, where they would be able to basically, well, get a bit of a cheeky retry, and then off they go to essentially quick FF onto the whole thrown and will shut it all down, completely destroy it, and well, GG, well played at 2-0. Because so far, this is looking to be par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be thinking about maybe some of the nerves that should be. Oh, hang on, forget the nerves. They are confident as all they need to be. Ningy, right outside the base.
Alchemist was not taking any damage there.
Yeah, I don't think he was either. I think they can just chill out. But I was going to mention, Australia are steps away from locking in this spot at Birmingham. The nerves might be setting in here. They just need to stand tall for perhaps one more fight in the backline. Juice, BKB on, kill achieved, and now he's just backing out to kill the racks while the rest of his team does the dirty work. And Fountain Farms, Hook keeps you out of there. No swimming today, my friend. You're going to be kept out of the Fountain of Healing. But it does mean that Calvin goes down. They are getting extremely overconfident here for Team Australia. Juice, no BKB left. He'll get the kill before he goes down. But that leaves only one member of Team Australia left. They got the racks, but that's it.
Yeah, that was may have gotten a little bit too over their heads with this kind of play, but yeah, look, for lose yourself back to the usual business here, Smite, it seems, as the Alchemists will continue to ramp up even further the money for the team, for the players, and well, the BKB has actually been already brought out for Snapfire. So do we get to see any sort of comeback here, given that the golden advantage is already there? I mean, you look at the net worth, it's all Team Australia up at the top of the leaderboard. I don't know.
Look, Cthulhu, my Kiwi heart says there's a way back here for the E-Blacks. Yes. But my Australian birth certificate says that I think Australia might be taking this one. I mean, look at the lead, right? Like, yeah, it's a humongous lead. They're losing fights because they choose to, right? They are diving past the Ancient, borderline dipping their toes in the Fountain of Health, right? Like, they could play this a lot safer if they really wanted to. They are choosing to make it more aggressive. I think they really want to rub it into New Zealand that this is Australia's spot and they'll be taking it.
Certainly does look that way, Smite. It's just been so far a pretty solid game from Team Australia. E-Blacks, though, not to discredit them at all, they have been putting in the numbers, they have been putting in the effort. It's just unfortunately, at the end of the day, well, Team Australia just had a little bit of a better timing. Oh my God, the melt onto the puck as well, and yeah, a bit of a thanks as well.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of voice spam going on. I'm pretty sure it's only been Team Australia. I've seen Juice and Calvin and lose. Yeah, it's all Team Australia spamming.
You gotta play into the mental.
They're just going up mid lane again. They're not even really worried about going to side lanes because they are that far ahead. They can fight team fights right in front of their enemy's front door. Team New Zealand melting before our very eyes in what could be the last team fight. Team Australia hunting down a few more kills. That's all they need to get their spot in Birmingham. They've got one more. Only the Ancient Towers stand in their way unless they want to have more fun in the Fountain. I think they might. I think they might.
Oh, that is BM right there. That is just absolutely BM there. Well, at least the buyback has been baited out. They want to prolong a little bit the meme fest here that has been so far this whole game, but Glyph coming around to try to slow down the bleed, slow down what feels like at this point the uninevitable. And while Xavier doing his best to do it with the BKB as well to par, Alchemist is in here to just absolutely pull a wreck fest.
Yep, Team Australia now walking in with big sacks of gold and beating the E-Blacks over the head with it in front of their very own Fountain. But E-Blacks, this is their turf. They've got the healing. They've got the immortal Fountain laser. They can fight back. But lose yourself on the Alchemist. He's still getting a triple kill. Meanwhile, the Ancient Tower itself is getting destroyed and the Ancient is next. Team Australia can literally turn around and right-click the Ancient, but again, they know it's New Zealand. They want to make it personal. The GGs are out. Team Australia are going to Birmingham.
There we go. Quick, clean conclusion to it all. 2-0 across the board. And, well, as unfortunate as it is for E-Blacks and New Zealand as it is for Team Australia today, it's a glorious day. 2-0 victories, and both their women team and the open team all going to Birmingham.
Yeah, spectacular results from them. I think the obviously the Australian Open Division team here. Fantastic performance, right? Like, I know that the Team New Zealand team has been working so hard. The E-Blacks have been training like quite hard on that one, and even still, Team Australia just stood tall above the rest of them. So absolutely looking to deserve their spot there. Yeah, there was a little bit more life from New Zealand in Game 2, but this is all Australia today. I think they should be happy and proud with their results. I mean, look at the domination we saw.
It was absolutely a stunner of a performance, whether it was match 1 or match 2. And yeah, looking at the replay from match 1, it's, full domination, no matter how much E-Blacks have tried, it just could not really work out. The Earth Spirit from the first matchup has been one of the big highlights for me personally, on top of obviously Pango as well, that has been delivering just absolutely just damage after damage and really not really letting off. Whereas on the map 2, it felt a little bit more even ground at the very beginning, but then mid-game / late, it all fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, E-Blacks had their moments, but Game 1 certainly was not one of those moments, right? It was just Australia are running them down the entire time. But yeah, E-Blacks here, you know, they had their moments finding their way in. But yeah, it got out of control extremely quickly in Game 1. Australia, much like we just saw at the end of Game 2, Australia wanted to play around behind the Ancient. They want to play around in front of your fountain. And I don't know why. They want to send a message maybe, but they're definitely having a good time doing it because they did it twice in a row. But yeah, as you can see here, game number 2 was a whole lot closer in terms of kills, in terms of fights. Like, things were going even for a while.
Oh yeah, for quite a while it was quite a fair bit of back and forth, with even E-Blacks initially leading kind of the charge pretty well. I mean, the bottom lane has worked out pretty well for them in the early stages, but yeah, unfortunately after that, when the initial laning phase has concluded, well, from there on it was difficult to really do anything, given that the mid potential has been fully unleashed in form of Ember Spirit.
Yeah, the Ember Spirit,
Ember Spirit and the Alchemist, pardon me, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Alchemist, once he hit that critical mass, which of course, you know, the early double kill really helped him out in that, by the way, getting to this point where he's just chopping up everyone on the E-Blacks. And this is one of multiple times where we had a fight around that point, by the way. We also never had any side lanes pushed in by Team Australia either. They were like, bust through mid and then fight them in front of their fountain, because I'm not sure why. It's really fun, and it's sending a message. It's not even like to demoralize them for the rest of the series. They just won the series out of this. I think Australia, they came into the series confident. They showed how confident they were, and they showed us why they were so confident.
Oh yeah.
Easy 2-0. Yeah. But of course, on the other side, the Kiwis did suffer a very crippling defeat here in the series in the Open Division. And we want to get some thoughts from the team captains. So, Arcadian, you're standing by. Get us some thoughts.
Yes, I'm here with Fury, the captain of the E-Blacks, and after an unfortunate result. Now, Fury, obviously not what you were looking for in today, but full of raw emotions, I'm sure. Give us a little bit as to what you're thinking.
I mean, look, we got pretty much what we wanted in the drafts. At least the first game, like, it was pretty much what we expected. And, I mean, they're very, very good opponents. We knew going into it that they are like they are that little bit of a skill bracket ahead of us, a bit more experienced. We put the work in, we tried our best, and hey, on the day we didn't make it work.
You did, and I mean, you did a lot of prep for this stuff. You knew game 1 was really important. Do you feel like after game 1 it really got into the team morale, or were you able to pull back from that?
Honestly, I don't think it affected us that much. It was a pretty quick match. Like, we knew pretty early on that we were struggling. And I think whenever you have those like kind of faster matches, it's a lot easier to kind of just accept it as a, yep, okay, we've been beaten, focus, like, go next.
And were you proud of the way that you performed as a team on the day, even though that they were able to better you in the games?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super proud of the entire team. Honestly, the amount of, even just like pre-tournament, all the stuff that we've done to get to where we are, all the stuff that we have managed to, like all the work we've managed to put in, and the stage we managed to get to, I think, is leagues further than we were when we first started practicing. So I'm still very proud of the team.
That's fantastic. And do you have any other final thoughts you'd like to say to the people watching at home or anyone who supported you through the journey?
Unfortunately, this one is over. We won't be going to the Commonwealth Esports Championships, but there will be more opportunities in the future. We're very eager to fight for them, and we will be looking forward to represent New Zealand coming later in the year.
Fantastic, and we're very proud of your performance to date and everything you've done, and so thank you very much for representing New Zealand in such a great way, and we are proud of you and the Dota men's team who did perform today. Congratulations to Australia, who will be taking it out and representing at the Commonwealth Esports Championships. But for the matches for now, that does conclude the Dota 2 series. We will be back at 8 p.m. New Zealand time for Rocket League, and so don't miss out. We'll be back at 8 p.m. See you then.